Hello friends. This is Fiction Quest. How are you all? So in this video, we will see, what if Naruto was put in charge of the Kunoichi Inn and got ultimate harem? But before we start, if you want more amazing stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Also if possible share this video with your friends. Now without wasting any more time, let's begin the story. You're really leaving Shizune-sama? Asked Haruno Sakura sadly. She didn't want her fellow medic colleague to leave the inn. I'm not really leaving, Sakura-san, I just won't be around most of the time, Shizune explained to the pink-haired Kunoichi. But then who would take care of the inn? Yamanaka Ino asked concerned. Worried about being stuck cleaning after the elder Junin, Mitarashi Anko. The rest of the girl also shared the same thought. Anko wasn't really particularly hard to live with. It's the mess that's usually left behind that's the problem. Depending mostly on what mood the special Junin was in. I've talked about it with Hokage-sama, since I won't really have time to fulfill the duties of managing the place. Tsunade-sama informed me that another shall take over the place. I will still live in the inn but as a tenant. Not as the Karenrin, manager, Shizune explained. So in other words you'll be replaced? Anko replied back lazily. She didn't really feel like attending the meeting but she was now rather interested in the discussion. Especially if her friend no longer runs the place. She will be at risk at losing her room, since no one wanted to let a special Junin like her rent a place. It was her overwhelming reputation that needs to be blamed, not that she minds either way what the village thought of her. I'm afraid so. Yuhi Kurenai answered for Shizune. But she can understand why Anko was now interested with the discussion. Her childhood friend was still suffering from prejudice from the village but she was glad that Shizune was still going to live with them. Ah, Anyo, I don't understand why you can't remain as our manager, Karenrin. I mean you will still be staying with us, right? Asked Hyuga Hinata. I'm afraid that with all my workload as Tsunade-sama's assistant and working at the hospital, I can no longer maintain my duties as Karenrin. It gets a little too much and it's taking a lot out of me. Shizune answered honestly. She was always exhausted and there are times that she just wants to relax and rest without dealing with any more paperwork or worry about the inn's bills. The other girls seem to understand this. They all do try and do their share in maintaining the inn but with their missions, it just gets too hard sometimes to find time or even spend time for themselves. They also knew close to nothing about doing some repairs, but they really had no other place to go. They all got used to living with each other and had become as close as sisters to one another. So Shizune-san, any idea who our next Karenrin would be? Subaku Tamari asked. I have no idea. But then again knowing Tsunade-sama, I'm pretty sure she will not choose just anybody to entrust the inn. Shizune answered but felt awkward when a strange chill ran up and down her spine. I hope. Shizune whispered to herself. So when do we get to know who will be our new Karenrin? Tenten asked excitedly. She hopes that the new manger would be as cool as Shizune was. She will let me know today. That's why I have been asked to inform you girls, Shizune explained. Isn't it a bit late to tell us you're being replaced in the same day? Anko replied back rather annoyed at the last-minute notice. I know and I'm sorry but this is the only time I can get all of us here. The rest of the time everyone was away in their own missions or elsewhere. Shizune explained. This is the only time I could gather all us together without having to repeat myself or ask someone else to relay the message. Makes sense to me. Tamari shrugged. Just then they heard the summoning bird from outside. I guess I have to go now. I guess I need to meet with the new Karenrin. I'll see you girls later. Shizune replied back before disappearing with a puff of smoke. Leaving the rest of the girls to talk about the recent turn of events. You want me to what? Naruto exclaimed. Jiraiya had dragged him to the Hokage tower. Informing him that Tsunade wanted to speak to him. Naruto didn't really know what to expect but he certainly didn't expect this. Tsunade just sighed. You heard me. Fighting the urge to get irritated at the young blonde. He had recently came back and she had missed him dearly but not even 5 minutes have passed since he had entered her office and she was already on the verge of strangling the hyperactive boy. But that's just wrong. It sounds like what Ero Sennin would do, Naruto once again exclaimed as he pointed at his perverted mentor, in case she had missed his point. Jiraiya on the other hand was amused. He had to give it to Tsunade. She sure knows how to surprise the #1 surprising ninja. He let Naruto's barb slide for now. After all, His little protege was going to live in a Kunoichi inn, filled with one of Konoha's most beautiful and dangerous Kunoichis. He couldn't be any prouder of him than this moment. All he had to do was convince his young apprentice to take the job. After all, if Naruto was staying there, that means he could stay there too. Jiraiya began to blush at the more explicit pictures entered his mind and began to giggle rather deviously. Think of all the data he could gather from the Kunoichi inn. Tsunade's eye began to twitch at the sight of her former teammate. She can already guess what he was thinking. She was also getting annoyed at Naruto. While she was relieved that the boy was back and seemed to have been immune to her colleague's perverted habits, his constant rebuttal of her decision was getting on her nerves. She was the Godem. Only Naruto had the nerve to ever argue with her and question her judgment. All the more reason for you to stay at the inn. You need to protect them from your sensei. Tsunade responded, raising her voice to get her point across to Naruto as she slammed her palms against her desk, almost breaking it in the process. But I'm a guy. Naruto protested angrily, stomping his foot for emphasis. Do you have anywhere else to stay? Tsunade asked him, already knowing the answer. She knew his place was sold long ago and she doubts that any inns or real estate would let him rent a place. The village still held a huge grudge against him. A fact she knew he also knew too well. No. But, no buts. I am the Hokage and my word is final. Tsunade replied back, cutting off Naruto's protests. Go with it, Naruto. Think of yourself and your sensei. Jiraiya replied back, encouraging Naruto to accept Tsunade's offer. I am. That's why I'm not going to accept this. Besides, they will kill me. Before turning his attention once again to Tsunade. Have you ever thought of that? You're going to make me live in an inn full of dangerous kunoichis. Hot kunoichis, Naruto. Extremely hot and dangerous kunoichis. Jiraiya commented before Naruto's fist came in contact with his face. I don't care, I am going to die. Naruto panicked, ignoring the massive dent at the wall across the room where his punch had plastered Jiraiya against, knocking the old pervert unconscious and slightly twitching. Don't you even care that you're sending me to my death? He asked Tsunade as tears began to flow from his eyes. Yar, Naruto. Don't be so negative. I'm sure Shizune will not let anything happen to you, and as for Jiraiya, don't worry too much, Naruto. Your sensei will not be staying with you. Tsunade explained, not looking at Naruto directly because she was still vulnerable to his puppy-eyed dog look. She knew if she looked at him, at his sad, big blue eyes, she might give in and actually find another place to put him in. Which only means more paperwork for her, that she really doesn't need. What? Both males cried out in unison. Jiraiya regained consciousness and just heard he will not be living with Naruto. Tears literally became like waterfalls as he pondered at the cruelty of such beauties being denied to him. Jiraiya, I need to speak to you about another mission. Naruto, this discussion is over, Tsunade replied back in her most commanding voice. She then began to call another ninja to escort Naruto outside her office. I will be with you shortly, she told him. Before Naruto could protest, Tsunade just pointed at the door. The look she sent him brooked no arguments unless he wanted to be knocked out through the walls of the Hokage Tower. So with a very undignified snort, he stomped outside the room. Letting his anger and annoyance build up, so he can continue arguing with Tsunade once she was finished with Jiraiya. What do you mean I can't live with Naruto? I'm his guardian, Jiraiya whined, thinking of lost opportunities as his mind began playing images of Kurenai, Anko and Shizune in seductive poses, wearing little clothing. He unconsciously began to drool at the thought. Tsunade ignored Jiraiya's whining and became very serious. Jiraiya, I've heard rumors that Sound is trying to have an alliance with Akatsuki. Do you know anything about it? Jiraiya also became serious hearing the news. My contacts have told me that Sound is planning on having an alliance with Akatsuki, only so they can get their hands on the Jinchuriki. So far there is no proof on how accurate this rumor is. Jiraiya explained solemnly. I was afraid of this. Does Naruto know? Tsunade asked, concerned. Naruto was now family to her. She would lose the will to live if something happened to him. It was Naruto that gave her the strength to live and the reason to keep living. Without him, her existence would be meaningless as before. No, he has no idea, Jiraiya replied back. He really did feel sorry for Naruto. It seems that fate really dealt him a bad hand. I want you to deal with this. Find out everything you can. I can't let this rumor go unscrutinized, Tsunade ordered. What about Naruto? Jiraiya asked. What about him? Are you going to tell him about this? Jiraiya prodded, wondering if she will let Naruto know that the threat to his person has the probability of increasing if the rumor was true. No, Tsunade answered truthfully. Naruto deserves a break from all the chaos that surrounds them. He had already seen far too much of the world, experienced far too much cruelty. He needs to relax more and spend some time with his peers. To let himself enjoy for once, to be normal. I see, Jiraiya replied. He knew why Tsunade would like Naruto to stay in the village. She may not see it, but she was subconsciously being selfish. She had not seen Naruto for such a long time. He had seen the sparkle in her eyes while she conversed, argued with the boy. She had missed him and was afraid of losing him again so soon, not when they had just recently returned. Go now, Tsunade ordered. Very well. With a smirk, Jiraiya disappeared with a puff of smoke, making the necessary preparations and plans for another dangerous mission. Meanwhile, Naruto waited anxiously for any sign of his sensei. He was still hoping against hope that while Jiraiya was in there with Tsunade, he will be able to change her mind about his living quarters. He was surprised out of his thoughts when he sensed another presence made itself appear before him. His body tensed, as many years of training made him ready for any incoming threats. All that rushed in his mind was the instinct to fight. The only thoughts entering his mind that was controlling his body was two simple words: friend or foe. The puff of smoke appeared a couple of meters away from him. When the smoke dissipated, it left an image of a woman. A woman he barely recognized. His body still tensed, ready for any sudden moves. Shizune appeared, teleported just outside of Tsunade's office. She sensed another's presence nearby. As the smoke faded gradually, she could make out a head full of spiky, untamable blonde hair, followed closely by the bluest intense eyes and the weird whisker marks upon its cheeks. Upon seeing these features, Shizune yelped in joy and tackled the young man before him. Naruto! Shizune cried out in glee as she glomped the confused youth. Gah! Can't breathe, Naruto uttered as he began to turn slightly blue, too stunned and unprepared for the woman despite his earlier stance. Era? Oh, sorry about that, Naruto-kun. It's been so long. Shizune released Naruto from her arms, slightly blushing as she noticed how much Naruto has changed. He had grown taller and more muscular. He had lost most of his baby fat, and judging from her hug earlier, she can say that was now replaced with raw muscles. His hair has grown longer too, similar to Jiraiya, except it's not too long and is tied in a low ponytail. He no longer wore his orange jacket but was wearing a black singlet with an orange swirl in the middle. He also wore silver bracers on his wrists. Shizune smirked when he noticed his pants. He still wore orange pants but wore black combat boots with it. Naruto studied the woman in front of him. He suddenly recognized the woman. It's Shizune. He wanted to hit himself for not recognizing her sooner. She still looked the same and still wore the same style kimono, but to him she was as lovely as the day he had first met her. How are you doing, Shizune Nichan? He asked her. It has been 3 years after all. Though he did send a couple of letters, they were mostly mission reports. I'm fine, Naruto-kun. I'm so glad you're back, Shizune replied back before Higane Katetsu interrupted them. Naruto, Godem-sama asks that you go to this address. Katetsu instructed. This will be the address where you will be staying at. Naruto pouted. You mean she's serious? She didn't change her mind? He asked the bandaged Chunin. I guess not. Katetsu answered sympathetically, but deep down inside he was slightly jealous of the blonde's luck. What's wrong, Naruto-kun? Trouble already? Shizune asked curiously. You can say that. It's great to see you, Shizune Nichan, but I guess I better head off to face my maker, Naruto said solemnly as he picked up his huge pack. I'll see you later, Nichan. Maybe we can catch up later once I'm more settled in, Naruto said as he smiled at her. Sure, Naruto. I would love that, Shizune answered as the two parted ways. Katetsu then accompanied the blonde shinobi towards the exit. Shizune then entered Tsunade's office, eager to find out who Tsunade appointed to be the next manager of the Kunoichi Inn. Naruto meanwhile walked along the streets of Konoha, remembering the many sights and places as he navigated his way towards the inn that he's meant to stay at. Hopefully Tsunade had already called the Kunoichis and had already explained his case to them. Besides, it was her fault after all, therefore it was her responsibility to let them know that he's coming. In the back of his mind, he wondered what had happened to his perverted mentor. He assumed that his perverted mentor probably made another inappropriate comment and was probably knocked out by one of Tsunade's punches. Naruto chuckled as he pictured Jiraiya's chaotic form. He came to a stop as he saw the street that the map indicated. He looked at the street name and number and stood outside on the road. In front of him was a flight of stone concrete stairs that seemed to go on and on. On top of the stairs stood a massive establishment. He took a deep breath. This is it, he thought to himself. He then began to make his way up the stairs and towards the inn. You what? Shizune could not believe what she had just heard. You heard me, Shizune. Tsunade replied calmly to her assistant. But that's crazy, Shizune exclaimed. Crazy? Tsunade questioned. A telltale twitch appeared on her eye, warning Shizune to watch her next words carefully. Shizune got a hold of herself and tried to control her outburst, seeing as Tsunade was not in the most pleasant of moods. With all due respect, Tsunade-sama, why on earth would you appoint Naruto as the manager of the Kunoichi Inn? Shizune asked, curious as to why Tsunade would do such a thing. Tsunade took a deep breath and sighed. Shizune, Naruto has nowhere else to live. We all know that the villagers still hold some sort of animosity towards him because of the Kyuubi. I doubt he will have any luck finding a place to live in right now. But Tsunade-sama, besides you will be there to look after him. I know Naruto. Despite the many years he had spent with Jiraiya, I doubt he managed to corrupt him. Also, if he does try anything, the Kunoichis will set him straight. Tsunade explained. But, no more buts, Shizune. Tsunade exclaimed. I have made my choice. If all else fails, you can always tell the other girls that I placed him there so he can do repairs for the inn as well as handle your pervert problem. Tsunade explained more calmly. It's not that I doubt your judgment, Tsunade-sama. It's just that I don't think the other girls will be as accepting and understanding as I am about this. Shizune replied back solemnly. I know, Shizune. I know. We just better hope he doesn't do anything stupid beforehand. Tsunade replied as she began massaging her forehead to try and stop her incoming headache. It's not that I doubt your judgment, Tsunade-sama. It's just that I don't think the other girls will be as accepting and understanding as I am about this. Shizune replied back solemnly. I know, Shizune. I know. We just better hope he doesn't do anything stupid beforehand. Tsunade replied as she began massaging her forehead to try and stop her incoming headache. Naruto knocked at the door several times and waited for someone to answer. Unbeknownst to him that the residents are all too absorbed with themselves that no one heard him. Mostly all of the residents were in the second or third floor of the inn. Sakura was studying her medical books. Temari was busy cleaning her fan in her room. Ino was outside at the backyard attending the garden with Tenten, and Anko was in her room listening to her iPod and was dancing around to some dance music. Hinata and Kurenai went out to buy some groceries. Naruto had been standing outside for 10 minutes now. He decided to knock again. This time a little harder. He had only tapped once when the door opened slightly. Naruto took this as an indication to let himself in. He carefully entered the inn. He looked around to see if anyone was in. Hello, anyone here? He called out carefully. Again, no response. Great. This is just great. No one is even here, he said to himself. He decided to search the inn for anyone he can talk to about his predicament. While he wandered around the ground floor, he noticed that everything was clean and orderly. He also noticed a couple of repairs that the inn needed to be done, such as the roof tiles, while he was outside waiting for someone to open the door for him before. He also found that the inn had its very own outdoor hot spring. Feeling tired from his journey back to Konoha, he found the hot spring inviting, and since no one was around, he thought there wasn't really any harm in having a quick dip to soothe his tired and aching muscles. With all that in mind, he made his decision and began to undress. Sakura stretched from her seat. Her mind swam with various information that she recently acquired from the book she was reading. Feeling that a break was in order, she decided to make her way towards the hot spring. There's nothing like a hot spring to ease my tired body, Sakura told herself, as she gathered her bathing needs. Naruto enjoyed the sensation of warm water as it soothed his aching body. He never seemed to enjoy his stay at the hot spring houses that he went to with Jiraiya because of his stupid data gathering for his perverted book. It always got them chased by hordes of angry women. This was really the only time he can actually remember enjoying the spring for once. The whole area was surrounded by steam, and the sound of water running was making his body relax and making him feel drowsy. That is until he heard the door to the spring slide open. He instantly froze when he realized he was no longer alone. Sakura entered the hot spring, clad with only a towel covering her body. She closed her eyes as she sat down in the springs and relaxed as she let the water do its work. It was then that she sensed someone else was in the spring with her. Did she open her eyes and tried to make out who it was in the springs with her through the cloud of steam. She spotted blonde, unruly hair and assumed that it was probably the sand Kunoichi. She scooted closer to her when she noticed the figure moved away. The figure was now slightly a few meters in front of her in the other side of the spring. "I'm sorry, Tamari-san. I didn't mean to intrude, but I only came here to relax." Sakura apologized through the thick steam screen between them. She didn't really mean to disturb the sand Kunoichi. Tamari mostly kept to herself and really disliked being disturbed. Despite living in the same inn, Sakura hadn't really made any attempts to befriend the other Kunoichi. The figure didn't reply back. "Oh, come on now, Tamari. No need to be shy. We're both girls here. Why don't you come over here and talk to me?" Sakura asked. Again there was no reply. "Fine, Tamari. B.A. See if I care." Sakura replied back, annoyed at the sand Kunoichi. "Who's being a?" Tamari asked from the door, about to join her in the spring. She too was only wearing a towel. "Tamari?" Sakura asked as she looked at the door and the figure sitting across her. "Yeah. Who else is it meant to be?" Tamari replied back as she approached Sakura. She also noticed another person at the spring, which made her narrow her eyes. Due to the steam it was hard to distinguish who the figure was, but judging from the shape alone told her that it was more likely an intruder rather than any of the residents of the inn. "If you're there, then who's there?" Sakura asked as she pointed to the unknown figure before her. "Let's find out, shall we?" Tamari replied back before she swiftly went back inside the house to grab her battle fan. "URK." Naruto gulped as he began to try and escape. He was busted. "Oh no you don't," Sakura replied back before tackling the unknown figure, making them crash into the warm water. Tamari then enters, this time with her battle fan in her hand. She didn't have any time to put any of her clothes on, so she was still wearing a white towel around her body. "Kamaitachi no Jutsu," Tamari called out as she unleashed her wind attack, effectively blowing off the steam surrounding the springs to better identify the intruder who was in the springs with Sakura. She watched as she saw her fellow Kunoichi rise from the water, her towel loosening. In the water was a slightly dazed male with blonde hair. Sakura also seems to notice this. Without the steam they can clearly identify that there was indeed a male inside the Kunoichi inn. In the spring, as a matter of fact. "Pervert." The two Kunoichi both cried in unison. Naruto, sensing the kind of danger he was now in, decided it was better to explain himself. "Now wait a second. Let me explain," Naruto pleaded. Unfortunately for Naruto, Sakura's drenched, loosened towel decided to give way, slipping off from the pink-haired Kunoichi's body, giving Naruto an eyeful of her chest. "Pervert!" Sakura cried out as she tried to cover herself with her left hand while she administered a powerful right hook towards Naruto's slack jaw, sending him hurtling a few feet away, finally coming into a stop when he collided directly at one of the rocks surrounding the spring. Sakura then took this time to grab her towel to secure it around her. Naruto shook his head trying to clear his vision and saw the two angry Kunoichi head towards him. Now was the time to really start running away. Ignoring the pain he felt, he pushed himself off the rock and ran, trying to explain himself failed and only rewarded him with a powerful punch from the pink-haired girl. The blonde girl didn't look like she would listen to him, judging from the way she held that massive fan of hers. He'd hate to see what the blonde could do to him. "Get back here," both Tamari and Sakura called out as they both chased the blonde youth. Naruto continued to dodge Tamari's wind attacks while also trying to avoid Sakura's furniture projectiles as he ran all over the house. He really didn't want to hurt the two girls. He decided to try and create cage bunchins, but his clones were eliminated by Tamari's and Sakura's attack even before the clones were able to leave his side. He needed to think fast. By then this alerted the attention of a certain special Junin. Hearing the noises, she went outside of her room to investigate, only to catch a fleeting sight of a well-built blonde male who was only wearing a towel, followed closely by Sakura and Temari. Seeing all this made her lick her lips with excitement as she went inside her room and got her kunais. She decided to join the foray. After all, it's been a while since she had gone hunting, and the blonde male seemed like the perfect prey. Naruto decided to jump up the roof to give him more room so he can create more of his bunshins. The three Kunoichis followed closely behind. Meanwhile, Kurenai and Hinata had just arrived at the inn. They were both surprised by the amount of damage they saw as they entered. They also heard all the commotion coming from the outside towards the backyard. Without any hesitation, the two females went out to investigate. They ran upstairs towards the veranda to better distinguish what was going on in the inn. The cage bunshins were working, but not as good as Naruto hoped. It did somewhat slowed the Kunoichis down a bit, but they were still chasing him relentlessly. He particularly got nervous when one kunai flew past his cheek and grazed it. Anko smirked when one of her kunais finally managed to scratch the blonde. It only got her all excited at catching him. Temari kept using her wind attacks on him, destroying most of the bunshins he had created. It also sent Naruto flying. Naruto decided that running away towards the Hokage office would be a better idea. If they followed him there, he was sure that Tsunade will put a stop on their attacks. With that in mind, he began to run towards the veranda, not knowing that Hinata and Kurenai was just coming out to see what the commotion was about. Naruto landed in front of the two females. Hinata was startled while Kurenai was caught in surprise, too stunned to move or react. Before them was a half-naked blonde with blue eyes and strange whisker marks on his cheeks. Kurenai narrowed her eyes and got ready to attack, but Temari beat her to it. Seeing the blonde intruder had stopped running away, she again used her Kamaitachi no Jutsu. It worked, for it sent Naruto hurtling towards the ground below, but he was not alone. Hinata also got caught in the attack and sent her down with him. Naruto saw Hinata fall and decided to protect her, so without thinking, he reached for her and hugged her. This action flustered Hinata. Naruto, on the other hand, shifted his body so that it was he who will bear the brunt of the impact. They landed painfully on the ground below. Actually, it was Naruto who landed painfully on his back while he cushioned Hinata's fall. Naruto's body flared with pain. Hinata, realizing this, quickly got off him. "Are you okay?" Naruto asked the frightened girl, ignoring his own pain for the moment. "He's worried about me. He saved me from a nasty fall and he doesn't even know who I am," Hinata thought to herself. She looked at her blonde savior and couldn't help but feel a sudden sense of déjà vu. Before Hinata could even ask the blonde if he was all right, he stumbled back on his feet and began to run away. The Kyuubi already began healing his injured body, but Naruto could still feel the pain reverberating in his body as he took flight. "Hinata, are you okay?" Ino shouted as she ran towards her. Beside her was Tenten, who witnessed what had just happened. Both girls were surprised when they saw Hinata and the intruder fall from the third floor of the inn. They had heard the commotion as well and decided to investigate. "Did that pervert try anything on you?" Tenten asked angrily, brandishing her own set of kunais from her weapon holster. "Quickly, girls. He's getting away," Kurenai told them as she, Temari, Anko and Sakura landed beside them. "Hinata, you better stay back. Sakura, you stay back as well and tend to her injuries. We'll handle that lil pervert," Kurenai said as she took charge of the group, before leading the rest of the household to catch the blonde intruder. "Kurenai-san, wait," Hinata cried out as she watched her mentor lead the other girls to chase her savior. "It's okay, Hinata. They'll catch that lech," Sakura comforted the other girl. "No, you don't understand. He saved me," Hinata replied back before getting up and following the other girls. "Hinata, wait," Sakura called out. "She hasn't even checked her out for any injuries from the fall." "It's that stupid lech's fault," Sakura thought to herself as she also got up and ran after the rest of the Kunoichi residents. "I can't believe you're running away from a bunch of girls, kid," Kyuubi taunted him in his mind. "Shut up, Kyuubi. I really don't need your 2 cents right now," Naruto growled to himself. "Want me to take care of them?" Kyuubi asked. Naruto saw the maniacal grin the fox demon had. "No, I can perfectly handle things on my own. Just lend me your strength for now," Naruto replied back. He can only guess it will involve something perverted. Jiraiya had really rubbed off on the fox demon. It was then that Naruto saw his savior. Naruto, what the? Shizune asked bewildered as he saw the blonde shinobi wearing just a towel streaking towards her. Nichan. Save me. Naruto called out to Shizune as he hid behind her. There he is, called out Kurenai. The other girls still hot in pursuit. Shizune soon saw the angry residents of the Kunoichi Inn and nervously sweat dropped. Feeling very uncomfortable being caught in the middle of chaos. Great Shizune, you caught him. Now hand him over so we can deal with him. Anko replied back before licking her kunai while keeping her eyes glued on Naruto. Nichan. Naruto pleaded from behind her. Shizune sighed. She felt sorry for the blonde shinobi. Not even a day back and he's already caught in the middle of trouble. She faced the other Kunoichi residents and shook her head. I don't think so, Anko. Shizune replied back as she stood defiantly in front of them, trying to hide Naruto from their view. Step out of the way, Shizune-san. He is a pervert. He took advantage of Hinata-san. Tenten explained as she glared at the blonde. The rest of the girls nodded. He also saw me and Tamari naked at the hot springs. Sakura seconded. Saw me in my naked glory. Inner Sakura protested. Kill him, skin him alive. Kill the pervert. Inner Sakura ranted. Shizune turned to face Naruto. Is this true? She asked him. No. They walked in on me while I was in the spring, Naruto explained. Looking Shizune straight in her eyes to tell her that he was not lying. His blue eyes almost mesmerizing her to believe him. Liar! Shouted the rest of the girls as they began to advance towards Shizune, trying to get a hold of Naruto. Shut up all of you, Shizune replied back, effectively stopping their advance. Why don't we all step back inside and get these things sorted out, all right? She pleaded to the girls. All the girls reluctantly agreed but glared at the blonde male. All except for Hinata, who was torn between being thankful for being saved by him and supporting her roommates. Inside, Naruto explained his side of the story of what happened when he arrived at the Kunoichi Inn. The girls felt sheepish at the way they reacted towards him and reluctantly apologized. Still, one question still bothered them. If it was all an accident, then why are you here? Didn't you know this was a Kunoichi Inn? Ino asked Naruto. I knew this is a Kunoichi Inn, but, Naruto replied back, but before he could explain, Sakura interrupted him. So you are a pervert? Sakura accused, which once again fueled anger of the rest of the residents towards him. All except for Hinata and Shizune. What Naruto is meant to say is that he is staying here. Shizune explained to them, glaring slightly at Sakura for jumping to conclusions again, setting off the ire of the other residents when the situation was already diffused. What? The residents all shouted in shock, but he's a guy, Tenten shouted. This is a Kunoichi Inn, Ino stated. He's a pervert, Sakura protested. Think about the girl's purity, Kurenai exclaimed. The girls said all at the same time. What a hunk, Anko gushed. All the other girls looked at her weirdly. What? He is. Anko replied back to them as she winked at Naruto. Naruto on the other hand began to cringe. He just recognized who the crazed Junin was. She was the demented examiner for the Chunin exams. The one that cut him with her kunai and licked his blood. He didn't like the gleam that he saw in her eyes or the way she eyed him like a piece of meat. Seeing his reaction, however, only made Anko's grin grow wider. Shizune sighed again. This is Uzumaki Naruto. He is also the new manager of the inn that Tsunade has chosen. She explained as the other girls all stared at her and Naruto in shock. Naruto on the other hand, just scratched the back of his head. Hi girls. Sorry about this. Naruto apologized as he grinned sheepishly as he stood up from his seat. Shizune sighed again. This is Uzumaki Naruto. He is also the new manager of the inn that Tsunade has chosen. She explained as the other girls all stared at her and Naruto in shock. Naruto on the other hand, just scratched the back of his head. Hi girls. Sorry about this. Naruto apologized as he grinned sheepishly. All the girls stared in shock, all of them speechless. Well, I'm not going to stand for this. Kurenai protested as she stood up. There are girls in this inn that will be in danger of him. Think of their virtues, Kurenai said in a panic. The inn does not need a hormone-crazed guy running the place. Who knows what type of sick, twisted and perverted things the blonde was planning for them. Especially the younger girls. His reputation remains questionable. I mean, who the hell is he? We don't know anything about this guy and Tsunade appoints him as the manager, Kurenai rambled on. While Kurenai rambled on and on about the inappropriateness of Naruto's presence in the inn, and her concern towards their welfare, the rest of the household began to remember one Uzumaki Naruto. He's a member of Team 7. Sakura thought to herself as she looked at the blonde-haired boy more curiously, finally recognizing him. Shocked that after 3 years she barely remembered the blonde teammate that constantly bugged her about going out with him. He had changed a lot, it seems. He was no longer the midget blonde that bugged her. Rather, he was now taller than the women present. He was probably as tall as Hitaki Kakashi. He was built too. Judging at his bare chest, muscular arms and thick legs. Inner Sakura drooled as she observed him secretly, fighting the urge to blush and drool at the same time. Trying to drown out inner Sakura's protest of trying to peek and examine what lies behind that small towel wrapped tightly around his waist. He was the one that defeated Kiba and encouraged me during my fight with Neji. Hinata gasped. No one had ever supported her before. She also remembered how much she felt for him. She had admired him for standing up for her. Her admiration slowly turned into something more when she found out from Kiba that he fought Neji in her honor during the Chunin preliminaries where she lost consciousness. It was just like a fairy tale story. That is until her eyes began to wander to his almost naked state. She had to fight the urge to use her Byakugan to examine him more thoroughly. Bad Hinata. Naughty Hinata. Hinata mentally berated herself, trying to maintain her eye level to remain on his handsome but clueless face. He is the one that defeated Neji's family technique. Tenten gasped as well in recognition. He was the one who completely changed Neji's attitude completely around. He used to treat Hinata no better than dirt, but after his encounter with the blonde, he became less cold-hearted. He actually managed to tolerate the Hyuga clan and became an older brother figure for Hinata and Hanabi. Naruto managed that with just one single encounter. Though another thought entered her mind. I wonder if he realizes that he's standing in front of us with just a towel on? Tenten asked herself as she tried not to giggle at his clueless expression as to why Kurenai was so adamant of his presence, and boy what a presence it was. He made it to the preliminaries and defeated Hyuga Neji, one of Konoha's genius shinobi. Ino remembered. She also couldn't help but smile at his antics when he won. He didn't brag about his won or sneered at Neji. Instead he traipsed around like a kid, lapping up all the attention that was given to him. He also managed to befriend Shikamaru and Choji in the process. She tried to avert her eyes in examining him more since it will only make her notice more of his tanned and well-toned body. She focused her sight to his blue eyes instead, marveling at how mesmerizing those eyes could be. Temari shivered in fear. He was the one who defeated Gaara at his ultimate demon form. Temari had nightmares about that fateful day. The first time Gaara transformed made her fear for her life. That in any given moment, Gaara will be completely consumed by bloodlust and actually kill her and Kankuro in rage. So it was only natural that when Gaara transformed during his encounter with Naruto that such fear enveloped her whole being. But what was more terrifying was the fact that someone as dangerous and fearsome as Gaara in his ultimate form, another being had managed to defeat him. That being was now in front of her. What terrifying power could be lurking underneath such a facade of an innocent smile? Temari involuntarily shivered, not wanting to find out if Naruto could be more frightening than Gaara as she recalled their fight at the forest. He's the annoying brat that I cut during the Chunin exams, Anko stated. Such sweet blood too, she grinned wickedly. He was loud and brash, but there was something about the blonde that piqued her interest, and it wasn't because he was a demon container. There was something more intangible that attracts her. It must be the raw power he unconsciously emits, or it must be his innocence that draws her like a moth to a flame. In any case, Anko was definitely interested. Shizune watched each of the residents' reactions upon finding out about Naruto's identity. She can tell from their reactions that from one stage or another, they have encountered the loudmouth shinobi. Well, it was hard not to. Still, Shizune didn't know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. You only get 2 reactions when you meet Naruto. It's either you like him or you don't. Naruto is part of Team 7 under the leadership of Hitaki Kakashi. From the age 6, He was adopted by one of the Sanins known as Jiraiya and was trained by him from time to time. That's why he was barely around. Shizune explained, watching the residents' reaction. More precisely, Kurenai and Anko's reactions about this little information. Upon hearing this, the younger girls gasped in awe, while Kurenai and Anko knew more to Jiraiya than everyone else, had a different kind of reaction. Having endured the pervert's many attempts at peeping at them at the bath, it sufficed to say that both women were left unimpressed. Well, slightly unimpressed. In Anko's case, it only made her interest in the blonde-haired boy grow. The rest of the girls who didn't know Jiraiya's perverted reputation was odd that Naruto was being trained by one of the legendary Sanins. I know many of you hold reservations against him, but please give him a chance. He is a great guy once you get to know him. Shizune pleaded to the girls. More to Kurenai than anyone else, since she looked like she was the one who is still against the idea of letting Naruto stay. Naruto blushed at Shizune's praise of him. He had never had anyone support and stand up for him before. He looked at her in awe. He made a mental promise to himself that he will make it in his own power to never disappoint her. The rest of the residents contemplated on Shizune's words. Surely if Shizune trusted the blonde-haired boy, they can find it in themselves to trust him too. Besides, he looks like a decent guy. Very well. He can stay. But you better keep your hands to yourself or else. Kurenai warned Naruto. She was still not convinced of the guy's identity to trust him entirely. Besides, he was just standing there, barely clothed, in front of them with not a sense of modesty whatsoever. No decency at all to at least put a shirt on and not let the rest of the residents bask on his well-toned, tanned and delicious body. Kurenai bit her tongue, trying to dissuade herself of her last wandering thoughts. The rest of the girls just followed suit. They simply nodded their heads, indicating they feel the same way as Kurenai. Great. Shizune clapped her hands in appreciation. She had at least convinced the residents to let Naruto stay. Now for the hard part. Would you like to introduce yourselves? Shizune asked the people. Naruto took the initiative. Well, since I'm the odd one out, I guess I better introduce myself, he said a bit sheepishly. I am Uzumaki Naruto, age 18. I like ramen and training. My greatest dream is to become Hokage so I can protect my most precious people. He introduced himself and looked at Shizune, clearly indicating that she was one of his most precious people, which made Shizune blush. My turn. Anko replied back excitedly. Watching Naruto's interaction with the medic Nin, she assumed that he was most definitely attracted to more mature women. That, and she was eager to get his attention. Mitarashi Anko is my name, and killing is my game, she introduced herself while winking at Naruto. Naruto shivered in response to the attention the psychotic Junin was giving him. I am also a Tokubetsu Junin, she added as she saw him look at her in interest. So she's a highly specialized Junin. I wonder what type of training she specializes in. Maybe she can help me train, Naruto thought. But when he took another glance at Anko, he began to have second thoughts. Especially when he saw that wicked gleam in her eyes. Kurenai only sighed watching her best friend's antics. She decided to introduce herself. My name is Yuhi Kurenai. I am a Junin, she answered. She had no plans on revealing her specialty in genjutsu techniques to the blonde until she deemed him trustworthy enough. I am also Team 8's sensei. My name is Hyuga Hinata. I am part of Team 8. I am a Chunin. Hinata introduced herself shyly. She fought her blush from showing as she felt the blonde's blue eyes on her. The name's Tenten and I am a weapons specialist. I am a member of Team Guy and is also a Chunin. Tenten responded, picking up where Hinata has trailed off. Yamanaka Ino is my name. I am also a Chunin and enjoys flowers and gardening, Ino replied. Not wanting to reveal her bloodline limit, she plans on using them later on to find out more information about him. I'm Haruno Sakura, in case you have forgotten. We were in the same team before, Sakura stated as he looked at Naruto to see if he remembered her. Naruto gave her a thumbs up, which clearly means he has, so she continued. I am also a Chunin and Tsunade-sama's protege, which makes me a medic nin. I work alongside Shizune-sama. It's great to see you again, Naruto. Sakura finished as she smiled at him. The name's Subaku Tamari. I am a Junin, and Tamari began but was suddenly cut off by Naruto. Subaku? Are you related to Gaara by any chance? Naruto asked curiously. Yeah. I am his sister. We've met before during the Chunin exams. Temari replied back. Slightly nervous. He might still have a grudge against Sand for the whole invasion thing. Naruto seemed to think about it for a while, trying to remember his encounter with Temari, before slamming his fist into his open palm. That's right. You were that hot Kunoichi sheik from Sand, Naruto blurted out, which made Temari blush. Thanks, I think. Temari replied back. She could feel the rest of the household's eyes on her. Hey, how come you're at Konoha? Aren't you meant to be at Sand? You weren't at Sand last year when I caught up with Gaara. Naruto asked her, not noticing how uncomfortable Temari was being the center of attention. I am Sand and Leaf's ambassador. As such, I can stay here to monitor Sand and Leaf's relations and maintain peace between the villages. Temari answered for him. She tried not to feel self-conscious since it wasn't in her nature to be one. But there was something in the way he looked at her with those blue innocent eyes of his that made her feel funny. Gaara did say he has a sister. Never knew you were this hot though. Naruto blurted out again. This comment only made Temari blush more and glare at him for making her do so. Kurenai was also glaring at Naruto for openly flirting with the Sand Junin in front of everyone. Hinata felt a tad jealous that Naruto seemed to be more interested with Temari. It was the same deal with Tenten and Ino, but for completely different reasons. Tenten was glaring at Naruto for not picking up on Hinata's feelings and had been blatantly flirting with Shizune and Temari. Ino, on the other hand, was a bit ticked off that Temari was getting the blonde's attention. Ino was still sore about Temari dating Shikamaru, who was also her crush at the time. Though they didn't last long, and she had gotten over Shikamaru, she felt a bit intimidated by the other blonde. She viewed Temari as one of her rivals. She was determined to best her in every possible way she can. After all, didn't they say a healthy competition is good for the soul or something like that? Making you strive and work harder just to see that person beaten by yourself. Not literally, of course. Cause she has a feeling that Temari can easily do that without even trying. Sakura was never her competition. Sakura was her best friend. As such, she wanted her shy friend to be more confident about her talents. So she decided to push her. Made Sakura believe she was her rival so that in doing so she'd come out of her shell. And it worked to a certain extent. It brought her out of her shell and became more outspoken and confident about herself, but not without a downside. It cost her her friendship. And while she is still friends with the pink-haired Kunoichi, she still wished for the closeness they had when they were kids. Their friendship was now built on insults and comfort concealed in heavy sarcasm. Trust was still an issue that was on shaky ground. Not much of a friendship if you really look at it, but that's the next step or close enough to be one. Naruto looked around the room and noticed a lot of tension in the air. He assumed that he did something foolish again and hoped that the girls didn't change their minds about letting him stay. Let me show you where your room is, Naruto, and after that I'll give you a tour of the place. Shizune offered. Not wanting to tempt fate again and leave the other residents to simmer for a little while. Not really sure why there was a lot of tension in the air again, but she'd rather Naruto not be in the middle of it all. I've already had a brief tour of the place. Naruto replied back as a joke to lighten the mood because it was true. Being chased by a pack of angry females gave him an unofficial tour of the whole inn, trying to get away from them. Unfortunately, it didn't go over too well to the other residents. The joke only served as a reminder of what had happened earlier. But then again, getting a better look at the place with a leisurely pace sounds much better. Naruto replied again, watching the other girls glare at him, while he laughed uneasily while he scratched the back of his head. Naruto took a good look around his room. It was Spartan at the most. It had a bed, a table and few chairs and a wardrobe for his clothes. Shizune said that the room was only simple, but he was free to decorate and add more furniture to the room. Which was fine by him. With his many missions, he had a lot of money to spend. Money that he managed to hide from his perverted sensei. Upon thinking about his mentor, he remembered a package Shizune gave him. It was supposed to be from his mentor. Since he wasn't really doing anything and he had already unpacked, he decided to read the letter attached to the package. Naruto, sorry Brad, but I was sent to another mission by Tsunade. No, you can't come, and no, you're not going to follow me. Don't try and track me down. You have a responsibility to take care of. Think of it as handling a mini version of Konoha. This will be a great practice into becoming a Hokage. Trying to manage the residents of the inn, their needs and handling paperwork. Oh, and do follow the advice that I've been giving you all these years. This will also give you an opportunity to try and test your manly skills. Don't fret if you've forgotten. I've given you all that you need to know about women in the package. Signed exclusively by myself, so don't lose it. Make me proud, brat. Jiraiya Naruto merely groaned in response, until he noticed that there was something more. P.S. Whenever you can, take a photo of the girls for me to keep me warm in the cold, lonely nights. It would also help if you send me their vital statistics. Upon reading the last note, Naruto angrily rolled the letter into a tight little ball and threw it at the wastebasket. Seething at his mentor's request. He was trying to stay alive as much as possible, not risk an early grave. Does he not understand what kind of danger his life is in just by merely breathing in the same place as the residents of the Kunoichi Inn? Naruto looked at the package like it was supposed to come to life and bite him in the ass. Naruto sighed and decided to get this over and done with. He opened the package and stared at the contents. He wasn't sure whether to scream from frustration or in indignant anger or perhaps laugh hysterically. He had to hand it to his mentor though. He still manages to make his life miserable whether he was near or not. He stared at the package in his hands. It was Jiraiya's Icha Icha Paradise. The full limited collection. It was also the one with the hardback cover as well as pictures and illustrations. They were the rare limited collection edition. If Hitaki Kakashi found out he had these, he would die in envy and would most likely sell him his Sharingan and his mother to have it. Naruto immediately made a face picturing what kind of mother the Junin had, whether she too wore a mask, and shook his head. Naruto even briefly considered the benefits of having his very own Sharingan. If he considered to offer the book collection to Kakashi for it. He shook his head. Having blue eyes that turns red out of his own will is cool enough. Besides, he doesn't want to steal other people's techniques. He'd rather create one on his own or learn them. But it still would have been cool though. He was interrupted from his thoughts by a gentle rapping upon his door. Naruto-kun, are you ready? I'll give you the tour of the inn now as well as a rundown of the inn's rules and regulations. Shizune said outside his door. Naruto absent-mindedly placed the collection series on top of his dresser and joined Shizune for the tour. Later that night Naruto decided that he wanted to have another go at the hot spring. Everyone else seemed to have gone to bed anyways. He had decided to remain silent and move out of the residence way for the rest of the day since every time he was in the immediate vicinity he felt the tension in the air. He was stressed out and really need to relax. Tomorrow he will work on his people skills and try and get to know each of the girls better and try to get along with them, but for now he needed to relax. He made sure that he was silent as he made his way down towards the onsen, hot springs, careful not to alert or disturb any of the resting girls. He finally made it to the steam-covered onsen and relaxed into the warm water. The sky was clear and the stars were out. He spent the time just loosening himself to the sensations of the water, relaxing his tight muscles as he watched the stars above. This is the life, he said. No one but himself, I'll say, said a sultry purr. Naruto snapped awake. Who's there? All the while thinking that the inn better not be haunted. No need to be frightened, Naruto-chan. Just relax, said the sultry voice. Come out. Whoever you are, Naruto called out, ready to engage the stranger in battle. If you insist, the voice replied. Naruto squinted his eyes and saw that the stranger was Mitarashi Anko. The steam was making it hard for him to see her form, but at least he could see her face. What are you doing here? Naruto asked, relaxing somewhat. Taking a much-needed bath. I don't like to share with the other girls. Anko replied back as she subtly moved closer. It was then that Naruto realized one important detail as the steam in the onsen thinned and the light provided by the heavens made him aware of a single and most important fact. Mitarashi Anko was naked, standing in front of him with a naughty look in her eyes and smirk on her beautiful face. Gah! Naruto uttered in shock. What? You don't like what you see? Anko teased as she watched him avert his eyes, covering them with his hands. It looks like you do. Since your little shinobi seems happy to see me. Anko continued as she moved gracefully around the water as she approached him. He had definitely gone taller and more built as her eyes roamed his body. Licking her lips. Liking what she was seeing. Now if she could only remove that pesky towel. Naruto removed his hands from his eyes and put them to cover the straining reaction in between his legs, unaware that Anko was now circling him like a hungry shark. Don't worry Naruto, I won't bite, hard, Anko whispered. She was close. Too close in fact because he could feel her breath in his ear. He could also feel her body heat against his skin. Naruto jumped in surprise and fell into the water. The commotion and the loud splash didn't go unheard though. Because in mere seconds, he could hear the other residents running towards the onsen. To make matters worse, Anko tried to help him out, trying to assist him to get up on his feet but tripped in the process, landing on top of him. Well, this is interesting. Anko purred as she snuggled against him. Not planning to move anytime soon, Naruto had to fight back icky thoughts that entered his mind and Kyuubi screaming at him to take her. "I'll say," came an angered response from a feminine voice. Naruto and Anko looked towards the entrance of the onsen and found shocked, horrified and angry eyes all directed at them. I slipped?" Naruto offered, but didn't look convincing since Anko was still lying on top of him, in her birthday suit. "Pervert." The rest of the girls replied back while Anko stepped back and watched the carnage unfold. She really didn't want to be in the receiving end of the residents' wrath. "And I was this close too," Anko sighed in disappointment as Naruto's scream of pain was heard. Shizune on the other hand rushed towards them in an attempt to stop them from committing murder, glaring at Anko and subtly ordering her with her eyes to help her. Anko just gave a nonchalant shrug and tried to hold back a seething kunai from trying to dismember the blonde manager. Waking up for Naruto wasn't much of a painful ordeal. It was remembering what happened before and the thought of future pain is what keeping him in bed. "Get up, kid. I refuse to lend you my powers only to be trampled by a pack of vixens," Kyuubi commanded him. It was rather a humiliating display. Kyuubi was a powerful demon, stuck in an 18-year-old boy who doesn't even know how to put women in their place. His power alone should have dictated respect and fear. Yet his vessel takes the abuse as if it was nothing. It was something Kyuubi had frequently berated him on. He was powerful, he demands respect. "Now if you only let me handle things they'll all be at your feet, waiting for you hand and foot. Catering your every whim," Kyuubi added. Naruto just groaned and tried his hardest to drown out Kyuubi's voice. He already knew how Kyuubi would have handled the situation. Various eki and hentai images and scenes flashed through his mind, showing him exactly what would have happened if he let go and let his more base and animalistic instincts take over. "Damn it!" Naruto screamed in frustration. He thought he'd be able to have a break from all the pervertedness his mentor had tried teaching him and continually try and influence him with. He didn't realize that the demon he was carrying was that frustrated. "I don't really need this right now, Kyuubi. So just shut the hell up," Naruto berated Kyuubi. Naruto understood that Kyuubi must be feeling rather pissed off at how he handled the situation. He was a demon king. Because of this, Kyuubi expected Naruto to act like one since it was he who housed the demon. Just like Shukaku's vessel, who struck fear upon mentioning his very name. Gaara of the desert. People quivered in fear just from hearing the vessel's name. Now Gaara would have been the perfect vessel. He didn't take any crap from anyone. Worthy to be a vessel for any demon. And this was just a one-tailed demon inferior, compared to the nine-tailed fox. It must have been such an ego blow to the demon. "Don't compare me to that one-tailed weakling," Kyuubi snarled. "The difference between our levels is far too great. I refuse for you to think that demon is any match for my powers. I only need to unleash half the power of one of my tails to defeat him, so don't you dare insult me." Naruto just chuckled at Kyuubi's reaction. "But you do have a point, kid. I only want you to have the respect you deserve, to be worthy of being my vessel," Kyuubi replied. This is probably the only thing Naruto and Kyuubi could agree on. Naruto couldn't handle the fact that no matter how much he tried, the village he tries so hard to protect continues to scorn him. He kept remembering times from his childhood. The many attempts on his life until the Sandaime gave Jiraiya custody of him. He still had nightmares of how much pain and trauma the people gave him. He was mentally and emotionally scarred. Being with Jiraiya helped him cope and heal with the pain, stopping him from going on a murderous rampage and giving in to his bloodlust. Kyuubi on the other hand admired Naruto's self-control. Despite his many encouragement of decimating the village, Naruto held back, touching people and managing to reach out and change some of them. But it was only a matter of time until the whole village finds out about him. The true test would be as if his pack, or so-called friends would be able to accept Naruto once they find out about the truth. Both his thoughts and Kyuubi's was making Naruto depressed. Naruto didn't want to lose his precious people. He didn't have many. He already lost Sandame, the one great man that he had looked up to and had made him feel special. But he was glad that at least he still had a family he can turn to. There was Amino Uruka, who acted like an older brother to him, Jiraiya, who acted like his perverted uncle, and then there was Tsunade and Shizune. He smiled when he thought of all of them. He knew that his loud, brash and disrespectful attitude annoys them, but somehow it was his only way to really show and test how much they really cared about him. He didn't want the common affection that he sees from the families that walk down the streets of Konoha. Those types of affection can easily be copied and faked, but by pushing the buttons of the people he cares about and testing their limits, he was able to see how much they really care and try and understand him. He had a very difficult childhood and he just wanted to be sure that the feelings they were showing for him are for real and not just a mere illusion or fear of the demon he was carrying. Do you think Tsunade's breasts are real or a special genjutsu? Kyuubi asked out of the blue, snapping Naruto from his thoughts. Gah! Naruto replied in shock, not even knowing what the hell prompted Kyuubi to ask such a question. Come on kid, don't tell me you never wondered if they are. I mean, I'm quite impressed that such a human can even perform such a powerful genjutsu. Naruto decided it was enough and totally blocked Kyuubi's voice, prompting him to finally get up from his warm bed and decided to see if he could make amends to the girls. Having decided to do just that, he got up and headed to the bathroom, thanking Shizune mentally for giving him a room with its very own bathroom. He quickly got dressed and headed towards the kitchen where he found Hinata. Hinata had been awake bright and early. She enjoyed cooking and loved to cook for the other girls. She mused slightly about the accident that happened last night and shook her head. She couldn't believe how Anko could do such a thing with Naruto. Hinata blushed, remembering Naruto wearing that tiny towel, and shook her head. She didn't blame Naruto for what happened last night. She believed that what happened was not Naruto's fault. He didn't know about the older Junin's habit of going to the onsen naked. She remembered joining the foray and assisting Shizune and Anko in trying to stop the rest of the girls from beating him up. She blushed at remembering that at one point or another she was able to brush against Naruto while fending off the other girls. Good morning, Hinata-chan. Naruto greeted Hinata quite exuberantly, surprising the Hyuga girl. NN Naruto-kun. Hinata gasped from surprise. Hey? Sorry about that, Hinata. Didn't mean to scare you like that. Naruto apologized sheepishly as he scratched the back of his head. That's okay and Naruto-kun. Yuj just as surprised me that's all. Hinata replied back, fighting to keep herself from stuttering. She had gotten over that habit a long time ago with the help of the girls. She couldn't believe she was regressing back to her old self just by talking to him. What you doing? Naruto asked, curious as to why Hinata was awake. I'm just cooking and preparing breakfast. Hinata replied back. She thanked herself mentally for being able to reply back without stuttering. Need any help? Naruto replied back enthusiastically. He can start making amends with her while helping her. Not really. Hinata replied back shyly, uncertain of what to do next. Come on. I want to help you at least. Naruto pleaded using his puppy dog eyes. Sure. Hinata found herself responding almost automatically and hypnotically. Such beautiful blue eyes. Yosh! Naruto cried out happily as he raised a fist in the air. What do you want me to do? You could help me by chopping some of the vegetables on the table. Yosh! I can do that. I'll show you my marvelous chopping skills, Naruto replied back enthusiastically. Hinata blushed prettily. Soon both youths worked together quietly. Ohio Naruto-kun. Hinata. Shizune greeted as she entered the kitchen, a bit surprised that Naruto was at the kitchen helping Hinata cook. Good morning, Shizune-san. Ohio ni-chan. Shizune snickered. You two look so adorable together. She teased, watching Hinata blush while Naruto looked at her quizzically. Want me to set up the table? Shizune offered. Sure, Naruto replied before Hinata could respond. This will be the most kick-ass breakfast you'll ever have, ni-chan. Naruto replied back as he helped Shizune gather the plates and eating utensils. Why's that? Shizune asked. She was glad that Naruto seemed to be in such a happy mood. She tried to look at him closely to see if it was just a mere facade. She had not seen Naruto for so long and she didn't want to see him upset. Because me and Hinata-chan made it. Naruto replied back with a grin. Hinata blushed at the compliment. So it's Hinata-chan now? Shizune teased. Huh? Naruto replied back confused. He was used to calling all the girls he met with Chan. It was something he had picked up from his mentor, not knowing the intimate implications it contains. Never mind. Shizune replied back, glad that Naruto was immune from Jiraiya's perverted habits. It actually worried her that he might have been able to be influenced by his mentor judging from the accident the night before. But she knew it was not his fault. All the girls knew of Anko's bathing ritual. She also knew of her more peculiar behaviors. She just hoped that they will not hold that little incident against him. Soon the rest of the girls joined them at the dining room. Breakfast was an unusually quiet event, mostly because the girls contemplated about what had happened the night before. Naruto, being Naruto, was not used to such peace and thus decided to break it. Anyo-sa, what do you girls think of breakfast? He exclaimed with such energy. A couple of the girls winced at the blonde male's exuberance, not really used to dealing with such energy bursts and vibrancy during the morning. It was fine. Why do you ask? Ino replied back. Because I helped prepare it, he said in the same loud happy voice. If the girls were shocked because of his little revelation, they didn't show it. Actually, most of them were impressed, especially Sakura, for she was sure that the only thing the blonde ate revolved around instant ramen or something similar to the sort. Most of the girls were even impressed that Naruto would even step into a kitchen, which was clear to the male shinobi population that it was a woman's domain. To learn that he would actually remotely enjoy cooking at leisure was information that was quite amusing. Not many male shinobi will even admit to the act of cooking since it was a feminine trait. But then again, it must be some ploy of his to charm them. But it was Hinata-chan that did most of the work. Naruto continued as he gave Hinata the thumbs up. The girls only giggled at the blushing Hyuga. Naruto, who now felt that the atmosphere had gone considerably lighter, decided to apologize for the incident the night before. I would also like to take this opportunity to apologize about last night, Naruto said while scratching the back of his head. I really didn't know that Anko-san would be there that late at night. The girls seemed to absorb his apology, contemplating whether they should apologize as well for overreacting. Naruto had recently arrived and had no idea of their habits, especially Anko's. Naruto then looked towards Anko. Gomen Nasai. There's really no need to apologize, Naruto-chan. I really didn't mind you seeing me. In fact, if ever you want any company at the onsen to wash your back, just give me a call. Anko replied back, making the other girls gasp at her brazen offer. Naruto gulped loudly, not knowing how to respond to Anko's offer. Kyuubi, on the other hand, was screaming for him to take it. Kurenai only shook her head and felt guilty for trying to castrate the blonde male when she should be setting her friend Anko straight. It's fine, Naruto, you shouldn't really apologize. It should be the girls that should be apologizing, especially Anko. Shizune replied back, stressing the last part out while glaring at Anko slightly. The girls all looked a bit sheepish at Shizune's statement. One by one, the girls apologized to Naruto, all except for Kurenai and Anko. I'm sorry, Naruto. Next time I'll make sure that the other girls won't be interrupting us. Anko replied back seductively at the blonde. Not the slightest bit remorseful for what she did, which earned her slap at the back of her head from her friend Kurenai. Thwak. Hentai. Kurenai admonished her friend. Anko merely glared at her friend while she massaged the back of her head. With the apologies over and done with, the rest of the household resumed their daily task. Shizune went to the Hokage Tower along with Temari. Sakura went to the hospital, and Ino went to the flower shop, while the rest of the girls stayed at the inn. Naruto, having nothing better to do, decided to at least begin his duties as a manager and began to clean the floors, telling himself this would be a good training exercise for him. Half an hour later, Naruto wiped the sweat from his face. He had been on his knees and had been furiously scrubbing the floors clean. He had done the first floor so far. There was still a matter of the second and third floor, not to mention the attic. He also wanted to check out the basement if it needs to be cleaned. He was surprised, however, when a shadow loomed over him. Naruto-chan? Can I have a moment of your time, please? Anko asked him. Naruto was surprised that Anko was asking him for help. It was also rather unnerving since she actually looked decent and normal, with no mischief in her eyes. "Sure, Anko-san. What do you need?" Naruto asked as he stood up and began to dust off his pants and his hands. Anko absently bit her lower lip as she looked coyly at him, fighting the urge to reply back with what she wanted to do with him, which involved a lot of the things mentioned in Jiraiya's books, but she restrained herself. She found out last night that the blonde was really shy and would probably be scared off by her being too forward. She would enjoy breaking his shy streak. She will take her time with him. It makes her fun more enjoyable that way. Naruto observed the psychotic Junin closely. It never hurt to be too careful. She was acting weird from what he had known from her the other night. He was sure that Anko would probably be his mentor's perfect girl. Wild, crazy and sexy. And most importantly perverted. To see her acting innocent bothered him. He also noted that she was wearing a purple kimono that was wrapped tightly around her body. "I need you to come take a look at the shower," Anko replied back. Naruto nodded, asking Anko where the girls kept some tools. After Anko had showed Naruto where to fetch the tools and after obtaining them, Naruto seemed to relax more. Naruto figured that the bathroom really needed to be fixed if Anko let him gather the tools. "Okay, sure. Lead the way then," Naruto replied back as he followed Anko. Anko tried to hide the smile that wanted to escape her lips. Naruto had no idea what she planned for him. She began to lead the way, adding an extra sway in her hips. Naruto followed Anko to a room in the second floor. He was so intent on following Anko that he didn't notice that he had actually entered and walked past the bedroom. Anko on the other hand led him straight to the bathroom. "Okay, what seems to be the problem?" Naruto asked as he studied the bathroom and took out a wrench, eager to get started. "There seems to be a problem with the pipes. I haven't had any hot water in days," Anko explained. "I feel so very dirty," she added with a sultry purr. Naruto almost dropped the wrench he was holding at the sudden change of her voice. He almost got whiplash from turning his head to face Anko. His blue eyes went wide when he saw that the tight kimono she was wearing was now dangerously loose and was at risk of falling off. Anko grinned triumphantly as her eyes hungrily devoured his body. Naruto began to back out of the bathroom backwards. He stumbled and fell as he tripped on the way out. He looked at Anko in fear. "Are you tired, Naruto? It's okay. You can take a look at the shower later. Why don't you lie down at the bed and make yourself comfortable?" Anko replied back, making Naruto realize that they were now in the bedroom. More precisely, him lying on the floor while in front of him stood Anko. Her arms on either side of the entry frame of the bathroom with her purple kimono barely secured around her body. Naruto's mind went to overdrive as he realized he had just walked into one of her traps. He was alone in Anko's room, with Anko practically prowling to get him to bed and ravage him. She advanced, savoring his deer caught on headlights look, turning her on even more. "I like this vixen kit. Show her what you're made of," Kyuubi cheered Anko on. "It's about time you've gotten yourself laid." "Shut the hell up, Kyuubi. I'm going to get raped here. Don't you even care?" Naruto reprimanded Kyuubi. Just when Naruto thought that he was a goner, Anko's approach was interrupted by a knock from her door, followed by Kurenai entering the room. "Hey Anko, it's me Kurenai. I'm about to go down to the store. Need anything?" she asked as she entered. Naruto quickly jumped to his feet and fought the urge to hug and kiss his savior. He instead rushed towards Kurenai and hid behind her. Curses! Anko spat. She was so close. Anko felt like crying at the moment. "Naruto, what are you doing here in Anko's room?" Kurenai asked as she looked at Naruto and then at Anko's state of dress or state of undress. "Just trying to fix her pipes," Naruto quickly explained before snatching Kurenai's hand, eager to get away from the psychotic Junin as fast as possible. "I'll come with you to the market district to buy some replacement pipes for it. See you later, Anko-san," Naruto replied back quickly before dragging Kurenai out of the room, not caring if Anko even understood what he just said because of how fast he said it. Anko watched as the two departed. She was slightly disappointed that her fun was cut short again. Her frown was soon replaced by a smile, remembering that he will need to come back to her room in order to fix her so-called broken pipes. Just when Naruto thought that he was a goner, Anko's approach was interrupted by a knock from her door, followed by Kurenai entering the room. Hey Anko. It's me Kurenai. I'm about to go down to the store. Need anything? She asked as she entered. Naruto quickly jumped to his feet and fought the urge to hug and kiss his savior. He instead rushed towards Kurenai and hid behind her. Curses. Anko spat. She was so close. Anko felt like crying at the moment. Naruto. What are you doing here in Anko's room? Kurenai asked as she looked at Naruto and then at Anko's state of dress or state of undress. Just trying to fix her pipes. Naruto quickly explained before snatching Kurenai's hand. Eager to get away from the psychotic Junin as fast as possible. I'll come with you to the market district to buy some replacement pipes for it. See you later Anko-san. Naruto replied back quickly before dragging Kurenai out of the room. Not caring if Anko even understood what he just said because of how fast he said it. Anko watched as the two departed. She was slightly disappointed that her fun was cut short again. Her frown was soon replaced by a smile, remembering that he will need to come back to her room in order to fix her so-called broken pipes. Naruto and Kurenai soon found themselves at the bottom of the steps of the Kunoichi Inn. Naruto out of breath, while Kurenai glared at him, annoyed at being dragged all the way outside without any preamble. Care to explain to me why you're at Anko's room? Kurenai questioned Naruto, her hands across her chest, ready to give him another lecture about the inappropriateness of his presence in any of the girls' rooms. Naruto looked up from his bent position, trying to catch his breath. He was rather annoyed that he was always at fault. It wasn't his fault. Anko trapped him. He cringed at the thought of what might have been if Kurenai didn't barge in. Like I said, I came in there to fix her bathroom pipes. Apparently there's some problem with her hot water system. So I took a look. Naruto explained, trying to rein in his annoyance. He looked her in the eyes, daring her to say otherwise. Kurenai wanted to call him out, that his answer was a lie. It wasn't a very convincing story. First of all, she found them in the bedroom, with Anko's robe barely hanging off of her. That was all she needed to scold him. But looking at the challenge written in his sapphire eyes, she was forced to review the scene she had interrupted. Naruto was on the floor. He looked like a deer caught on headlights as he looked at Anko in fear. Anko had that mischievous gleam in her eyes. Kurenai was forced to have an internal debate. So far she had misjudged him twice. She has yet to apologize about the incident in the onsen. Knowing Anko as long as she had meant that she knew Anko's personality and behavior quite well. It hadn't escaped her attention that Anko seemed to be really keen on the blonde. Deciding to figure out everything later, she decided to let go of the issue for now. She can talk to Anko later and get her to explain to her what happened. Kurenai sighed. Well, since we're out here we might as well go to the market. Naruto seemed to accept her dismissal of the subject. To be honest, he really didn't want to think of what happened and what exactly the psychotic Junin had planned for him. He cringed thinking what could have inspired such interest to himself. He really didn't want to deal with her anytime soon. Anyo-sa, I thought you and Hinata-chan had already gone to the market yesterday? Naruto asked, curious as to why she needed to go to the market so soon. He distinctly remembering the girls explaining to Shizune what they were up to upon his arrival to the inn. Kurenai simply rubbed her forehead. Well, because of your surprise appearance, most of the groceries got trampled on because of all the excitement going on. She explained. She really didn't want to remember what kind of mess that fell on the inn. She was however surprised that Naruto volunteered to clean everything up, using his bunchins to help clean up the mess before the night was through. Thinking of all the work and chakra Naruto must have used to make up for the mess, made her feel guilty about almost castrating him in the onsen. The poor blonde probably wanted to relax his tired and aching muscles. The thought of his muscles made her think of his well-built and toned body. What was probably the most captivating thing about his beautiful body was not how built it was or how tanned and healthy he looks, but at how smooth his skin looked. There was no sign of scars or blemish upon his golden skin. A feat too impossible to be achieved by any male shinobi. Upon reflecting on the youth's body, she found herself blush at embarrassment. Thinking such unclean thoughts, she made a mental note to try and limit her contact with a certain Junin. Somewhere in the Anko's bedroom, Anko sneezed. She rubbed her nose vigorously, perhaps waiting for Naruto in her bed in a provocative pose, with her clothes hanging off isn't such a good idea. She's either getting a cold from the draft or someone was thinking of her. She grinned. She wished it was Naruto who was thinking of her. Gomen Nasai. Naruto apologized. Feeling guilty. He can only guess how much food must have been wasted. If he was Akamichi Choji, he would have cried at the injustice of it all and sought vengeance on the perpetrators. Then he got a brilliant idea, slapping his fist against his open palm, surprising Kurenai. "Wait right here," Naruto practically shouted at her as he rushed back up the endless stone steps and back in the inn. "Huh," was all Kurenai could say, amazed at how fast Naruto disappeared. Upon reaching the inn's foyer, Naruto then used his body flicker technique to get to his room undetected. He really didn't want to be ambushed by Anko again. Reaching his room, he began to look through his pack, the dresser and finally the closet. Scratching his head in annoyance, he still couldn't find it. "Where is it?" he asked no one but himself, trying to lower his voice down as to not alert or disturb anyone else in the inn, most especially Anko. Then an epiphany struck him. Slapping his face for being such a dolt, he lifted up the mattress and found what he was looking for. "There you are, Gama-chan." Naruto purred at his green frog wallet, hugging the frog purse in his face. "Ero Sennin will not bother you anymore, I promise." Naruto cooed at the wallet. "You've gotten quite big, you know, but right now I need you to lose a bit of weight, okay?" Not bothering to change clothes since he didn't want to make Kurenai wait any longer than necessary, he simply put Gama-chan in the pocket of his cargo pants. Using his body flicker technique, he once again disappeared and reappeared right before the very surprised Yuhi Kurenai. To say that Kurenai was surprised was a bit of an understatement. She nearly screamed from being caught off guard. She was so intent on Naruto barging down through the stairs that she was unprepared for him appearing right in front of her. She was so surprised, in fact, that she took a step back and lost her footing. Naruto saw her fall. Acting on instincts, he wrapped one arm behind her back and the other on her waist to support her. They stood there frozen, too shocked to move. A few passers-by looked at the two and shook their heads and continued walking. To them, the two looked like they were rehearsing some form of dance and the blonde had just tipped the woman as a finale. Although why they should be stuck in that form was a mystery. In any case, from their attire and forehead protector, they had already guessed they were shinobi and whatever they were doing was none of their business. Realizing the intimate manner he was holding Kurenai, he began to set her on her feet. She didn't look well enough to stand, so he continued to hold her against him. Kurenai, on the other hand, was flustered. Never before had she been held so intimately and with so much care and concern. She became aware that she now stood on her 2 feet. A bit shaky at first, but noticed that he didn't remove his hand around her body. A part of her raged at being taken advantage of, but another part of her was thankful that he didn't let her fall. She was aware of his warmth radiating from his body. The subtle scent of his masculine body combined with his musky cologne was causing chaotic responses deep within herself. She was intimately too close. She was fighting the temptation of just letting her body to simply melt against him. "Kurenai-sensei?" Naruto asked through her fogged mind, jolting her out of her dazed state. Kurenai looked up and nearly cursed. She forgot just how tall the youth has gotten. She looked up in his gorgeous sapphire eyes and all of her senses seemed to have left her. "Kurenai-sensei, are you all right?" Naruto asked in genuine concern. She seemed to just leaned against his body for support. The shock he must have given her was far too much for her to handle. "Era? Oh, of course," Kurenai replied as she quickly got a hold of herself, embarrassed at how immature she must have looked. She had promised herself to look after the girls and keep an eye on him. But it looks like she needs to keep an eye on herself as well, judging from her earlier reaction. "Are you sure?" Naruto prodded, still keeping a firm hold of her. "Yes. I am fine. You can let go of me now," she replied back, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Then, as though burned, Naruto quickly let her go and took a few steps back. "Gomen Nasai." Naruto apologized profusely. Kurenai didn't know whether to be disappointed at how fast he let her go or the fact that he didn't even grope her while he was holding her. It's fine, Naruto. No harm done." Kurenai replied back. "Why don't we just head to the market?" Naruto only nodded in response, and without further preamble, the pair set off towards Konoha's market district. 3 hours later, "Are you sure you bought enough?" "Yeah, it looked like you brought the whole store." "It must be done. Besides, there's the residences needs to think about. You shouldn't have to go through all these trouble, you know." They can probably shop for their own. I know, but at least they won't have to worry about it later. This way, it will be much more convenient for them. You really amaze me, you know. Naruto suddenly blushed. Well, that's why I'm here for. To make sure that I meet all your needs. Naruto replied back. It's part of being a manager after all. That's easy for you to say, one of Naruto's bunshin responded. Yeah, exclaimed a few other bunshins. You're not the one carrying the groceries, all of Naruto's bunshin grumbled. Shut the hell up, all of you, Naruto shouted at his clones. Stupid, good-for-nothing pack of crybabies, Naruto muttered under his breath, making Kurenai giggle. Behind Naruto and Kurenai are 5 bunshin clones, all carrying heavy bags of groceries. Each clone carrying at least 4 bags. 1 on each underarm and 1 on each hand. Naruto. Why don't you create more bunshins? These bags ain't exactly lightweight, you know, one of the bunshins complained. Naruto angrily turned around. Baka. If I created more clones, then we won't be able to walk through the streets. The market is crowded enough as it is. Who are you calling Baka? Baka, one of the bunshin groused. Stop shouting. No, you stop shouting, make me. Baka. Who are you calling Baka? Baka, Kurenai couldn't help but laugh. Naruto was arguing with himself, in public. Never thought I'd see the day you'd actually call yourself Baka, Baka. All of the bunshins ceased all argument when they heard the voice sardonically interrupt them. All of them glared at him. Naruto on the other hand smirked. It's been a long time, dog breath. Inuzuka Kiba stepped into view. Yo Naruto. Great to see you again. Then nodded towards Kurenai. Sensei. Kurenai smiled at her ward. Kiba. To her surprise, Naruto gave her ward a hug, which in turn turned to a little rough housing. What was that for? Kiba groused, finally able to release himself from Naruto's headlock. That's for calling me Baka. Naruto smirked. When did you get back, bro? Kiba asked. He had formed a friendship with the blonde during his short stay at Konoha. Actually all of the Rookie 9 and Team Guy. Just yesterday. Well shoot man. You should have sent word or something. Kiba reprimanded the blonde. Have you caught up with the guys yet? No, not yet. Well listen up. Me and the guys will be meeting tonight at Osamu's hangout. You know the barbecue place where he takes his team all the time? Come by man. Kiba invited. Sure, why not? I'll see you guys there, Naruto replied back enthusiastically. Hey. You're still as loud as ever. Well, I better go and pick up Akamaru from the vet. Be seeing you, Naruto. Sensei. Kiba replied back as he bid his farewell. Naruto on the other hand was positively beaming. It truly was great to be back home. Kurenai watched the blonde at the corner of her eyes. Her heart nearly broke. He was happy, truly happy. He did not wear his huge grin that he uses on everyone else. Instead it was just a simple smile. A curve on his lips. But his eyes were amazing. It was brighter than before, its color richer. She had never seen this side of him. His aura was lighter too. She felt it. The happiness that he must be experiencing seeping through her skin, surrounding her heart with warmth. She wanted nothing more but to see this side of him. She felt a small pang of disappointment of not knowing the blonde more. Perhaps she could help him. Like she helped Hyuga Hinata. The remainder of their shopping trip was quiet. Well, as quiet as it can be between Naruto and Kurenai, but the bunshins continued to gripe and whine about the amount of bags they carried. Even though there were now another 3 bunshins added to the mix, making a total of 8 bunshins, all in the same state as earlier. Kurenai didn't want to ruin the blonde's happy attitude. She didn't have to. After a few encounters with the other citizens, Naruto's happy cheer began to fade. Kurenai found it amazing how Naruto simply ignored the citizens' jeers and insults. Most of them she knew were spiteful and hurtful. She winced at some of the insults they threw at the blonde. But Naruto remained stoic. His face didn't show any emotion or expression. He ignored them. A few of them were even brave enough to throw rotten tomatoes at them. He simply ignored them. That is until one accidentally hit her. The look he gave them was the most frightening look she has ever seen. His blue eyes became violent red as red chakra began to emanate from his body. The look froze everyone in the immediate area. The culprits responsible emptied their bladders prematurely from fear. The look in his eyes promised a slow and agonizing death. The killer intent he radiated rivaled the ones Kurenai had experienced from the Chunin exams long ago when she watched the preliminaries fight between Subaku Gaara and Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto? Kurenai found herself call his name shakily. She watched him struggle to keep himself in control. He grinded his teeth. His fangs was visible. His whisker mark more pronounced. "Listen, worm, and listen well," Naruto growled. His voice deeper and more menacing. "I do not care what you do to me. I can easily let that slide. But don't you ever get an innocent involved, or so help me I will slash your worthless body and choke you with your own insides, then hang you with it." Naruto then turned his attention towards the crowd. "That goes for the rest of you. If you all truly wish to test my patience, then so be it. I will enjoy bathing in your blood, feasting on your dead and worthless carcass." With those words, the crowd parted like the Red Sea, making way for him and his bunchins. Too terrified of him and what he could do, Kurenai quickly followed him. "You shouldn't have let them get to you," Kurenai spoke up. Breaking the uneasy silence, she knew that little stunt he pulled would spread like wildfire. "They got you," was all Naruto said, not bothering to turn around and speak to her. Kurenai rubbed her shoulder, the part where one of the wayward tomatoes hit her by accident. She watched him and noticed the state of his back. His black shirt was covered by tomato paste. It was also the same on his arms, and she can only guess that it was the same with his front. His hair was a mess as well. The bunchins fared much better. They avoided the tomato projectiles while still carrying the groceries they held without spilling a drop. "I could have easily handled the situation," Kurenai defended. She felt rather guilty for getting him into trouble. She herself was about to tell off the villagers, appalled at how they treated the blonde. She had never known that this is how the villagers treated him. Of course she knew a few that gossiped and cursed him behind his back, but never knew that he was physically being abused as well. Looking at him, she was amazed at how he reacted. He didn't react because the cruel treatment has gone far enough and that he was sick of the hatred and animosity they showed him. No, he was used to it. No one should be used to such harsh treatment. Looking at him, she could only imagine the animosity and abuse that he had gone through most of his life. Suffered in the same village that he was trying to protect and serve. He only retaliated because she got caught in the firing line. She shuddered at the thought. What if she had not been with him? Would he just endured the abuse? Would he just stood there and let them continue to abuse him emotionally, mentally, and physically? "Nay, Kurenai-sensei. Do you think the other girls liked the stuff I bought for them?" He turned around wearing a grin. Kurenai nearly cried. His grin didn't meet his eyes. His eyes had gone duller, as if a part of him died. "Naruto," she managed to say. Her words were shaky. Naruto then turned around and looked forward, his hands behind the back of his head, giving anyone who cared enough to look that he was relaxed. But Kurenai knew better. "I'm sure they will," she finally managed to say. "Yeah," Naruto replied back as he continued to walk. "Well, they better," one of the bunchins spoke up. "Yeah," replied the others. "Otherwise we will kick your ass," they all shouted in unison. Naruto turned around and stuck his tongue out at the bunchins. "I'd like to see you guys try, baka," Naruto angrily retorted to his bunchins. Fortunately, they were already at the Kunoichi inn. Hearing the commotion, the other girls came out. Seeing the girls come out, the bunchins simply placed the bags on the floor. All of them began to crack their knuckles in unison, glaring at Naruto. "We're at the inn now, Naruto," one of the bunchins spoke. "It's time for a little payback," the other bunchin replied. "Datbeo," the others agreed. Kurenai merely shook her head as she asked the girls to help her carry the groceries towards the inn. 8 bunchins charged Naruto. The girls could hear Naruto from the inside of the inn. All the girls were present except for Temari and Ino. Tenten could hardly believe the amount of groceries Kurenai and Naruto bought from the market. There were in fact 32 bags of groceries. Each bunchin carried 4 bags each. "Wow. Kurenai-san. You and Naruto must have bought the whole store," Tenten remarked excitedly. "Isn't this a bit too much, Kurenai?" Shizune asked. "Who cares?" Anko answered. Anko was about to unpack the grocery bags when Kurenai stopped her. "Wait until Naruto comes in, Anko," Kurenai said to her friend. stopping Tenten from her tracks as well. "Why is that Kurenai-san?" asked Tenten. She was eager as Anko to unload all groceries and see what they have bought. "It was Naruto who went all through the trouble of shopping for us. I think at least 2 bags go to each resident of the inn and the rest is just food and necessities for the inn," Kurenai answered. "He did what?" Anko replied back, flabbergasted that the blonde brought each of the residents' presents. "Naruto-kun." Hinata whispered in shock. Her affection for the blonde grew. He was just too thoughtful for words. Shizune only sighed. She always knew Naruto was thoughtful, but he kind of went little bit overboard with the shopping. She could only guess that he had used most of his pay for groceries. It was a sweet and kind gesture nonetheless. Tenten couldn't believe that a guy she barely knew bought so much stuff for them. She was flattered that he thought about them. She couldn't help but be impressed with the blonde's kind gesture. It was then that the object of their thoughts walked into the room, looking worse for wear. They watched him enter with a melancholy look upon his face. Naruto, feeling that everyone's attention was upon his person, instantly brought a grin upon his face. And for a split second anyone who cared enough to look would have been mistaken that the frown was ever present. It was gone before anyone could even question him about it. Kurenai wanted to reach out to him and try and comfort him but restrained herself. She didn't know what she could possibly say to him. Naruto gave everyone a sheepish smile. "Sorry about these ladies. Guess I have to go and get cleaned up," he informed them when he noticed they were looking at his state of dress. He was still covered with the gunk the villagers threw at him at the market square. On top of that, his clothing was torn from his little squabble with his bunchins. He absent-mindedly scratched the back of his head before heading towards the stairs and directly up his room, leaving the rest of the residents in their own thoughts. "Sue, do we unpack the bags or what?" Anko asked, breaking the silence. "Fine. I'll tell you which bags to unpack. The rest would remain packed. It's better that Naruto give it to you in person," Kurenai suggested. "They'll have to unload the food and store them away. The rest could wait till later." As they began to unpack the food, Shizune stood beside Kurenai. She then began to ask Kurenai about Naruto, keeping her voice down as to not alert the other girls. Anko, Hinata and Tenten on the other hand were busy talking about the amount of food and supplies and what to do with them. "What happened?" Shizune asked, worried about Naruto. Kurenai frowned, and then sighed. "Trust me, Shiz, you don't want to know." Naruto on the other hand was still seething. The fight with his bunchins elevated some of his aggression, but it wasn't enough. His thoughts were still fixed on what had happened earlier. He was getting sick and tired of the treatment he received. While he was happy to have returned to his village and meeting his old friends, he still couldn't help but feel depressed that the village's animosity has not lessened since he left. Nothing has changed. He went to take a shower and tried to avert his troublesome thoughts elsewhere. But it was too hard. Memories from his childhood began to resurface. He could feel the sticks, stones and blade as it pierced his skin. He could still smell the burning scent of his flesh as the village continued to try and kill him. They tried everything. From poison, violence, arson and torture. He remembered running for his life and running through the streets, while the rest of the people only jeered, stood there and watched as he begged for them to stop. He ran as far as his little legs could carry him, finally finding sanctuary in the arms of the Sandaime, Sarutobi. He remembered losing consciousness in his arms as the pain in his battered body intensified. Tears began to mix with the cascading water of the shower. He remembered waking up on a hospital bed with the Sandaime watching over him. It was then that he had met Jiraiya. The bruises in his body healed. The visible scars in his skin vanished. But the ache in his heart never faded. There were just scars that went too deep and etched itself within his heart. He leaned his head against the cold tile wall while his hands were flat against it. Trying to hold himself up, he didn't notice his hands slowly became fists, nor did he notice they were turning white as tears continued to mix with the cascading water. Kyuubi for once kept its thoughts and mouth closed. Kyuubi could see the images as it flashed through Naruto's mind. Kyuubi wanted nothing more than to decimate the entire village and watched everyone that had wronged Naruto hanged by their own entrails. To watch the whole village burn down and hear their screams of agony and pain. To watch them beg for their lives. Could they not see that the human boy was their savior? The only thing that was stopping Kyuubi from destroying them? How could they treat the boy so? Foolish humans. Was all Kyuubi could say. Damn these mortals and their foolish lives. Do they not know how close they came into their own destruction? Naruto finally wrenched himself from his painful thoughts. He needed to work the rage out of his system. With that thought, he quickly got dressed and disposed his shirt in the nearby waste bin. There was no point in trying to mend the ruined clothes. It will only fuel his rage more and will serve as a reminder of how the village viewed him. He was just putting his combat boots on when Shizune knocked on his door. "Naruto," she called tentatively. "Come in, Nichan." He replied back without taking his attention off tying his laces. Shizune slid the door open and found Naruto already dressed. He doesn't seem as energetic as this morning. Nor did he have the same vibrancy as he first arrived. He was more subdued now, more rigid. She sat next to him on his bed. Naruto didn't look at her and simply continued to finish putting his shoes on. "Naruto," she said. She tentatively reached out to him. As her hand began to touch his back, she felt him stiffen. She could have sworn she saw him wince. She began to rub his back as to comfort him. "What happened?" she asked, worried at his reaction. He remained silent. "Talk to me, Naruto," she asked softly, only to be met by his silence once again. Shizune felt her heart break. She knew something was wrong. So without thinking about it, she wrapped her arms around him. She felt him stiffen once more. "I need to train." Naruto spoke, but his voice quivered. His mind still had flashes of images of abuse from his childhood. "Come back to us, Naruto," Shizune heard herself say. She didn't know why, but she felt that the Naruto in her arms was not the same Naruto she knew. "I will be fine, Nichan." Naruto replied back as he untangled her arms around him before looking her in the eyes. "I will be fine, Nichan. Don't worry. I will smile again. You'll see," he reassured her, even though he could feel his eyes begin to sting. He gave her one of his patented grins. The one that says there's nothing to worry about, even though deep inside he felt like his heart was ripping into pieces. She saw his blue orbs begin to water as he looked away. He then got up and left the room without a second glance nor another word. At that moment Shizune knew she was crying as she watched the blonde leave the room, his back becoming blurry and obscured because of tears that ran down her cheeks. Konoha Forest Training Grounds. Temari didn't feel like going back to the inn. She wanted to train and enjoy the lush color the Konoha Forest provided. Back in her country, everything was sand. Sand as far as the eye can see. The weather changed drastically from scorching heat to blistering colds. The winds cuts through the skin like razor-sharp knives. Unlike Konoha. The weather was fair and it was peaceful. She ran through the forests enjoying the sights and scents of the trees and flowers. The sounds of wildlife that frolicked throughout the grounds. She thanked her little brother for approving her decision at remaining at Konoha and becoming the Leaf and Sands ambassador. She loved the wind against her skin as she ran and explored the forest. That is until a loud noise interrupted her leisurely run. She frowned as she began to feel a great amount of chakra build up at east side of the forest. It was at the training grounds. Whoever was training was sure training really hard to emit that kind of chakra. Perhaps they wouldn't mind sparring with me for a while? With that thought, Temari began to head towards the east side of the forest towards the training grounds. Naruto watched his opponents. 50 bunshins were now reduced to 34. It wasn't bad. He had only used taijutsu so far and had not used any of his flashier jutsus. He wanted to release his aggression and rage. He wanted to use his fists. His bunshins had used Rasengan against him. He had avoided their attacks by using them against the others, dodging and feinting. Others began to use fire jutsus as well. He felt his blood pumping through his veins as adrenaline fueled his excitement. He was sweating profusely and he could taste his own blood against his lips. He could feel Kyuubi's excitement and demanded that he use its chakra, but Naruto refused. He wanted to release his aggression, nothing more. He saw his bunshins move and he leapt from his crouching position and began to attack. Temari stopped in her tracks when she saw who the figure was. It was none other than Uzumaki Naruto. She knew she should leave, but she was entranced by the sight of the battle before her. She watched fascinated as she saw dozens of clones charged at the worse for wear Naruto. She guessed the scruffy-looking one must be the original since all the other clones were charging at it. She watched as the clones used fire jutsus and various chakra energy attacks, while Naruto used taijutsu and ninjutsu. She watched him move and was awed by how fast he was. She saw how he dodged and avoided the attacks while only suffering minor injuries. One by one the clones began to puff in non-existence as he exchanged blows with his clones. She was so preoccupied in watching him that she didn't see the Rasengan hit the tree she was perched at until it was too late. Tamari gave out a startled yelp as she began to fall towards the ground. She was too surprised to act and braced herself for a painful landing. She closed her eyes and readied herself for the impact. But to her surprise she didn't feel the hard ground. Rather she felt warm and secure. She felt like she was flying. She opened her eyes only to see herself in his arms. She felt a soft jolt, informing her that they had landed. But Naruto didn't let her go. Rather he faced the last of his clones. Baka. Watch where you're aiming, Naruto admonished his clone. He was lucky to have caught Tamari in mid-fall. I didn't know she was there, the clone replied back testily. Naruto didn't say another word and simply cancelled his clone. The clone disappeared in a puff of smoke. Moron, Naruto muttered under his breath. He then checked Tamari in his arms, inspecting for any incurred injuries. Tamari blushed at such close perusal. She could feel his blue eyes examine her body. She was too aware of his strong arms around her, causing chaotic feelings within her. She had not been close to another male since Shikamaru, and even then he didn't dare hold her like this for the fear of what her brothers, more precisely Gaara, could do to him. Tamari-chan, are you okay? Naruto asked. His voice soft and full of worry. He couldn't believe he was so engrossed in the fight that he didn't pay attention to his surroundings. He only became aware of her presence when he heard her yelp. I'm fine, Naruto. She managed to say. Surprised that she sounded so unlike herself. Her voice sounded so unsure. Naruto frowned. Are you sure? You don't sound fine, he questioned as he looked at her more intensely. I would be fine if you would stop looking at me like that, Tamari found herself saying. She sounded breathless. His eyes were like sapphires and she found herself drowning in them. Sorry. Naruto apologized before setting her on the ground carefully, like she was fine glass. He wanted to make sure she didn't hurt herself. Thank you. Tamari replied back as she tried to restore her composure. She didn't know how to act around him. Seeing firsthand what he could do against Gaara made her terrified of him. Watching him training sent shivers up and down her spine. He looked like he pushed himself too hard. Judging from his form, he must have been facing more than the clones she had seen before she arrived. The way he dispatched them simply by using pure taijutsu and ninjutsu alone was outstanding and amazing. The fact that he could still stand further amazed her. Just what type of human was Uzumaki Naruto? He dusted himself off and then offered a hand towards her. She simply looked at the hand and then hesitantly put her hand on his. She felt a mild electric jolt run through her body and she visibly shivered. Naruto thought she needed extra help since she seemed like she was in shock and have trouble standing up, so he jerked her up. Unfortunately he didn't know his own strength for he tugged her a little too hard. She stood up all right but not before slamming against his rock-solid chest, loosing his balance and making him fall flat on his back while she landed on top of him. Pppff, thud. Hey. I guess I didn't know my own strength, he told her while blushing furiously. All the while praying she won't kill him. He gave an awkward laugh just to try and defuse the situation. Tamari blushed furiously. She bit her lower lip, trying to fight the reaction of snuggling closer to him. His arms were around her waist. He must have wrapped his arms around her to save her from the fall. And somehow she didn't want him to let go. She just wanted him to hold her like this. It had been so long since she was held like this. He was so warm and comfortable. He also smelled so good. She could smell his shampoo mixing with sweat making her heady. She could feel her heart race and she could have sworn she could almost hear both their heartbeats as though it was trying to synchronize with each other. Tamari-chan, not that I'm complaining or anything, but do you mind getting off me now? Naruto asked tentatively. The way she was looking at him was making him all too aware of their situation. He could already tell that blood was now pumping in his lower regions and pretty soon he was sure she would be able to feel his tent. Like lightning, Tamari got off the blonde. They both blushed and remained silent, unsure what to actually say to each other. Naruto, Tamari began, but caught herself. What could she possibly say to him after this? You fight good, she found herself saying. You fight good? You fight good? Good God, I've lost the capacity to think coherently, her mind screamed. Thanks. Naruto replied back as he gave her one of his foxy grins. Maybe we could spar sometime. He replied back as he once again got up. He offered his hand once again. This time she only gave him a lopsided grin and shook her head. Yeah. Maybe we can. She replied back. Glad that she finally gotten her composure back, she began to dust herself off and stood up on her own. She then turned to face him and had to take a double take. The scrapes that was around his face has started to heal and had stopped bleeding. Dosh ta? What's wrong? Do I have something in my face? Naruto asked. His only reply was Tamari stepping into his personal space and caressed his cheek, unaware of what she was actually doing. Your cuts, they've stopped bleeding. She answered him as her eyes narrowed in concentration, bringing her face closer to his to inspect him more closely, her fingers tracing his cuts. Naruto winced, which made Tamari withdrew her hand. He could see she was puzzled by this and decided to tell her the excuse Jiraiya had taught him long ago when asked about his healing factor. All the while blushing at such an intimate contact. He was not used to having any sort of contact with another person. It was because they mostly want to maim him. The only contact he was used to was Shizune and Tsunade, and even then it doesn't happen a lot. It's a family bloodline. Naruto answered her. You mean a bloodline limit? Tamari clarified. She knew only few of the bloodlines. Residing in Konoha enabled her to learn more about them. She fought the urge to try and trace his cuts with her fingertips, to make sure what he said was true. Another reason she was trying to stop was the rising desire to touch his warm skin. Yeah. My bloodline limit is healing. I can heal myself in rapid speed, he answered. He didn't want to elaborate more since he really didn't like to lie. Though technically it wasn't a lie since it was technically true, though it was more because of Kyuubi. I see. Tamari replied back. Naruto's answer just gave her the answer she was looking for. It explained a lot. No wonder he could stand up against her brother Gaara. Only a person with a healing factor could withstand her brother's attack because of the amount of damage he could cause. It must be a pretty strong bloodline to be able to survive Gaara's attack and ultimate form. With his bloodline limit he could easily become a super soldier. So what are you doing out here anyways? Are you training as well? He asked nonchalantly. Tamari valued her privacy a lot and bristled against his prying question. It's none of your business. She snapped back at him before realizing who she was talking to. The guy that defeated her brother. She saw him flinch and stiffen at her response. She could have sworn she saw something in his eyes before it quickly vanished and was replaced by a neutral stare. There were no longer warmth in his eyes. I mean, don't worry about it, Tamari-chan. Sorry I asked. He replied back before turning his back to her. I have to go back to the inn and get washed up. I just remembered I'm meant to meet with the guys at the restaurant. I'll just see you later. He replied back, bidding his farewell. Yane. Naruto, wait. Tamari called. She didn't mean to sound why. She wanted to explain herself, but it was too late. Naruto had left. Tamari stood there in the middle of the training ground. She was alone. The wind blew past her hair, carrying the scents of the flowers and leaves. She could hear the wildlife as they frolicked through the forest, but somehow it wasn't the same anymore. She just felt empty, cold and alone. Naruto dashed through the forest back to the village. He jumped from one tree branch to another. His mind was racing. Questions plagued his head. He and Tamari were getting along so well, so why did she suddenly want to bite his head off? He shook his head. Sakura was the same. He remembered the many times he conversed with his teammate years ago. She was nice one minute and violent the next. It was the same deal with Tsunade. Were all women like this? For the life of him, he would never understand women. You and me both, Kit. You and me both. Kyuubi agreed. But Temari's response to his simple question only managed to remind him of how much people loathed him. Was he really that despicable and annoying? You have your days, Kit. Kyuubi answered him. I wasn't talking to you. Naruto replied back. Who else are you talking to? Yourself. I don't think I can handle hearing more voices in here, Kit. Kyuubi mocked him. Or could it be that insistent hawk hovering above you? Naruto looked up. True enough, there was a summoning bird hovering above him. Naruto frowned. It seemed he was being summoned towards the Hokage Tower. Naruto dashed through the forest back to the village. He jumped from one tree branch to another. His mind was racing. Questions plagued his head. He and Tamari were getting on so well, so why did she suddenly want to bite his head off? He shook his head. Sakura was the same. He remembered the many times he conversed with his teammate years ago. She was nice one minute and violent the next. It was the same deal with Tsunade. Were all women like this? For the life of him, he would never understand women. You and me both, Kit. You and me both. Kyuubi agreed. But Temari's response to his simple question only manages to remind him of how much people loathed him. Was he really that despicable and annoying? You have your days, Kit. Kyuubi answered him. I wasn't talking to you, Naruto replied back. Who else are you talking to? Yourself. I don't think I can handle hearing more voices in here, Kit. Kyuubi mocked him. Or could it be that insistent hawk hovering above you? Naruto looked up. True enough, there was a summoning bird hovering above him. Naruto frowned. It seemed he was being summoned towards the Hokage Tower. Kurenai frowned at the scene before her. She schooled her features well as to not give away any emotion she felt. She had been summoned towards the Hokage Tower. At first she had no clue as to why she was being summoned. She assumed it was for a mission, but looking at the people before her, gave her a pretty good idea as to why she was here. Tsunade was sitting at her table. Before her left stood Kurenai, in the middle were 5 Anbu nins and to her right stood 3 civilian villagers. Tsunade watched them with keen eyes. This did not look well. She had her elbows on her desk and her fingers were steepled together in a brooding manner. She watched the people before her, trying to gauge out their intentions. It seems Naruto's return has been an unwelcomed one. The silence in the room was interrupted when the blonde shinobi in concern entered the room. Automatically the 3 villagers voiced out their outrage. Bakemono. Oni. The other villager on the other hand just spat on his direction, making Tsunade raise one of her delicately shaped eyebrow. The Anbu guards immediately blocked the path of the 3 outraged villagers who were trying to maim Naruto. Naruto merely scoffed. He felt Kurenai immediately approached his side, resting a hand on his shoulder trying to reassure him. He immediately stiffened from the contact but forced his body to relax, which was gone unnoticed by Tsunade. Tsunade wanted to laugh at the villagers' antics. She had called the Anbu in her office not to try and hold the civilians at bay but to try and stop Naruto in case he gets out of hand. It seemed she never really needed the Anbu, for Naruto merely glared at the 3 and they immediately stopped their tirade. Naruto, being in a bad mood, was not going to put up with any of this crap any longer. He merely glared at the civilians' direction. It wasn't really his fault when a little bit of his killing intent leaked off. It was more Kyuubi's fault. He knew the demon wanted nothing better than to escape his prison and maul the people before him. When the civilians felt the killing intent directed at them as well as the killer glare Naruto threw, they immediately halted. It was easy to pretend that they can harm the Jiruchiki, delusions will do that. The civilians knew they didn't stand a chance against a demon container with the power of the 9-tailed fox, but they could only try. They were spurred on by the fact that there were Anbu guards in the immediate area, added by the fact that they were before the Godem. They knew that the Godem will never let anything happen to them. They also knew that the bastard demon child will not do anything to them before one of the great Sanins. But feeling the killer intent leaking off the demon child was enough to stop them. One of them visibly sweated and felt that their bladder was once again about to relieve itself. As much as all this amused Tsunade, she knew she had to stop this little debacle. Stop it, Naruto, Tsunade said to the blonde dismissively. Naruto merely looked at the blonde woman and did as he was told. Giving her a neutral stare. You summoned? He replied back. He watched the other 3 villagers from the corner of his eye. He then recognized one of them from the market square. Naruto, you're summoned here before me to answer complaints about your person. Tsunade sighed. As she waited for him to respond, she was met by silence. Godem-sama. That demon before you had just threatened to kill us, one of the braver 3 responded angrily. Is this true? Tsunade questioned Naruto. No, it is not, Tsunade-sama. Kurenai defended the blonde. Naruto and I were minding our own business when these low lives attacked us. We did not, protested one. That demon is a menace and deserves to die, protested the other. Enough, Tsunade shouted, her voice bouncing off the walls. Shizune then entered the room with Taunton in her arms. She had heard Tsunade's stressed voice and immediately came to her aid. After the brief discussion with Naruto, Shizune decided to return to the Hokage Tower when Kurenai was summoned. She was hoping to speak with Tsunade about Naruto, but it seemed it will have to wait. She glanced at Naruto's direction and she felt her heart ache. He was wearing one of his many masks, and she couldn't blame him. She could feel that Naruto was trying to restrain himself from defending himself from the villagers' wild allegations. She had heard the shouts the villagers aimed at him from outside Tsunade's office. She watched as her sensei rubbed her temples in frustration. "Kurenai, I take it you were with Naruto at the time of the alleged threat?" Tsunade asked. "Hi." Kurenai nodded. "What exactly did Naruto do next?" Tsunade asked. "He did nothing at first. He didn't even try and defend himself as they began to throw rotten vegetables at him." "Liar." Tsunade glared at the villager's outburst and motioned for Kurenai to continue. "He didn't do anything at all. Until one wayward tomato hit me on my shoulder." Kurenai explained as she rubbed her shoulder, the part where the tomato hit her. "That was when Naruto got angry and threatened them." "I see." She then looked at one of the Anbu guards. "I take it you were there at the time too?" she asked. "Hi Godem-sama." The Anbu wearing a monkey mask replied. "I came to the area as soon as I felt the enormous chakra and killing intent the youth was radiating." "What happened?" Tsunade questioned. "After he had threatened the plaintiffs, he just simply walked away." The Anbu explained. "Now in your honest opinion, do you think that Naruto would have harmed them?" Tsunade continued her questioning. Amazed that Naruto would walk away after such an event, she herself wouldn't have walked away without setting an example or two if she was faced with such prejudice. "In my honest opinion Godem-sama, he would have. But then again if I was treated with the same kind of animosity I wouldn't simply have walked away. I would have followed through with the threat." The Anbu answered. Which was true. As a shinobi, people should treat them with the respect they had earned. Setting a simple example would prevent future conflicts down the road. The Anbu's answer both shocked and frightened the civilians. Did the Anbu realize what type of monster they were defending? "Right then. Naruto, do you have anything to say to defend yourself?" Tsunade asked, trying to gauge out Naruto's emotion. But she didn't succeed. Naruto had learned to school his emotions well while he was away, or has it always been there and that she had never noticed to begin with? "I stand by my words." Naruto replied back as he glared at the villagers. He doesn't care what they do him. He could take the abuse, but he will not let their hatred involve another person or being. They are innocent. They shouldn't suffer just because they were in his company. Tsunade then remained quiet. Everyone in the room awaited for her decision. Shizune and Kurenai waited nervously for her decision while Naruto remained neutral. Shizune and Kurenai had never seen Tsunade so pensive and so serious, especially when it involved Naruto. Normally she would just end up giving Naruto a love tap. Punches. To teach him a lesson, and that would be all. But it seems the whole ordeal that Naruto was involved in was a more serious crime. "Very well then, you three are under arrest," Tsunade said towards the shocked civilians. "What? What for?" they all blurted out, flabbergasted by the sudden turn of events. "For inciting a riot in a public place," Tsunade explained before giving the Anbu guards a nod to take the three villagers towards the holding cells. "But he's a demon," protested one. "Enough. Guards, take them to the holding cells. Let them stew for the crimes they have committed," Tsunade ordered. She will not tolerate any disobedience from her decision. She will also not tolerate anyone bearing ill will towards her precious people. "As for the rest of you, you may leave. Naruto, you shall stay. I still need to speak to you about your behavior." Tsunade ordered the rest of the people in the room who were reluctant in leaving, especially Kurenai and Shizune, who wanted to try and talk to Naruto. Naruto merely remained silent but gave a curt nod. As Kurenai and Shizune walked past him on their way out, Shizune gave Naruto a reassuring pat on his shoulder, which made Naruto slightly jump. The most reaction Tsunade had seen from the loud mouth upon entering her office. Shizune too became concerned from the way Naruto reacted. That was twice now that Naruto reacted in such a peculiar way. When Naruto was in his hyper mood, he welcomed affection of any form, whether it was from Sakura or Tsunade's love taps, daily punches, hugs or teasing. This was another side of Naruto that she had never seen before, and it bothered the young medic Nin. Tsunade observed Naruto through narrowed eyes. Naruto had always been so hard to decipher. He was like a jigsaw puzzle. Each piece was surprising and contained a certain air of mystery. Just when she thought she had figured out one piece, She finds out that it doesn't even fit the enigma that is Uzumaki Naruto. She finds it frustrating, yet she finds she is drawn to him more because of it. Naruto has not been acting himself the moment he had stepped into her office, which screamed at her that something was definitely wrong with him. While she had always prayed to see Naruto to become more mature and somewhat subdued, she had to admit that looking at him now at the very form of her wish, quiet, more subdued, well-behaved and most of all respectful, wasn't what she liked. In other words, she didn't like Naruto the way he is now. She almost wanted to grab Naruto by the shoulders and shake him until he returned to his usual hyperactive self, or at least beat some sense into him. The moment the two women left, she had begun to think of how to talk to him since he wasn't responding at all, not even to Shizune. The room became silent. Naruto and Tsunade ended up staring at each other, both maintaining eye contact. Both pair of eyes revealed nothing from their respective owners. Finally, sick of the growing silence, which proved to be deafening to both parties, Naruto decided to speak. Eager to just get everything over and done with. The sooner the day was finished, the sooner he could forget everything and move on. But you haven't moved on, Kit. You still haven't forgotten. Kyuubi commented from the back of his mind. Naruto couldn't help but agree. He couldn't forget. There will always be something that triggers such unwanted memories from his mind that continued to haunt him. There were nights that he woke up screaming and covered in cold sweat. The nightmares were the worst of all things he had experienced. It relives everything. He was so engrossed in his thoughts that he didn't notice Tsunade had gotten up from her seat and was now standing before him, her eyes fixed on him. Naruto. She tentatively whispered the youth's name. She could see he was preoccupied with his thoughts. She wondered what was going through his mind at that very moment. It couldn't have been anything pleasant, judging from the frown that was now forming on his face. Watching him now, she couldn't stop herself. She had denied herself the day before when he first arrived. She will not deny herself now. Not when she needed him right now. So without preamble, she wrapped her hand around him and engulfed him in a warm embrace. He remained still at first, unmoving, until he finally returned her gesture. For Naruto, it was quite painful for him to reciprocate, to drag himself away from his tormenting thoughts to respond to her kind act. It wasn't until he felt Tsunade's warmth did he realize this was exactly what he needed at the moment. He buried himself against her, savoring her warmth, basking in the comfort she provided. Tsunade held Naruto. There was something between them. Something that was better left unspoken. As she held him close, she came to a realization that she had indeed missed him. She had wanted to comfort him and drive whatever it was hurting him away. To block and wipe all his pains away. It took her a while to realize that her blouse was slowly getting drenched, but she didn't care. All she cared about was the blonde in her arms that made her live again. Naruto was lost in the moment. He didn't realize tears began to free themselves from his tormented eyes. From his tormented soul. It was far too late to stop them. All he thought about was how weak he was. How despicable he was. Tsunade began to rock him back and forth, cooing soothing words in his ear. "It's okay, Naruto, you're going to be okay. I'm here for you." She cooed in all honesty. She didn't realize that she too had began to shed tears for the blonde in her arms. They stayed like that for quite some time, never realizing how much time had gone by. For Naruto, letting himself go helped him a lot. He slowly began to feel much better, knowing the person who held him cared for him. To him it was enough to stop his tormenting thoughts. He hesitantly let go of her and looked at Tsunade's tear-streaked face. "Thank you, Ba-chan. I needed that," he replied back softly. Tsunade, on the other hand, was touched by the gentleness of his voice and could only respond by just giving him a playful slap on the shoulder. "You darn brat," she replied back as she recomposed herself, smiling as she saw him grin at her. Naruto suddenly jumped when he remembered he was supposed to meet his old friends. "Damn it, I'm late." He quickly wiped the tears from his eyes and tried to recompose himself while Tsunade watched him with amused eyes. It was great to see he was all right. "Sorry about this, Ba-chan," he told her while he rubbed the back of his head. The last thing he wanted was for Tsunade to worry about him. He was glad that Tsunade had chosen his side. "Baka. I told you not to call me that," she chided him. "I'm your Hokage. Show me some respect, brat." Naruto only gave her his patented foxy grins before he quickly left. "Thanks again, Haim-chan," as he dashed towards the exit and disappeared from her office. Tsunade just stood there as she watched the retreating youth. Harem-chan? She asked herself. It's been so long since she has been called that. Far too long. She then smiled. She liked that. Korean barbecue place. Please someone tell me what the place is called. At the Korean barbecue place, the guys were all gathered at one table. Team 8 and Team Guy were present. Shoji didn't waste any time ordering everything on the menu. Shikamaru was conversing with Neji while Kiba was teasing Lee while nudging Shino to agree with him. It was then that Kiba had remembered his encounter with Naruto. Oi guys. You'll never guess who I bumped into this morning on my way to pick up Akamaru. Kiba exclaimed excitedly. He watched as all of his friends' attention was now on his person. Oh. Tell us Kiba-san. Lee replied back. He was curious what youthful news his friend was to deliver. The rest of the guys just waited for Kiba to answer, giving them their rapt attention, all except for Shikamaru, who had already known who Kiba was talking about. Shikamaru just let out a loud sigh of boredom which caught his best friend's attention. Shoji knew that if Shikamaru was bored it means he had already figured it out. Who is it, Shikamaru? Asked Shoji. It's someone troublesome. Shikamaru answered cryptically. Hearing those words, Neji had began to try and work out who could possibly bump into Kiba that would concern their group. The two geniuses shared a look that said that they had worked it out, while Shoji and Lee were left hanging, waiting for Kiba to reveal the mystery person. Kiba looked around the table, glad that he had all their attention and glad that half of them had not worked out who he was talking about. It was always good to bring good and surprising news to the group. But before he could even open his mouth to continue his story, he was interrupted by a loud greeting. Oi! You guys miss me or what? All at once the guys looked at the newcomer. Naruto. They cried out in unison. I told you it will be troublesome. Shikamaru said to Choji. Choji was shocked and so were the others at the table. Kiba merely grinned. Even though Neji had figured out that it was probably Naruto that Kiba had bumped into, he had no idea he would be showing up tonight. Shino remained quiet as he always does while Lee's eyes were brimming with fire from joy. Still loud as ever it seems. Shino replied back, which made the guys laugh. It's great to see you too, bug freak. Naruto replied back as he gave the bug user a curt nod. Soon Naruto joined them at the table and began to catch up on old times. More about what had happened to Sasuke. Naruto found out Sasuke had left the village and had joined Sound to become more powerful. They told Naruto of the failed mission, the Sand siblings' arrival, and how Shino almost died in the encounter if not for Kakashi arriving in time. The battle proved to be a bit too much for both Sasuke and Kakashi since it left them with barely enough chakra. The fight was a draw. Kakashi had barely any chakra left when Kabuto arrived and assisted Sasuke's escape. Naruto listened intently at the story. He couldn't help but feel that he should have been there. He could have managed to persuade Sasuke to return or at least talk some sense into him. He looked at the solemn faces of his comrades. He could tell that Sasuke's treachery affected them. He couldn't understand how Sasuke could abandon the village that practically worshipped the ground that he walked on while he was treated with so much disdain. The mood had considerably darkened, so the guys opted to change the topic by asking Naruto about his travels and training. Which Naruto was too happy to oblige. Lee, Shoji and Kiba listened in rapt attention while Shikamaru, Shino and Neji deduced that 40% of his story had been exaggerated and had been altered to fuel Naruto's ego. Though it was hard to decipher which part since they all knew that Naruto had continued to grow stronger. The Chunin exams proved that. From being dead last to reaching the preliminaries. They were quite sure that if Naruto showed enough maturity and self-discipline during the exams, he could have reached Chunin the same time as Shikamaru. That's a load of bull and you know it, Kiba accused Naruto. There's no way you could pull something like that. Kiba. Don't underestimate the power of Naruto's youth. Lee defended. Awed by Naruto's story. He had found himself another rival other than his teammate Neji. You just wished you were in my position, dog breath. Naruto replied back, while Choji continued to munch on the food while listening to his comrades' conversation. So what's been happening with you guys lately? Naruto asked. Kiba grinned as he waited for Naruto to drink a mouthful of his drink before telling him the news that shocked the rest of them when they first found out. Seeing Kiba's mischievous grin, the rest of the guys observed Naruto, waiting to see how he will react while Shino leaned back from his seat. He didn't find it shocking at all. Shino got engaged. Kiba blurted out, which made Naruto's eyes pop out from surprise. The drink he was consuming ended up in the wrong pipe, so he spilled his drink. He threw up his drink, some of it coming out of his nose. What? Naruto sputtered in response, almost choking on his drink. He angrily glared at Kiba, vowing that he will get him later for this. The guys just laughed at Naruto, while the rest of the diners were grossed out by Naruto's reaction. Since when? Asked Naruto. Since last fall. Shino answered. He still couldn't figure out why this is such a big surprise to anyone. After all, he was male, formerly single, dark, mysterious and good-looking according to some Genin's girls and his own mother. To a girl, Naruto continued to ask, still couldn't believe that someone like Shino, who liked bugs and was too stern, serious and way too quiet, could hook up with a girl. Any girl for that matter. Why does this news surprise you so much, Naruto? Of course I am engaged to a female. Who else am I supposed to be engaged to? Surely not Kiba. Shino replied back. Everyone was surprised by the annoyance in Shino's voice. Shino was normally bland and straight to the point kind of guy. To hear him irritated and actually make fun of his teammate was something new to all of them. Naruto, on the other hand, felt sheepish by the way he was acting. Sorry, Shino. Got shocked, that's all. So who's the lucky woman? Naruto asked, curious as to what kind of woman was attracted to Shino. Her name is Kamizuru Suzumaki from Hidden Rock Village. Her clan has decided an alliance with Leaf as to revive her clan. Their clan also specializes in utilizing bugs. Shino explained. The Kamizuru clan had almost become extinct since the last Shinobi War. In order to revive their clan, they need to forge an alliance with Leaf. More specifically with the Aburame clan to revive their diminishing numbers. There's a great risk of betrayal from them since Leaf and Rock Villages still holds a grudge against each other, but the Kamizuru clan assured the Aburames that if they concede to the agreement, the remaining members of the Kamizuru clan will be migrating to Leaf as refugees. Neji explained. Suzumaki volunteered herself as a candidate for she is the granddaughter of the first Tsuchikage and seems to be the leader of the last remaining clan. Shikamaru added. Naruto nodded. Jiraiya had explained to him before about intervillage marriages and their purpose. He had never encountered such a situation to understand it very well, but somehow knowing that Shino was one of them, made his understanding about marriage treaties much better. He then wished his friend the best. Well, I hope it works out with you too, Naruto said to Shino. He remembered something about marriage treaties that Jiraiya had once told him about. Something about them being dangerous. But Naruto shrugged it off. All women are dangerous in his honest opinion. Hey Naruto, what you doing later on? Kiba asked Naruto. Neji and Shikamaru merely groaned. They knew what was coming. Kiba had always asked them to come with them, but after what had happened to Lee the last time they went, they had declined his offer. Naruto thought about what he needed to do. He really didn't feel like going back to the inn. Besides, the night was still young. It was only 10 at night. Nothing of importance. What's up? Want to come with us to the red light district for some fun? Kiba asked with a mischievous grin on his face. He loved going to the red light district and get himself plastered with booze. It's one of the places where he could actually unwind and pick up some women after a long hard day's work of missions. The rest of the guys were fun to hang out with, but most of the time they're as fun as a wet blanket. With Naruto being back, he can just imagine the fun they could have painting the town red. Yeah, sure, why not? You guys coming? Naruto asked the rest of the guys. Sorry guys, but I will have to pass. Need to go to the Hokage Tower early tomorrow to fill up some troublesome mission reports. Shikamaru declined. Have to pass too because I'm going to be taught some family techniques by my dad. Choji replied back, though he really did want to go with them. But the last time he went out with Kiba, they woke up in the holding cells for rowdy behavior. I will be training Hanabi-sama tomorrow and will be unable to attend. Lee, you cannot go with them. You are still prohibited by Hokage-sama after the last time we went out. Neji replied back. After the last time they went out, Lee accidentally consumed some sake with predictable results. Lee got drunk and trashed the place. It took all 4 of them to take him down since all of them were already inebriated, tipsy at the time, so they never noticed that Lee had managed to sneak in a drink for himself. Lee deflated at his comrade's reproach. It wasn't his fault he goes berserk from drinking alcohol. It was a great skill to have, but it was a lousy social mixer. Lee knows he doesn't need to have a drink to have fun, but he always felt left out when he watches his friends share a drink while he only had juice to drink too. I too need to be home early. My fiancé will be waiting for me, Shino replied back, which only made Kiba chuckle. You're not even married yet and she already has you whipped, Kiba quipped, eliciting chuckles from the guys at their table. I would have you know that I am not whipped, Shino defended, only to have Kiba mocked him by making whipping noises. Making those noises and gestures isn't going to achieve anything, nor would it make me change my mind, Shino replied back. Kiba simply continued making whipping noises, eliciting chuckles from their table and a few others. Shino waited. But finally Kiba's methods had won out. Very well, I will come along only if you stop that childish display. Yosh. Kiba grinned as he put his arm over his friend. I knew you wouldn't let me down, man. Kindly remove your arm away from my person. Your scent is aggravating my kikai bugs, Shino replied back blandly. Hey. Sorry, man. So I guess it will be me, you and Naruto, Kiba replied back as he hastily removed his arm away from Shino's shoulders. It's meant to be Shino, Naruto and I, Kiba. Neji corrected. Kiba has the most hideous grammar he had ever encountered. Then changed his mind when he saw Naruto. Make that second. Hey. I thought you weren't coming, Neji? Naruto replied back, thoroughly confused, which only made Kiba laugh. He was used to Neji correcting him all the time, but he never knew that Naruto interpreted his correction differently. How troublesome. Shikamaru commented while smirking himself. It was good to have Naruto back. He had never really seen the group so happy in years after Sasuke's betrayal. It was always mainly mission reports. They used to talk about not something trivial like this. It was good to see that everyone is having a good time. It's really great that you're back, Naruto, Kiba replied back while the rest of the guys agreed in his sentiment. We'll have a great time painting the town red, but in your case orange, as they continued to laugh in merriment. Another hour has passed before their little reunion came to a close as they went on their separate ways. Shino, Kiba and Naruto all headed towards Konoha's red light district for some fun, drinks and entertainment. Soon the night became a blur to Naruto as Kyuubi for once didn't use his powers to hinder the effects of alcohol in Naruto. The boy needs to have a break, besides it will be fun showing him everything he has done later. Kyuubi laughed as he saw the shenanigans the trio had gotten themselves into. Wait till Naruto finds out what they had done while he was drunk, Kyuubi laughed. The next day, Naruto woke up with a splitting headache as a gentle voice coaxed him to awaken. Naruto, huh? Naruto replied back. Naruto, the voice was definitely feminine. Naruto's eyes were still unfocused and his head was still fogged with sleep. He began to unsteadily stand up. You're finally awake, the voice replied back. Good, another feminine voice replied back. By now his eyes were beginning to focus, he can now make out 5 figures within his room. He can see that their faces were scarlet. The person who stood out most was Hinata's face, since she was blushing like there was no tomorrow. What the? He wanted to reply as he noticed the girls still wearing their nighties, looking hot as hell. For a moment he thought he was still dreaming, only it wasn't a dream and he knew it. He felt his body heat up as he began to blush. He never got finish his reply because Ino took charge. Naruto, could you please take off my shirt? Ino demanded, which indicated that Naruto should comply to or else. Which Naruto automatically complied to, feeling rather embarrassed as he watched Ino help him when he began to struggle with the shirt. Tenten was next. Could you please take off my skirt? As she giggled. Or would you rather I do it for you? Again Naruto took off Tenten's skirt, this time declining her offer of assistance as they both blushed. Take off my bra, Naruto, and could you please do it slowly? It's very delicate, you know. Anko replied back, relishing Naruto's reaction. It was black satin lacy bra. Very expensive, watched him with keen eyes as she licked her now dry lips. His hands became sweaty as he reached the clasp at the back to release the bra. His fingers shaking as he slid the straps of the bra smoothly off the shoulders, making all the girls blush at such an erotic display. NN Naruto-kun. See, could you please take off my you-under panties? Hinata stuttered as she blushed even brighter as she looked away. Embarrassed that she should be saying something brazen like that to him, but reassured herself that she needed to, since the other girls were confident enough to ask him to remove their clothing. With the last article of clothing removed, he finally stood there naked in embarrassment in front of the girls. He did his best to cover his privates with his hands, while Shizune shook her head. Do I even want to know what happened last night? Shizune sighed. By the look of things, Naruto got hammered last night. Too plastered, in fact, that they found him wearing a piece of each of the aforementioned girls' clothing. She winced when her nose caught whiff of the smell of alcohol leaking off of the blonde youth. Anko merely grinned. Is there something you need to tell us, Naruto? Something about borrowing our clothes and coming out of the closet? Not that she minded a tiniest bit. She found this rather entertaining and strangely enough intriguing. Kurenai merely shook her head as she joined the rest of the girls in Naruto's room. She had recently woke up and had wondered where the rest of the residents were when she heard their voices coming from Naruto's room, so she thought she'd check it out. She was still a bit drowsy, but upon entering the room and looking at a very naked and inebriated Naruto woke her right up. The smell of alcohol hits her like a ton of bricks. It's not what it looks like. Naruto defended himself only to wince by the sound of his own voice, creating one massive pounding headache. I think we should leave Naruto for now. Shizune replied back as she herded the girls out of his room. Realizing that Naruto now stood stark naked in his own room while the girls ogled his body, she asked each of the girls to retrieve their now discarded clothing before ushering them away. But Anko wanted to stay and protest, only to be dragged away by Kurenai. Come on, Anko, you can try and molest Naruto later. Kurenai explained, even though she wanted to ask why Naruto was naked as a jaybird and reeked of alcohol, and why the hell were there pieces of the girl's clothing laying before his feet. Finally, the only two people left in the room were Shizune and Naruto. Thanks, Nichan. That's twice I owe ya. Naruto replied back sheepishly. It's okay, Naruto, just go take a shower and have some rest. I will take your breakfast to you as well as some meds to counter that hangover of yours. Shizune smiled as he pushed the blonde towards the bathroom. Then later you can tell me all about your cross-dressing fetishes. Shizune replied back as she gave him one final push to the bathroom and slammed the door shut before Naruto could reply back. Naruto could hear Shizune's melodious giggle all the way from the other side of the room. Great. This is just great, stupid Kiba, Naruto cursed. He swore he would never drink to an excess ever again, that and to tell Kyuubi never ever let him get drunk ever again. All the while wincing as he could hear Kyuubi's resonating roar of laughter in his head as Kyuubi rolled on the ground laughing. Somewhere in Konoha's holding cells, Kiba woke up with a splitting headache, his mouth tasted like vomit and he couldn't remember a single thing. Good. You are now awake. Shino's voice filtered into his head. What happened last night? It's got to be some night, Shino. Kiba replied back as he grinned at his comrade. It was, so could you please disentangle yourself from my person? Shino replied back blandly. That woke up Kiba faster than cold water, for indeed he was sharing the bunk bed with Shino. And for the look of things, he had used his comrade as a substitute pillow. He jumped away from him, looking embarrassed as hell. Hey. Sorry about that, man. Kiba replied back. It is all right, Kiba. These things are bound to happen sometime. Shino replied back. Kiba looked at his comrade weirdly as he took a couple of steps back. Hey. Up and at them, guys. You've been bailed. The shinobi guards informed them as he opened the jail cell. I really think I should start reserving one of the cell blocks just for you guys. I'm surprised you still haven't learned your lesson yet. The shinobi guard lectured Kiba as he led them towards the administration office. Shino and Kiba remained silent, simply because their hangover was keeping them to reply back. At the office they were greeted by Inuzuka Hana and Shino's fiancé. Rough night, pup. Hana replied back as she grinned at her younger brother's face. Kiba winced in reply. He will have another earful later from their mother once they get home. Suzumaki merely glared at her fiancé before she turned around and walked out. Shino, like a whipped puppy, soon followed her without a word. I like her. She sure knows how to control her man, Hana commented. While the shinobi guard made a whipping noise at the background, the other guards sniggered in response as well as a few others. Thanks, Nichan. That's twice I owe ya. Naruto replied back sheepishly. It's okay, Naruto, just go take a shower and have some rest. I will take your breakfast to you as well as some meds to counter that hangover of yours. Shizune smiled as he pushed the blonde towards the bathroom. Then later you can tell me all about your cross-dressing fetishes. Shizune replied back as she gave him one final push to the bathroom and slammed the door shut before Naruto could reply back. Naruto could hear Shizune's melodious giggle all the way from the other side of the room. Great. This is just great, stupid Kiba, Naruto cursed. He swore he would never drink to an excess ever again, that and to tell Kyuubi never ever let him get drunk ever again. All the while wincing as he could hear Kyuubi's resonating roar of laughter in his head as Kyuubi rolled on the ground laughing. Somewhere in Konoha's holding cells, Kiba woke up with a splitting headache, his mouth tasted like vomit and he couldn't remember a single thing. Good. You are now awake. Shino's voice filtered into his head. What happened last night? It's got to be some night, Shino. Kiba replied back as he grinned at his comrade. It was. So could you please disentangle yourself from my person? Shino replied back blandly. That woke up Kiba faster than cold water, for indeed he was sharing the bunk bed with Shino. And for the look of things, he had used his comrade as a substitute pillow. He jumped away from him, looking embarrassed as hell. Hey. Sorry bout that, man. Kiba replied back. It is all right, Kiba. These things are bound to happen sometime. Shino replied back. Kiba looked at his comrade weirdly as he took a couple of steps back. Hey. Up and at them, guys. You've been bailed. The shinobi guards informed them as he opened the jail cell. I really think I should start reserving one of the cell blocks just for you guys. I'm surprised you still haven't learned your lesson yet. The shinobi guard lectured Kiba as he led them towards the administration office. Shino and Kiba remained silent, simply because their hangover was keeping them to reply back. At the office they were greeted by Inuzuka Hana and Shino's fiancé. Rough night, pup. Hana replied back as she grinned at her younger brother's face. Kiba winced in reply. He will have another earful later from their mother once they get home. Suzumaki merely glared at her fiancé before she turned around and walked out. Shino, like a whipped puppy, soon followed her without a word. I like her. She sure knows how to control her man. Hana commented. While the shinobi guard made a whipping noise at the background, the other guards sniggered in response as well as a few others. Naruto groaned in frustration as his memories began to seep in. He had just finished showering and was now fully dressed. A full set of glowering and moping adorned his usual cheerful demeanor. He tried to ignore Kyuubi's resonating laughter but couldn't. What's worst was the fact that it was making his head hurt. He knew Kyuubi was deliberately not doing anything for his headache so that he had no choice but listen to its roar of laughter. You humans really are an amusing bunch of species. Kyuubi commented as it continued to roar with the help of Kyuubi, who kept laughing in his subconscious. He watched painfully as he bear witnessed last night's events as if flash in his mind. Flashback. So Naruto, how does it feel coming back to Konoha? Kiba asked as they walked through the red light district. The district was known for adult fun. Casinos, bathhouses, dance clubs and massage parlors were the main business. Neon lights flashing and bright slogans were everywhere, inviting potential customers to come to their establishments. Kiba smirked and winked at some of the women they walked past. A couple of them even giggled to themselves as they smiled shyly at the trio. Kiba was still wearing his Chunin jacket, which attracted some of the women, civilians, attention. Though they were eyeing Shino and Naruto the same manner they gave Kiba. It's not bad. Actually, it feels like I'm in training again, except without Ero Sennin. Naruto sighed. During his training, whenever they were in town, his mentor had dragged him toward the red district of each village they stayed at, saying it was all for research and part of training him to become a man. It always meant that Gama-chan would lose weight because of Jiraiya's demands. Stealing Gama-chan from him when he didn't give him money for his research. Shino merely lifted an eyebrow at Naruto's reply, but didn't comment on it. His bugs were sensing a lot of pheromones in the air, more directed at them. He reasoned it was because of Naruto's presence. Blonde hair, blue eyes and orange pants would capture anyone's attention. Besides, it was rare to find a blonde male in Konoha district. He guessed most of the women hasn't realized it was Naruto. If they did, they would probably look their way in disdain. Something that always bothered the bug user. What was it about Naruto that incited such animosity from the people of Konoha? Was it caused by Naruto's pranks long ago or something more? Here we are, Kiba proclaimed as they stopped by in front of bar with the name, Mocha, written in bold large letters. Shino on the other hand merely shook his head. They were at the very same bar where they got kicked out for almost destroying the place. Well, what's left of it anyways? Kiba? It says close due to reconstruction, Naruto pointed out to him. Hey. Oh, that's right, as Kiba laughed, must have forgotten. So what now? Naruto asked. Hey, I know, let's try that new club, Kiba remarked. Surely you don't mean, Shino replied back before he was cut off by Kiba. Oh come on Shino. We didn't go the last time because you guys said you just wanted to drink. I bet Naruto would like to have some fun after all that long training trip he went to. Kiba explained, but Shino didn't seem too convinced. Come on Shino. Do it for Naruto. Kiba pleaded, though it was more for his benefit really. Very well. But this night better not end up like last time. Shino sighed as he gave in. Or the other nights for that matter. It won't. Besides, Lee isn't with us and neither are the other guys, Kiba answered. I know, and that's what I'm afraid of. Shino replied back. The whole incident wasn't really Lee's fault, it was Kiba's, before an all-out brawl commenced. Lee just added a bit more to the fire, that's all. Hey, it wasn't my fault. How was I to know he was a woman? She was flat as an ironing board, Kiba remarked. Naruto merely stood there, not actually understanding the situation. He didn't really know what happened the last time the guys went out, but it sounded like it didn't end very well. Come on, it's almost midnight. We may have missed happy hour, but we're not going to miss the show. Kiba replied back before dragging his companions towards the club. Kunai Club, Kiba? Naruto twitched as they were seated inside the club, while Kiba ordered a round of drinks. Yeah, Naruto. Naruto twitched again. Why are we at a strip club? Naruto replied back as he tried to control his voice from squeaking. He had thought all the pervertedness was over now that Jiraiya has left for a mission. Kiba merely laughed. Come on Naruto, don't act as though you've never seen women before. Shino remained silent as loud music blared through the entire club. Numerous people were dancing on the dance floor. Their table was near the stage. There were a couple of women on stage wearing skimpy clothing as they danced provocatively with the music. There are even women in cages in various corners of the club with women wearing skimpy clothing dancing inside. Besides, this is not a strip club. This is a dance club. Kiba had to raise his voice so Naruto would be able to hear him over the music. Are you sure? Naruto asked, looking at the women on stage and the cages. It looked like some of the strip clubs Jiraiya frequented. For the record though, he never really went to the strip club and stayed there. He knew what it looked like because he had to somehow drag his mentor's drunk carcass back to the hotel they were staying in whenever Jiraiya gets too drunk to drag his ass to bed. Jiraiya normally sends one of the summoning frogs to Naruto to inform him of his state. Though sometimes Naruto thinks Jiraiya was doing it on purpose, since every time he arrived at the club to get his ass back to the hotel, he refuses to leave, making him wait and sit there while the women tried to seduce him. Of course, I'm sure. They're not taking their clothes off, are they? Kiba replied back, irritated. For someone who claimed to have seen it all from his journey, Naruto was acting too much like a wet blanket. Kiba had thought Naruto would appreciate his company and would appreciate the atmosphere. He thought, being the wild guy he was, he would appreciate the place just like he does. It seems their animalistic similarities doesn't extend that far. No, they're not. Naruto replied back with a tired sigh. Kiba was right. None of the girls were undressing. They were just dancing too provocatively to his liking. Being around with Jiraiya had taught him a lot. One in which he should always respect women, or else. In his mentor's case, it always ended up the or else part where he was always chased and beaten to a bloody pulp. It was always left to him to take care of his sorry ass after the whole mess is fixed. They wouldn't need to anyway, Shino commented, as he watched the people on the dance floor dance. Soon their drinks arrived and a few minutes later the alcohol began to take effect. This music is crap, Shino commented as he put his glass down rather roughly on the table. The music began to drag after a while. Many of the people had stopped dancing and had began seating at their table and drink instead. And you can do better, Kiba mocked while Naruto laughed. Kyuubi on the other hand watched Naruto unwind. It was rare for the blonde to relax. The blonde was always training, and had no time for anything else other than gobbling huge amounts of ramen. Kyuubi began to feel Naruto's body relax. Kyuubi found it amusing what alcohol could do to a human boy and the human system. It decided that for tonight, It will not intervene with the alcohol running through Naruto's system. It was always curious as to how the blonde would behave once the alcohol has been introduced to Boy's system. It had seen Jiraiya drunk through Naruto's eyes and found it hilarious. It had seen a lot of drunken behavior through Naruto's eyes and had never actually seen Naruto lucid before, so with that thought, Kyuubi merely stayed at the background and watched the scene unfold. Shino merely scoffed and stood up. Naruto had thought that Shino had lost it and was going home, then to his surprise, he saw Shino head towards the DJ booth. He saw Shino talk to the DJ. For a while they seemed like they were arguing. He was going to come there and intervene when he saw the DJ give up and made way for Shino. Shino took his headphones and the music stopped. The people became upset. Shino merely grinned, he cracked his fingers and began to spin the disc. Naruto was flabbergasted as dance music started pumping through the speakers, as Shino began to create his own mix of fast-paced dance music to provocative ones, alternating all the time while the crowd went wild and demanded he played more. Soon women began to flank their table. Two women began to drag Kiba and Naruto towards the dance floor. They began to grind themselves against Naruto and Kiba. Kiba was now dancing in sync with the brunette woman. He gave Naruto a wink as he matched the brunette's move. Naruto decided to let go and began to relax. He danced with the short-haired woman. Because of the many times Jiraiya had dragged him to places with eclectic tastes, he eventually learned the art of dancing. He was pretty good too, because soon not only was he dancing with the short-haired woman but a redhead as well. Not a few minutes later, two more women came and danced with women grinded themselves against him while he moved to the rhythm and beat of Shino's music. Naruto began to get nervous because soon the number of women surrounding him grew. So he excused himself, telling the ladies that he was going to get a drink and will come back for them later. He tried to look for Kiba but he couldn't find him through the sea of dancers. So he decided to go to the bar and have a drink of water. It seemed he had a little too much to drink since the alcohol in his system began to do its work and was now muddling his thoughts. Kyuubi grinned at his subconscious as it watched and felt what was happening to the boy's body. The club was getting rather full, the music was loud and in full swing thanks to Shino. The room temperature seemed to have increased. He was parched and all sweaty from all the dancing he did. He ordered a bottle of water but the bar person was too busy with a flock of people trying to get their orders in. He waited patiently for his turn. Something caught his attention. One of the women in the cages came out only to be replaced by another woman. Her shift had finally finished. It was now her turn to serve at the bar. She frowned when she noticed a swarm of people barking their orders and wasn't really relishing the fact that they would soon be barking those orders at her. But she earned more money this way and the tip were sometimes generous. She was on her way to the bar when a hand shot out and gripped her wrist tightly. "Where do you think you're going, beautiful?" the hulking mass of a man asked her. He reeked of alcohol. He looked like he was dropped on his face a couple of times when he was a child because he sure wasn't nice to look at. She smiled sweetly. She was used to these kinds of confrontations. "Sorry, but I still have work to do." She smiled as she tried to pry her wrist away from his tight grip. "Come on. One dance." He smiled as he tightened his grip. This guy wasn't asking from the look of things. "I really need to go, so if you could please just let go of my hand." She began to struggle vainly from his grip. She was still trying to reason with the drunkard. She didn't want to create a scene. "Why, you little slut? Do you think you could tease me like that? I've been watching you the whole night and I'll be damned if I'll just let you walk away," he replied back. His smile was now replaced by an angry sneer. She looked around for anyone to assist her. She really didn't want to lose her job over this. But it seemed that the people around her were too engrossed to the music that they didn't care what was happening between her and this drunken oaf. She could feel the pain in her wrist as he tightened his hold on her, making her cry out in pain. She was about to retaliate when a voice interrupted them. "Let her go. The lady doesn't want to dance with you." Naruto heard her gasp and quickly assessed the situation. His eyes narrowed. A big hulking guy was towering over one of the dancers. She looked like she was trying to get away from him but couldn't because of his firm grip on her wrist. She was looking around as though wanting to call for help. "Let her go. The lady doesn't want to dance with you," he told the big ugly giant. The guy merely scoffed. "And who's going to make me? You? Don't make me laugh, runt. Do me a favor and piss off and leave me and her alone." "I said leave her alone." Naruto repeated, this time growling. The guy merely smirked. Well, you asked for it, before roughly letting go of the woman and throwing a punch towards him. Naruto stood there and caught his fist. What the guy replied back in shock as he tried to push his fist to connect. He then tried to use his other fist but only to be surprised even more when the blonde caught it just like the first. Naruto merely smiled before tightening his grip on the guy's fists. He could feel the bone in his hand shake and feel that if he used a little more force he would be able to crush his hand altogether. You were saying? He mocked the guy before pushing the guy's fists abruptly upwards. The guy fell on his knees from pain. G. Gomen. The guy replied back. Don't apologize to me. Apologize to the lady. Naruto growled. I am sorry. The guy bit back, pleading at the woman he was harassing, fighting the tears that were brimming in his eyes because of the pain that radiated in his body. The woman in question, on the other hand, watched the entire scene with amazed eyes. The guy was 3 times the size of the blonde, and for him to be able to stop that punch was incredible. The blonde didn't even flinch when he caught both the guy's fists. He didn't even move and stood there like an immovable statue. The woman wanted nothing more but to let the blonde trash the guy, but they were causing a scene. She didn't want to get fired, so with much apprehension she told the blonde to let the big oaf go. Please let him go. The woman sighed. Naruto gave her an unreadable look but did as he was told. He let go of the guy, who hastily retreated, making the crowd laugh. You'll pay for this. The big guy replied back. His pride hurt at being beaten by a blonde runt who isn't even half his size, as he ran out of the club. The crowd cheered for Naruto. Are you all right, miss? Naruto asked the woman. Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks, she replied back, slightly blushing. Did he hurt you? Naruto asked. What? She replied back. The music resumed its normal volume. She had a hard time hearing his voice. I said, did he hurt you? Naruto repeated, this time leaning close to her ear, invading her personal space. And no, she gasped out, blushing some more. Well, Naruto was about to ask if she was sure when a woman latched into his arm. There you are, honey. I thought we've lost you, said the redhead who he was dancing with earlier. She eyed the woman before her, giving her a once-over before returning her attention back to Naruto. You still owe me a dance, cutie, she replied back before pressing herself against his side, making sure that the other woman saw it. But I haven't gotten my drink yet, Naruto replied back. The woman he rescued felt a little put out by the redhead's display. So he's already taken. She slightly bristled at the discovery. Thanks again, she replied back before leaving her hero abruptly. She had a job to do. Naruto was slightly disappointed that the woman he rescued had just left them without another word, while the redhead clung against him. With a lot of pleading to the other woman, he had managed to pry himself away from her grip, promising to get her a drink as well. With a heavy sigh, Naruto went back to the bar. What can I get you? Said the feminine voice. Can I please get a bottle of water and a strawberry daiquiri, please? He ordered before lifting his gaze to the bartender, only to be caught in surprise to see who was serving him. Coming right up, she huffed as she took his order. She was still slightly annoyed that the guy was taken. She knew the other drink was most probably for his red-headed girlfriend. Naruto was confused. The woman he had just rescued was acting wide to him and he had no idea why. Perhaps she realized who he was. Once she bought over the drinks, he would ask her. Here you go, she informed him. Naruto reached for his pocket to pay only to be stopped by her. No need. It's in the house. A thanks for earlier, she replied back. Naruto smiled at her, but paid for the drinks anyway. She didn't dislike him after all. I said, she replied back but was interrupted by him. I know what you said, but I didn't do that to get any reward. Besides, I think you'd get in trouble for giving drinks away. Naruto replied back with one of his foxy grin. The name's Uzumaki Naruto and you are? Before she could reply, however, Kiba was by his side as well as Shino. Dude, we have to blow this joint now. What the hell? Kiba, what's wrong? Naruto replied back to his panicked comrade. No time to explain. They're coming. Shino replied back calmly while looking over his shoulder. Both guys gripped Naruto's shoulder as they hightailed out of the bar. Where are they? Cried a very pissed-off Junin, followed by few of his cronies, stopping by the bar. I believe they just left, answered one of the people in the crowd. After them, The Junin cried as he and his fellow Junins chased after the trio. All the while a brunette woman was struggling to follow them. Young, wait. Damn it. We're over. The brunette who was dancing with Kiba earlier called out. The woman behind the bar watched the scene and couldn't help but giggle, until a familiar red head appeared in front of her. Where is he? She asked, irritated. She wasn't able to give him her number, unlike the other women he was dancing earlier. He just left. I think this is your drink, she replied back as she handed the strawberry daiquiri. The redhead sighed as she sat on the stool. Damn. I was this close too. I didn't even get to exchange numbers with him, the redhead sighed. You mean you're not together? The woman behind the bar inquired. I wish. She scoffed but continued. I thought I got lucky when I found him in the crowd again. You wouldn't believe how many women he was dancing with before, she sighed dejectedly. Meanwhile the barmaid frowned. His name was oddly familiar. His two friends looked familiar too. It seemed she would need to change jobs after all or risk getting caught. Kin. Get a move on, will you? We're getting smashed here, called out the other bartender. Snapping Kin out of her reverie. Hi, meanwhile back to our trio. The hell, Kiba? Naruto cursed as he found himself dodging kunais. Just keep running, Naruto, and shut the hell up, Kiba hissed. Out of all the nins you could piss off, you had to piss off a Junin. Shino surprisingly cursed his comrade. But not just one Junin. Oh no, not you, Kiba. You had to pick a Junin with a pack of other Jounins with him, Shino sarcastically pointed out as they ran. While he was sure they could have easily handled the situation, he wasn't about to risk it. All three of them had a lot to drink tonight and most of his bugs were too intoxicated to be used to fight. The trio managed to loose their pursuers by hiding in a dark alleyway. Wasn't my fault. How was I to know she has a boyfriend? Kiba hissed in a low whisper, trying to catch his breath. Only you could attract such problems. Shino replied back, it's just a matter of time before we get caught. Naruto in the meanwhile kept cursing. He was still a little bit drunk and was having trouble sorting out his thoughts. There they are. Kuso. Our trio cried out in unison. Before running again, they saw another club. In there, Kiba cried out, we'll be able to loose them in the crowd. The trio then headed in the club along with their would-be pursuers, unaware that the club was called the Blue Oyster, with flashing neon lights. A couple of minutes later horrifying screams were heard. Naruto on the other hand stumbled out of the back door. He had lost his comrades in the club all right. It was a good thing he had managed to perform his jutsu. Thanks, Fox. He mumbled out. Don't mention it, Kit. Kyuubi sniggered in response. I think it's time to call it a night. Naruto replied back as he began to make his way home. The jutsu still in effect. What about you comrades, Kit? Kyuubi inquired. They'll be fine. Naruto managed to say. Too tired to really do anything. Besides, they had it coming. Kyuubi kept sniggering. What? Naruto asked in irritation. Nothing, Kit. Nothing. Kyuubi replied back. Naruto must be rubbing off it. Naruto's knack in pranks was rubbing off on the mischievous fox. Naruto in the other hand was starting to feel guilty for leaving his friends behind when he saw them dash past him, unaware of his jutsu. Well, at least they're okay, Naruto said to himself as he continued his way towards the Kunoichi Inn. By the way, Fox, where did you get the idea for the clothes? Naruto asked. Nowhere important, Kyuubi replied. Kyuubi had summoned a subspace when Naruto performed his jutsu, actually collecting clothes from the inn and then back at Naruto. At the moment Naruto was in henge form. He's in his favorite female form, except the girl looked around his age and was wearing a tight white t-shirt, schoolgirl skirt, knee-high socks and sporting a pair of white tennis shoes. By the time he reached the inn, he kicked off the shoes and socks until he remembered to just cancel the henge. Canceling the henge had used up his strength and sent him sprawling in his bed, unaware that his clothes are real, which only made Kyuubi cackle, anticipating his reaction the morning after. End flashback. Nice going, you bastard fox. Now everyone would think I'm a crossdresser. Naruto cursed. Serves you right, Kyuubi replied back as it kept howling with laughter. Yeah, very funny. Now how the hell do I explain this? Naruto replied back. Just tell the vixens the truth, Kit. If worst come to worst, just bribe them to keep it quiet. Kyuubi advised, which only made Naruto groaned. Just then Shizune knocked outside his door. Naruto? May I come in? I brought you your breakfast and some pills for your hangover. Shizune called out. Come in, Ne-chan. Naruto replied back. Shizune came to the room and doted on Naruto, watching Naruto eat and take the pills she had brought in. Well? Shizune asked once Naruto was finished. Thanks, Ne-chan. Naruto replied back sheepishly as he rubbed the back of his head. No, not about that, silly. What I meant was, are you ready to explain what happened last night? Shizune giggled. Naruto sighed. He might as well tell her, and so he did. He began to narrate to her what had happened at Kunai Club and what had happened afterwards. When I did the jutsu, I didn't know the henge clothes I was wearing was real. So yeah, I dispelled it last night, but I passed out after that. I guess the clothes stayed on, making me look like a drag queen. Naruto replied back, watching Shizune clutch her sides from mirth. Sorry Naruto-kun, I just couldn't help it. It was funny. And you look adorable when we caught you. Shizune replied back in between giggles, causing Naruto to pout. Shizune only ruffled his blonde hair in response, amazed that Naruto's hair felt like silk against her fingers. Tell you what, Naruto, I'll talk to the girls and I'll explain to them what happened. Shizune replied back as she smiled fondly at the blonde. Really? Naruto replied back. Shizune merely nodded in response before being engulfed into a bear hug by Naruto. Thanks, Ne-chan. Naruto replied back as he tackled Shizune in a tight embrace. It had been almost a week since the little incident happened. Naruto had managed to not anger any of the residents of the inn, though every time he walked past them, they would giggle and he knew it was for his expense, except maybe for Hinata, who would blush like a tomato. Thankfully enough, they never spoke about it out loud, nor did he hear any gossip about him outside the inn that would incriminate him in his so-called dress-up incident. Just the usual insults about being a demon and that he should die sort of stuff. No big deal really, since he was already used to it. He was currently doing some roof repairs, replacing some of the tiles that are too old or broke. He had not yet spoken to Sakura. He had thought about asking her out since he had returned, but it seemed she was still too preoccupied with the hospital as well as training with Tsunade. He hadn't had an opportunity to get her alone and formally ask her out yet, and was still waiting for the right timing. The one thing he learned from his perverted mentor was that timing was everything. His chances would be greater if he manages to get her alone when she's in high spirits, and would be less inclined to reject him like the other few times she did when they were still in the same team with Sasuke. Thinking of his former teammate made him frown. He had always thought of the arrogant bastard as a friend, albeit they did clash a lot, but he knew that both he and Sasuke shared the same pain of living alone, loneliness and emptiness. He was sure he also felt the same raw emotion when he eventually had to go home after training, surrounded by darkness with no one to greet or share anybody's company. No one to talk to or share how his day has been. No one to dote you any kind of affection. Just by yourself in an empty cold house. Oi Naruto. Take a break, will you? He heard Tenten call out from the third-floor balcony. Almost finished TENCHAN, Naruto called out in reply. Get down here right now or I'll drag your ass here, Tenten warned. She had called him to have a break 30 minutes ago and has yet to do so. Naruto merely sighed. He wiped the sweat from his brow before jumping down to where Tenten was. Tenten was a little surprised by his sudden appearance but masked it well. She had been meaning to ask him if they could spar some time since she had watched him do some morning exercises at the backyard and was amazed at some of the katas he performed. The inn was virtually deserted as the other girls went off to do whatever it was that they were meant to do, which was mostly training with their teammates, missions or work. She had prepared a snack for Naruto, seeing as he was working really hard to maintain and repair the inn. Something that the other residents really appreciated. During the short time he has lived in the inn, the residents had grown quite fond of him due to his thoughtful gestures and repairs he did around the inn. I prepared a snack for you, Tenten informed him as she led them towards the kitchen. There was a cool jug of orange juice and a couple of sandwiches on the table. Thanks, Tenshin. Naruto replied as he poured himself a glass of orange juice. Care to join me? I don't like to eat alone. Tenten fought the urge to blush at Naruto's pet name. Since his stay, he had attached Chan to each of their names, all except for Anko. This is most probably due to the many times Anko had teased him at any given opportunity that presented itself, making the blonde nervous around her. She watched him as he poured another glass of juice and handed it to her. "Thanks," Tenten said as she took the juice and watched him wolf down a couple of sandwiches. "No problem," Naruto replied back in between bites. "Great sandwiches, by the way." Tenten slightly colored at the praise. She was still getting used to their living arrangements. She was used to hanging out with the guys since she was the only girl in their cell team. Actually, each three-man team only had one girl because of the scarcity of female kunoichis. Most of the kunoichis just become medic nins and work at the hospital. Not many actually become tokubetsu junins. Only a select few had attained such a position. But what makes Naruto's presence different was the way he treated them. Her teammates had always treated her as one of the guys. She never got much praise from Neji, and her mentor and Lee gave over-the-top speech praises that always resulted to them crying and hugging each other. Something she really didn't like witnessing. She sometimes felt that she had lost her femininity. She didn't act like the other kunoichis in the inn. Their teammates always treated them like they're females. Sakura and Ino because of their domineering and demanding personalities. Hinata's gentle and shy personality, which makes her other teammates act like protective brothers, and then there was Tamari, whose status as the Kage's sister and overprotective brothers made her the typical princess with bad attitude. She on the other hand had none of these traits. No one treated her with any special care. No one treated her like a delicate flower. She was just Tenten, the weapon mistress. But Naruto was different. He treated all the girls the same with his carefree attitude. He wasn't a gentleman. His brash attitude and mannerisms are at times atrocious, especially when he eats his favorite food, ramen. But he could really be sweet and thoughtful at times and a great person to talk to. On closer inspection, Naruto wasn't all that bad. He had grown more handsome over the years and his body was something to drool for. He also had the most brilliant eyes Tenten has ever seen. His blue orbs were just so mesmerizing. They were like sapphires when the light touches them. "Is there something on my face?" Naruto asked Tenten. She had been staring at him for a while now. No, nothing," she replied back. She didn't realize she had been staring at Naruto for quite some time now. "Oh, okay then if you're sure." Naruto replied back with a raised eyebrow. "Hey listen Tenshin. I need to go out for a while and buy some more tiles for the roof. You want anything while I'm out?" Tenten smiled at his thoughtfulness and shook her head. "No, what you bought 2 weeks ago is more than enough. We can survive a whole 2 months with the amount of groceries you bought." "Hey. Sorry about that." Naruto apologized while he absent-mindedly rubbed the back of his head. "What are you apologizing for? It was great. We don't have to worry about groceries for a while," Tenten replied back. She then remembered the other stuff he bought each of the girls along with the groceries. They had received a few beauty products courtesy of Kurenai's advice and also had a new set of kunai weapons. She had found out from Kurenai that Naruto had asked her opinion on what the girls liked and promptly purchased them. Something to make amends for after having such a disastrous first encounter. All the girls had given him their heartful thanks, which made him blush like a tomato. "Really, you don't think it was over the top?" Naruto asked once again. He didn't want to seem as though he was buying their affection so that he can stay at the inn. Tenten merely shook her head. His clueless expression was just too cute, causing his eyes to grow bigger and his blue orbs glitter with hope and joy. "Thanks Tenshin," Naruto replied before getting up his seat. "I'll see you later then, Yane." He bid his farewell and walked out, leaving Tenten in her seat as she watched him go. Meanwhile, not so far away from the inn, "Get out of my way," shouted the boy. He was around 14 years of age and was arguing with another boy. "You get out of my way," the other boy, who originally came from the Kunoichi of Wave, retorted. You guys," said another boy their age with glasses. "Don't you know who you're speaking to?" the boy was shouted. "You're speaking to the next Hokage." "Hokage my butt. Naruto Nichin will become Hokage," retorted the other boy angrily. "How dare you speak to leader and my greatest rival that way?" the other boy fumed. How dare this guy talked about his Nichin as though they were close. "You guys, I really don't think," pleaded the boy with the spectacles, only to be rudely cut off. "Stay out of this udon," Konohamaru replied back to his best friend. Ever since the other boy had been transferred to their class, they have been at each other's throats. He and his mother had moved to Konoha so he could become a ninja. Though everyone wondered why he transferred all the way to Konoha when he can easily become one if he enrolled at Kirigakure, Mist, or at Omegakure, Rain. What made Konohamaru angrier was the way he always referred to his Nichin with the same familiarity he has. Naruto was his Nichin. He had known Naruto longer and had even taught him his infamous, sexy jutsu. He was his protege and rival, not this transfer from the country of Wave. Inari always thinks he's the best. The two of them had been trying to best each other at every possible way. Hey Gaki Kep it down will you? Kiba reprimanded the trio. He had been very irritable as of late. He had been given D-rank missions because of the incidents he caused a week ago until further notice. The two boys he recognized always had the tendency of getting way too loud when they meet or cross each other's paths. What are you Gakis arguing about now? He asked. Before the two fighting boys could answer, two more people joined them. Oyo Konohamaru-kun, Udon-kun, Inari-kun and Inazuka-senpai. The orange-haired girl greeted. Oyo Moegi-chan. Hanabi-san. Kiba greeted Moegi and her companion. Unlike the two boys with in front of him, the two girls had become fast friends. Something even he can't fathom. Hyuga Hanabi was not like her sister Hinata. While Hinata was shy, Hanabi was outspoken and very opinionated and tends to speak condescendingly to the people around her. It was because she was the Hyuga heir. She tended to act more like Neji before Naruto kicked his ass. Hanabi merely gave Kiba a curt nod before turning her attention towards her best friend's friends. She never seemed to get along with anyone other than Moegi. Moegi was just too cheerful and often dragged her to hang out with the Konohamaru Corps. Moegi even asked her to join their team, but she refused simply because she didn't like Moegi's friends. Most especially Konohamaru. What are you two knuckleheads arguing about now? Hanabi asked the boys. Shut up you hag. Konohamaru replied back. Don't talk like that to a girl. Inari retorted back. His mother had always taught him to respect everyone. Besides, he was bad-mouthing his crush's best friend. Issuing another argument from the two, Kiba massaged his temple trying to fight off the headache the two boys caused from shouting at each other. Akamaru had already headed back home, so it was up to him to stop the boys from arguing before it resulted into a fight. If Naruto Nichin was here, he'll teach you a lesson, Inari shouted at Konohamaru. Kiba twitched. His headache was getting worse. Well, if the brats idolized Naruto so much, then a prank was in order. After all, that was what Naruto was known for. So you guys think you can best each other, do you? Kiba asked. Of course I can. Both boys cried in unison. How about a test? Kiba grinned evilly, which made the two boys step back a little. You boys think you can handle it? The two boys looked doubtful for a moment, which prompted Kiba to push them a little harder. Too bad. I'm sure Naruto would be so disappointed. I know for sure Naruto never backs down from a challenge. Which was true, since Naruto always goes head first to any challenge without thinking sometimes. Kiba was sure that the many times Naruto survived was more because of dumb luck than anything else, though he's certain there's something more to the blonde than he lets everyone know. Upon hearing their idol's name, both boys nodded in unison. Great. You boys follow me then. It's nice to see you ladies. Kiba replied back as he dragged the two boys and a very reluctant Udon away. I wonder what Inazuka-senpai had in mind. Moegi asked out loud as watched her friends get dragged by Kiba. Who cares? Hanabi sighed. Glad that they finally left. Truthfully, she was getting sick and tired of hearing them argue. It was all about Hokage this or Hokage that, or Naruto Nichin did this and he did that argument. Honestly, the blonde guy just had a lucky break. She doubts he would really be able to beat her cousin Neji again. After all, the blonde was known as dead last for a reason. Guess what, Bai-chan? Moegi suddenly brightened as she turned to her best friend. Hanabi fought the urge to hit Moegi on the back of her head. She doesn't approve of her affectionate nickname in public. It takes away the pride of her Hyuga name, but she let it slide. What is it, Moegi-chan? Moegi frowned. She had told Hanabi many times that she can call her Mo-chan but ignored it. It took her several months to at least gain the chan on her name. I heard Naruto Nichin was back, she squealed with glee. Moegi had never forgotten their blonde leader. He had saved her before when she kidnapped as a test by Iruka to see if Naruto was ready to participate in the Chunin exams. She had seen how much passion her leader had given, in order to save her. He was always kind to them and always played with them compared to the other people above their year. He would sometimes treat them out too, whether it was for ice cream or ramen. She couldn't help but cheer as loudly as she can when she heard their beloved leader reach the Chunin exam preliminaries, but was sorely disappointed when she found out she couldn't go and watch the event because she had to go to school. She never did find out what happened since there had been an attack, but Hanabi had told her that her leader had defeated Hyuga Neji, Hanabi's cousin and known as the genius ninja in the academy. So, Hanabi replied back. She could care less. Aren't you excited? Moegi asked, watching her best friend's bland expression. Hanabi was about to reply when someone bumped into her. Watch where you're going, you oaf, Hanabi retorted to the person. Oh, sorry. I wasn't looking to where I was going, said the blonde-haired stranger. Are you okay? Do I look like I'm okay? Hanabi snapped at him, unaware of Moegi's starstruck stare. I'm sorry. Naruto replied back. He didn't mean to hurt the girl. He then frowned when he noticed the girl's eyes. Before he could ask if she was a Hyuga, he was interrupted by the other girl's companion. Naruto Nichin? Moegi asked hopefully, staring at him with hearts in her eyes. He had changed during the time he was away. He grew more handsome and sexier by the look of things. Naruto squinted his eyes as he studied the other girl. The other girl appeared to be younger, probably 14 years of age. She had long orange hair which was tied in a ponytail and was wearing a pink sleeveless shirt and black pants. She also wore her hishite around her head. What was noticeable about her was her big bright eyes and a noticeable blush on her cheeks, making her overly cute for her age. He tried to remember where he had seen her before. Her eyes was reminding him about something. It seemed she knew him and didn't look like she was looking at him with disdain but with respect and worship. He tried racking his brain out to remember her. You don't remember her, do you? Hanabi deadpanned as she watched the blonde frown in uncertainty. She could see Moegi slightly deflate after hearing her words. After all the time Moegi talked about him, it appeared the guy she worshipped didn't even remember who she decided to take this time to study him closely. He certainly looked like the guy that beat her cousin years ago, albeit he had grown. His whisker marks were still there. His golden blonde hair shined against the sun rays. No wonder her best friend was quite taken by him. If she wanted to be honest with herself, she was too, if only just by a little bit. The guy was gorgeous. Naruto felt sheepish as he saw the orange-haired girl's expression cast down. He didn't mean to offend the girl. Moegi simply smiled at Naruto, brushing off her disappointment. It had been a long time after all. It's me, Nichin, Moegi. It brought a huge smile on Moegi when she saw her leader's expression brightened. She also couldn't help but grin triumphantly when Naruto set the bags he carried down and gave her a hug, lifting her off the ground. Moegi-chan. It's great to see you, he replied as he picked up the girl, unaware that the girl was blushing up a storm. Put her down, Hanabi shouted, surprised that the guy just scooped up her best friend. The blonde needed some etiquette lesson. A man should not lift a girl in such a manner. It was inappropriate. But Moegi didn't care. She returned her leader's affectionate hug, relishing the attention she was being given. She could feel his hard muscle around her body and she couldn't help but blush at such intimate contact. Oh, PPSS. Sorry about that, Moegi-chan, I guess I kind of overreacted. Naruto apologized as he put her down, which caused Moegi to whine a little. It's okay, leader. I missed you a lot, Moegi replied as she blushed. I mean, the Konohamaru Corps has missed you a lot, she added. So what have those two knuckleheads been up to lately? Have they been causing any trouble? Naruto laughed, remembering the Konohamaru Corps and the trouble they get themselves in. It's funny how the people who he tended to get along with were younger than him. He treated the trio like his own siblings. Since no one had ever wanted to play with him as a child, he had devoted his early teen years to play with the trio, trying to catch up on what he had missed. He never cared what the villagers thought of him. He wasn't doing anything wrong and they can all burn in hell as far as he was concerned. You know them quite well, Hanabi commented while Moegi tried to defend her comrades. No. They're quite well, leader. Actually, we have all been working really hard, Moegi defended as she waved her arms around, trying to convince Naruto not to take her best friend's words seriously. Naruto nearly chuckled.
It's all right, Mo-chan. There's no need to defend them. I was like them when I was younger, remember? Boys will be boys after all.
Hanabi simply sniffed in disdain at the blonde's reasoning. A typical response from someone like him. Moegi on the other hand was relieved. She had thought that Naruto would be upset with Konohamaru and Udon if he found out all the pranks the two boys were part of while he was gone. Tell you what, Mo-chan, why don't I treat you guys for ice cream? We can catch up and tell me what those two boys have been up to, and I can make amends to your friend here. He was in no rush after all, and he was curious as to what his two disciples had been up to while he was gone. Hanabi wanted to protest but couldn't. The blonde had somehow stumbled upon her weakness for sweets. Something she and Moegi shared in common. Besides, you can never turn down free food, especially if the blonde was trying to make it up to her. Can we buy Chan? Can we? Moegi asked excitedly. It was more than she can hope for. Her leader taking them out like for old times' sake. Very well. Hanabi resigned, pretending that Moegi had strong-armed her into agreeing when in fact, she had already decided to go. Yosh. Then let's go, Naruto cried out in glee, as he picked up the bags he had put down. Never thought you'd be interested in schoolgirls, Naruto, came a sarcastic feminine voice. Whatever shall forehead girl say? Naruto turned around only to face a svelte blonde known as Yamanaka Ino. Ino had just finished her shift at the flower shop and had decided to head back to the inn when she saw Naruto. While she had no interest in the blonde, she was a bit curious as to why Naruto would be spotted with the genin girls. Especially Hinata's younger sister Hanabi. It's not what you think, Naruto automatically replied, afraid of what Sakura might think of the situation. Oh, so I didn't hear you right when you asked these cute girls to go to the ice cream parlor? Ino teased as she eyed the two younger girls. She immediately recognized Hinata's younger sister Hyuga Hanabi and raised a speculative eyebrow. Hinata's sister was known as antisocial and was only seen in Moegi's company. Moegi, she had the pleasure of knowing from the various stories Sakura had told her. It was apparently this cute girl that taught Naruto the dreaded puppy dog eyes. She then briefly wondered what Naruto would look like when using the puppy dog eyes trick. It must be really powerful considering he gets away with a lot when he uses it against Sakura and Tsunade, that is until they counter it with their love taps. She gave the two girls a once-over. Hanabi was the epitome of what a blossoming woman should be. The way she stood demanded respect and reeked of high class and status. She was attractive in her own right, with long ebony hair, pearl skin and the haunting pale lavender hue eyes. It was a total contrast to her friend Moegi with her orange hair tied in a high ponytail, carefree smile and a noticeable body. It seemed that puberty had hit this girl early. She already had a sizable chest. Both females were already blossoming into women, and she doubts Naruto had not noticed these changes. Moegi bristled at the other blonde. How dare she make her leader fluster and make her leader reconsider his offer. She will be damned if she let the other woman make Naruto have second thoughts. What is it to you anyway? Moegi replied back, glaring at the other female. Jealous because no one invited you. Moegi replied back in a sweet saccharine voice. Hanabi observed her best friend and the other girl argue. She had never seen Moegi's aggressive side before, which was entertaining for her. Ino didn't take the jibe well. I'll have you know, little girl, that I fight off guys' offers all the time. Really? Where are they exactly? Moegi challenged. She fueled Ino's annoyance more when she began to look around for any guys that proves Ino's statement. Girls. There's no need to fight. Ino, why don't you come with us as well? Naruto replied, trying to defuse the whole situation. I don't have time to babysit with you, Naruto. Ino replied back, making sure that Moegi knew she aimed the insult at them. But since you're asking, why not? She replied back before linking her arm with his, knowing that the other girl would fume. Moegi watched Ino with murder in her eyes. Ino watched the other girl fume and smirked at her triumph. Hanabi watched the whole scene in silence while Naruto was left confused. Honestly, kid, the things you get yourself into. Kyuubi commented as he watched Naruto get dragged off by Ino, followed closely by the two younger females as they made their way to the ice cream parlor. In a short distance away, Kakashi watched his former ward being dragged by Ino, followed by an irate Moegi and a very amused Hanabi. This is interesting, Kakashi commented. It seemed Naruto has a way with the ladies the same way Yondaime had. before shrugging it off and returning his attention to his book. This is more interesting, before he began to blush and giggle at the passage he just read. You want us to what? Udon said in disbelief as he stared at the older nin. You heard me, or are you guys too chicken to even proceed? Kiba taunted, seeing the three boys' reaction. Look, Naruto has been training with Jiraiya-sama, right?
The three boys nodded. Kiba began to have an inner conflict of morals versus fun value as he studied the three genins. But when he started to feel his headache, which in turn was caused by the two loud mouths to begin with, whatever guilt he felt quickly disappeared. The issue was resolved quickly as he grinned mischievously. Do you know the reason why Jiraiya-sama is so tough?
The boys looked at each other, looking for one another for the answer, but came up with nothing. They knew Jiraiya was one of the greatest Sanins. As to how he achieved such greatness was really something they never knew. Sure, he was strong and tough and had a legion of powerful jutsus backing him up, but was that the real reason he was tough and became a Sannin? What was Jiraiya like when he was around their age? It's because part of being a ninja is the ability to be stealthy and sneaky. Able to pass the enemy lines without being detected, that's why. Kiba explained. He had heard Naruto's stories about Jiraiya. He was sure that Jiraiya was a pervert at heart, just like many shinobi males and some females from the stories he's heard. But what does this have to do with anything? Udon was brave enough to question. It seems very illogical to him. The calculations are all wrong somewhat. You see, boys, it's like this. To prove just how great a ninja are the two of you, or should I say the three of you, you will go through a series of tests. This is also the same. Why, I remember undergoing the very same test not long ago. Kiba chuckled as he remembered he and the guys tried to do the same thing 3 years ago when the inn was officially declared as the Kunoichi Inn. The inn itself was not in the best of shape. The owner had decided to sell the place, and Tsunade had decided to purchase the inn, where a couple of Kunoichis began to move in. Because the initial residents were females, it was decided to make the inn an all-female dormitory for Kunoichis. Since the inn was the first all-female dormitory, it had acquired a lot of response from the male nins. Many distinguished shinobi male youths wanted to prove themselves by breaking through the inn and gathering the Kunoichi's panties. Sadly, no one had yet to succeed. It all started off as a drunken dare for Kiba and the rest of their group, consisting of Shikamaru, Shino, Neji, Choji and Lee. They were arguing about who was the best shinobi in Konoha when the topic of the Kunoichi Inn came up. The youths' male pride began to flare brightly that day, as each one claimed they would be able to pull off a simple panty raid. But sadly, it didn't shine brightly enough. Their asses were handed back to them on a silver platter. To make matters worse, their boxers and underwear ended up being hanged in the public square for everyone to see. It was then that the challenge and the tradition of attempted panty raids began. But senpai, no one has ever succeeded in the panty raids, Konohamaru pointed out. He remembered the stories his tutor Ebisu, who's a closet pervert and private tutor, about the badly attempted attempts. The older Junins such as Kakashi, Gai, Asuma, Katetsu, Genma and etc. had enough sense not to mess with the Kunoichis because despite their level of skill and rank, they're still a force to be reckoned with. So are you chickening out? Kiba asked with a maniacal grin. This was the perfect blackmail material for the troublesome trio. It will certainly put a stop on their constant boasting on who's the best argument. It certainly put them in their places that day when they did the same thing. Look, senpai, don't get us wrong. We're not cowards, but that doesn't mean we're stupid. Inari pointed out. Besides, if his mom found out, he'll get an earful, not to mention what his crush would say if this leaked out. Listen, boys. For as long as the inn has become the home of the Kunoichis, it had been the shinobi males' long-standing tradition to at least try and infiltrate the place. While it is true that none has yet to succeed, it doesn't mean it's impossible. I mean, I bet Naruto would be impressed if you guys tried. Kiba encouraged them. Though he wasn't really sure if Naruto would even condone the idea of panty raids. Even Naruto had his limits. But a prank was a prank, and Kiba was sure Naruto would appreciate this one. From one troublemaker to another. The world is at peace and balanced. The three boys seemed to consider his words. The prospect of gaining Naruto's attention was something they all wanted. He was their hero and idol. Something like this would surely impress him, right? Kiba decided to move in for the kill. Tell you what, boys, I'll even come and assist you guys. You don't necessarily have to do it today. Think it over. Sleep on it. Then come and find me when you're all ready to become men, Kiba remarked. His last words seemed to trigger something in the three boys. He already knew they won't refuse. They've fallen into his trap. This weekend. Konohamaru spoke up. We'll do it this weekend. Konohamaru spoke up with eerie determination. Inari nodded. For once agreeing with his rival, sharing the same determination. Udon on the other hand sighed. He doesn't want to do it, but knowing his best friend he will eventually be dragged into it. Excellent. Kiba grinned sinisterly, as he rubbed his hands together. This will be so much fun. Meanwhile at the ice cream parlor. Naruto was embarrassed being flanked by such cute and attractive girls. He had been getting looks from a couple of people as they walked down the streets of Konoha. Nothing new really, but he swore that they were looking his way with envy. It was the same when they entered the ice cream parlor. Many male customers looked at him with disdain, which seemed to be amplified when they saw who accompanied him. Naruto spotted an empty booth and led the girls there. As soon as they reached the booth, he waited for the girls to sit. Hanabi sat down on the left side of the table beside Moegi while Ino sat on the right side. The booth could sit 6 people and was ideal for customers to relax and hang out with their friends. Moegi didn't want to sit next to Ino but realized her mistake when she realized that Naruto wouldn't sit next to her since it would be unfair for Ino to sit by herself at the other side of the table. Naruto placed himself next to Ino giving her a sly smirk of triumph which made Moegi frown, but dismissed her look since this means she was adjacent to Naruto. So girls, what would you like? Naruto asked them. It had been a long time since he had visited the ice cream parlor. The owner was a kind old woman he had met years ago. It was a few places he could go to. The owner never turned him away, unlike many of the business establishments in Konoha. It became one of his favorite places to go to, coming second to Ichiraku's. The old woman, Mrs. Tanaka, had treated him kindly. Probably unaware to what he really is or simply ignored the vicious gossip about him. He wondered how she was doing. He hasn't seen her for so long and he was determined to seek her out and speak to her for old time's sake. Cookies and cream. Hanabi responded without much emotion. Inside she was giddy. Back at home she was never allowed to indulge on treats. She was on a strict diet, ensuring that the only foods that were served to the clan are the only ones that will help and strengthen her body. Strawberry sundae with whipped cream. Moegi replied back animatedly. Naruto merely chuckled. With a cherry on top, right Mo-chan? Remembering Moegi's taste in ice cream. Moegi simply blushed. Her leader remembered. Hi. How about you, Ino-chan? What would you like? Naruto asked, turning his attention to the female beside him. Ino on the other hand was having an internal debate. She only agreed to accompany them since the other girl irritated her and she wanted to get on the girl's nerves. It worked, but now she was unsure. The sweets they sold here would probably be full of calories and would ruin her diet. Her body didn't look this good without a good reason. What the other girls ordered seemed really nice, but she wasn't really familiar with this place. She was used to low-fat yogurts as treats. Do they sell nutritional shakes here? Ino asked tentatively. She could have sworn she saw Hanabi winced at her words. Hi. Naruto replied back. Spotting a menu on the table, he handed it to her. There should be a list of the stuff there, he supplied helpfully. Hanabi winced as she heard Ino's answer. Nutritional shakes were abundant in her home. It was a rare luxury to have since her clan was adamant on having food they feel wouldn't be sufficient to encourage their strength. On top of that, the shakes they were served didn't really taste all that nice compared to the ones they sold here. Hearing Ino mention nutritional shakes leaves a bland taste in her mouth as she remembered the taste of her clan's version. Ino read the contents of the menu and was shocked to find a variety of sweets they served here. I think I'll have the berry special with skim milk instead of its usual. Ino replied back. It sounded very appealing. Yosh. I'll be right back. Naruto replied back as he went to the counter to give his order, leaving the 3 girls with themselves. He approached the counter and waited to be served. He kept an eye out for Mrs. Tanaka, the elderly woman and owner of the place. She would usually work and serve customers, relishing the time to talk to her patrons, sometimes discussing what they'd like to have and encouraging them to create and make their own version of ice cream and treats. He chuckled when he remembered suggesting to have ramen-flavored ice cream be added to the menu. She chuckled in reply. She had turned his idea down but spared his feelings. If I had ramen-flavored ice cream, Ichiraku would lose his #1 favorite customer. Mrs. Tanaka replied to him. Mrs. Tanaka could have outright declined his idea and even put him down for suggesting such a ridiculous notion, but the response he got made his heart swell. She had spared his feelings and didn't make fun of him, something that he had always respected and loved about her. "What will you have today?" asked a familiar feminine voice, startling Naruto from his reverie, making him blink a couple of times to get his thoughts in order. "I'll have," he began but caught his breath as his eyes settled on the waitress that was to serve him. Their eyes met in recognition. It was her, the woman from the club. Oh crap. Kin thought to herself. What in the world was he doing here? She had not expected to see him again, especially today. "It's you," Naruto replied back, as he rudely pointed at her. She sighed. "Hi to you too," a little embarrassed at his reaction. Naruto chuckled in embarrassment. "Sorry. Got shocked, that's all. I never expected you'd be working here. I thought you worked at Kunai Club?" he asked curiously. She looked totally different from before. For one thing, she was decently dressed. She was wearing a simple white blouse and was wearing a pale pink apron while holding a small notepad and pen in her hands. Her hair was neatly braided and stood proudly behind the counter. Kin studied him as she contemplated on her reply. She really didn't want to explain herself to the blonde. She was working here as a personal request by Yuko, the owner of the place. She owed the old woman. She had been seriously ill lately and she was indebted to her for taking care of her in her dire time of need. Long story. Now what will you have, Blondie? Kin asked, trying to maintain her professionalism. She was working after all. She was ashamed to admit it, but she had forgotten his name. Naruto quickly caught on to her aversion of the topic and simply left it be. The girls were probably waiting for their orders. "Could I please have 1 cookies and cream ice cream, 1 strawberry sundae with whipped cream and cherry of top, 1 berry special shake but with skim milk and 1 Rocky Road ice cream deluxe special?" Kin looked at him and the order she had just taken. Small, medium or large? It was a big order for someone who was by himself as she eyed the blonde curiously. "I'll have them medium please, except for the Rocky Road. I want a large one for that," he answered, then noticed her look. "Oh, it's not for me. Well, the Rocky Road is, but the rest are for my friends." He then pointed at the booth where Ino, Moegi and Hanabi sat as he blushed. Kin looked at the booth he pointed at and found 3 attractive females. 1 svelte blonde that looks about their age, and 2 younger girls that looked the age of 14 to 15. One with ebony hair that rivaled her own when it comes to the silkiness and shine, and the other orange-haired girl with already a sizable chest for her age. Kin raised an eyebrow. So the blonde in front of her was ladies' man? She should have known, judging from his gorgeous physique and those big blue eyes of his. She cursed her luck once again. Why is it that the blonde was always surrounded by beautiful women? Naruto watched her reaction, but found he couldn't read her. She masked her features well. He wondered if she used to be shinobi, judging from the way she was able to control her emotions. He could tell something bothered her but didn't know what it was. "Right then, I'll be right back with your orders," Kin replied back before turning away to prepare his order. "You still haven't told me your name, you know?" Naruto pointed out. "It's not that important," Kin replied back as she walked away from him. Why would he like to know my name for anyway? Wasn't the girls with him enough? She thought as she began preparing his orders. Moegi, Hanabi and Ino were making idle chit-chat as they waited for Naruto. Surprisingly enough, Ino and Moegi set their differences aside when Naruto left their table to get their order. They began talking about what was happening at the academy and what had changed since Ino and her other peers has left. Hanabi was responding well to Ino's questions while Moegi seemed bored talking about school. "I wonder what's taking him so long," Moegi sighed as she watched Naruto talk to woman at the counter. She had long black ebony hair, similar to Hanabi. It was currently braided and rested at the middle of her back. She also noted that the girl was very attractive to be working in such a place. "I think he is flirting with the waitress," Hanabi replied back when she caught her best friend staring at the loud blonde. She would have referred to his last name, but Moegi had failed to mention what his last name was. She was certainly not going to use his first name since that implied that she knew the blonde personally. Ino followed their gaze and saw that Naruto blushed in embarrassment at the attractive waitress and pointed at them. He seemed to be protesting about something, judging from the way he was waving his arms around as if to deny something. Jealousy rolled off Moegi in waves, which was felt by her companions. Her Naruto Nichan was acting very suspicious around the waitress. "Wait till I tell Forehead Girl about this," Ino stated out loud as she grinned widely. Naruto Nichan wouldn't do such a thing. Moegi defended her idol, though kept a close eye on him just in case. It was probably the other girl who was flirting with her Nichan. "Then how come you're radiating chakra?" Hanabi playfully pointed out. She had never really seen Moegi behave in such a way before and found it rather amusing and refreshing. Moegi was always so bubbly and happy all the time that it often grated on her nerves. It was good to see that there are things that affects her best friend. The girls then began to argue when their line of vision were suddenly blocked by three males. "Hi there, girls. Mind if we joined you?" Hanabi scoffed, Moegi frowned, and Ino was indifferent. "Sorry, we're waiting for someone," Moegi replied back. "Aw, come on. If you'd like, we'll buy you some desserts," one of the boys replied back. "Sorry guys, our companion is already buying us one," Ino replied back, dismissing the guys. She had been long used to the many attention she gains from guys trying to ask her out on dates. The guys were about to protest when a feminine voice interrupted them. "Is there a problem here?" Standing behind them was another attractive female giving off a very dangerous aura, one who was carrying a massive battle fan. "We were just leaving. Right guys?" the guy replied back as he backed away from the booth with his friends. The girl was attractive, but judging from the dangerous aura she was giving out, she was not worth the trouble. Tamari merely scoffed as she watched the guys left with their proverbial tails between their legs. She had spotted Ino while walking past the parlor and noticed the look the two younger girls were giving at the three guys, expressing their displeasure, and decided to intervene. "You ladies all right?" Tamari turned her attention to her fellow resident and her two younger companions. "We're fine, thank you," Moegi replied back, amazed at the way the other blonde female handled the situation. She was awed by her. She looked and acted so cool. Ino spared the other blonde a smile to express her gratitude, but inside she felt slighted. She had the situation under control, but the other blonde had to come and ruin it. The other blonde had undermined her abilities again. "Would you like to join us, Tamari-san?" "Why not?" Tamari shrugged as she sat down beside Ino. She felt tired with all the paperwork she had to do at the Hokage Tower. "So who are your friends?" "We're not friends," both Ino and Moegi cried out in unison, making Hanabi shake her head. "My name is Hyuga Hanabi and my friend here is Moegi," Hanabi introduced. "Best friend," Moegi corrected her, which made Hanabi unceremoniously roll her eyes. Tamari smirked. "So if you're not friends, then how come you're gathered here?" she asked curiously. "Excuse you, but I think it's rude to question our presence without introducing oneself. We did introduce ourselves after all," Hanabi interrupted. Tamari stared at the black-haired Hyuga, as realization hits her. This was supposed to be Hinata's younger sister. Giving her a once-over, she would have kicked herself for not realizing sooner. The girl bleeds off an air of social snobbery, a typical personality trait of every Hyuga, which thankfully Hinata never inherited and Neji grew out of. Tamari fought the urge to twitch at the other girl's high-handedness but recomposed herself and answered her question. "My name is Subaku Tamari," she answered. "Sorry about my best friend's rudeness, Tamari-san. You'll get used to her after a while," Moegi replied back to Tamari, earning her a sniff of disdain from Hanabi. "So are you going to answer my question now?" Tamari asked, still curious as to why Ino was hanging out with the two genin girls. Perhaps they were asking Ino some advice on what it was like to be Kunoichi? "Well, you see," Moegi was about to answer but was caught off by Naruto's arrival. Naruto approached the booth with the tray of treats he had ordered and paid for. He had again failed to gain the waitress' name, but he did find out that Mrs. Tanaka was not well. He wondered if he should come over and visit her. He was surprised, however, to see Tamari had joined them. He placed the tray at the table. He grinned widely at her. "Great to see you, Tamari-chan." Noticing Naruto, Tamari felt sheepish. She had yet to apologize for her behavior at the training grounds. It was made worse when she found out that he got in trouble from Hokage-sama. She had learned all this when she overheard Shizune and Kurenai were talking about him outside the Godime's office. She went to the tower to organize some papers with Shikamaru after her awful behavior at the training grounds, when she happened to pass them and overheard. She felt guilty for treating the blonde badly when he had saved her from a nasty fall. She wanted to apologize to him, but every time she tried, she felt embarrassed and simply walked away. She was not used to apologizing to anyone and admit she was wrong. So unconsciously she had began avoiding him. Now it seemed she had been caught. "Hi Naruto." Tamari greeted before getting up. "Well, it was nice to meet you girls, but I guess I better head off to the inn now," she replied as she turned to the rest of the girls and bid a hasty farewell. But before she could make her escape, Naruto grabbed hold of her wrist. "Wait, Tamari-chan. Why don't you join us?" Ino watched the two with veiled eyes. It was weird. Now that she thought about it, Tamari had been avoiding Naruto for the past couple of days. Not really staying in the same room with him for an extended amount of time. "Yes, Tamari-chan. You said you would," Moegi helpfully pointed out. She had heard stories from the other genin girls about what an awesome kunoichi Tamari was, and she would like to be able to spend time with her and know if the rumors about her held any truth. Tamari looked at her wrist where Naruto held her softly but firmly, then made a fatal mistake of looking in his eyes. He was using the look. The dreaded puppy dog eyes look. All protest died in her lips as she drowned in his blue orbs. She tried to look for help but found that the girl Moegi used the same move on her, rendering her powerless. Ino was amazed at the strength of dreaded puppy dog eyes. So this was the eyes that renders even the mighty Tsunade-sama herself powerless, she thought to herself. She had never seen it in action before. She could almost feel the helplessness Tamari felt under those eyes. She herself felt like she was melting, and she wasn't even the primary target. She herself felt entranced by his big blue soulful eyes, which she had to wrench her gaze away. She noticed that Hanabi herself, the infallible Hyuga, was deeply affected, judging by rosy hue that graced her cheeks. In the end Tamari succumbed to him. She found herself seated beside him. Ino sat on his left, while she sat on his right, making him seat in between them. Naruto helpfully began to pass each of the girls' orders, when he noticed something wrong. "Gomen Tamari-chan. I didn't get you any," he apologized as he rubbed the back of his head. Before looking at his big bowl or Rocky Road ice cream as an idea struck him, he then placed the bowl in between them. "Would you like to share it with me, Tamari-chan?" Naruto asked as he scooped a spoonful of ice cream and offered it to the stunned girl. "Say ah." Tamari was stunned as well as the other girls at the table. She looked at Naruto and at the spoonful of ice cream in front of her. She was about to reprimand him for his behavior and outright refuse him when she saw the ice cream about to drip on her clothes. So without any hesitation, she decided to accept his offer. She heard the gasp the other girls at the table. She took the spoonful ice cream into her mouth and was surprised by the sudden assault of its sweetness explode in her taste buds. She never really had this version of chocolate ice cream before. To her, chocolate ice cream needs no enhancement, but now she was proven wrong. The chocolate melted into her mouth, coupled by the chocolate syrup, leaving the soft marshmallows and nuts which she chewed. There were no words to describe its sweetness, coupled by how the sweet treat was offered to her. Naruto merely grinned as he watched her savor the ice cream. He himself was fond of Rocky Road. He saw the other girls' reaction and had interpreted it wrong. He had thought that the other girls also wanted to taste his ice cream. He turned to his side to see Ino's gaping mouth with her eyes almost out of its sockets. Her mouth was moving up and down but with no words coming out of it. Again Naruto took a spoonful of his ice cream and this time held it up to Ino. "Your turn, Ino-chan, say ah," he cooed, as he drew the spoonful of ice cream towards Ino. Ino was surprised by Naruto's action, just like Tamari was. She looked at Naruto and the spoonful of ice cream he's offering, like it was a snake ready to strike. She was adamant in taking his offer because of the calories that the spoonful of ice cream entailed. She then noticed the proximity of the spoon and the risk of getting dripped on by ice cream. So like Tamari, she opened her lips and accepted his offer. The burst of sweetness in her tongue was almost too much for her pleasure senses to decipher. She had never tasted anything so good. Because of her strict diet, she was used to eating such bland foods, but right now she realized that all those years of dieting had almost made her missed out on such a delicious experience, and to think that the person to bring such wonderful experience was none other than Uzumaki Naruto himself was something she found unbelievable.
Naruto wore a massive grin as he observed the two blondes' reaction. Satisfied that they were enjoying themselves and knowing that he caused such enjoyment, Naruto then turned to the two girls seated in front of him and scooped up some more ice cream.
Moegi didn't hesitate to take his offer. Relishing the intimacy her leader was showering her. It brought about memories of them spending time together. But in her particular reverie she blocked out everyone else, leaving only her and the blonde Adonis before her as she began to drift to her own little world of daydreams. Hanabi dignifiedly gawked at the women she was with. She couldn't believe how the blonde male had managed to coax her companions to partake in such an intimate display. She resigned herself to hold herself in a more dignified manner. So before Naruto could even scoop another spoonful of his ice cream and hold it for her, she beat him to it. Hanabi scooped up a spoonful of his ice cream using her own spoon and ate it. Hanabi gave him a satisfied smirk of self-triumph as she watched his confused reaction. She then scooped a spoonful of her own cookies and cream ice cream and exaggeratedly ate it, putting on a show as she leisurely took her time to eat one spoon of ice cream. But she was soon to learn to expect anything, especially when it came to the number one surprising ninja. As she scooped another spoonful of her ice cream, she froze when the ice cream never made it into her waiting mouth. Instead she was met by those intense blue eyes of his. She saw his eyes dance in delight as he withdrew his head away, her spoon suspended in her hand in mid-air which was now empty. "Wow, Hanabi-chan. Your ice cream tastes great too," Naruto replied back as he sat back to his seat, the three girls gawking at him while he licked his lips. Hanabi looked at her spoon, now empty, and back at the smirking blonde. He had leaned over and ate her ice cream just when she was about to eat it. He had placed his lips against her spoon. "Would you like to try mine, Naruto-nichan?" Moegi asked as she offered her spoonful of ice cream to the blonde. "Sure, Mo-chan." Naruto replied back in delight as he tried Moegi's strawberry sundae. He then wondered why the two younger girls began to blush uncontrollably when they continued to eat their respective ice cream. He instead turned his attention towards Ino and Temari. "You guys want some more of mine?" he asked, glad that he ordered the large deluxe special for his one. He watched the other two girls nod in embarrassment, turning red as well. "Naruto, you have cream on your lips," Temari helpfully pointed out. Soon all four girls began to blush as his tongue darted out and licked the cream off his lips. Such an intimate display began to spark the four girls' imaginations run wild. "I wonder what's wrong with them," Naruto wondered as he continued to observe his companions. "I have to hand it to you, Kit. You're pretty smooth," Kyuubi replied back as it cackled in delight at Naruto's effect on the females. "Who asked for your opinion?" Naruto replied back to Kyuubi. "Take it as a compliment, Kit. Kami knows it's rare that even I, the great fox, is amazed by how you seduce these vixens." "Seduced? What the hell are you talking about, Kyuubi? You're not making any sense at all." "I applaud you for your innocence, Kit. Maybe someday Jiraiya and I could finally corrupt you, and then, that's where my fun would truly begin," Kyuubi replied back as it cackled in maniacal laughter. "Stupid fox." Naruto replied back as it began to ignore Kyuubi's resonating laughter in his head, before returning to the task at hand. Ino tried to hide her embarrassment by taking a big sip of her shake, trying to cool herself down, while she watched Naruto offer his ice cream to Temari. "Here you go, Temari-chan. Say ah. Ah. Temari replied back, before Naruto turned his attention to Ino. "Okay. Ino-chan, your turn. Say ah." Both Moegi and Hanabi blushed and shared one thought as they looked at the blonde and their respective spoons. An inadvertent kiss. They both thought every time they ate their ice cream. "Moegi, your turn. Say ah. Ah." Meanwhile at the counter, Kintsuchi watched them with keen eyes. One thought in mind: what a playboy. She huffed and went to the back of the restaurant, leaving the rest of the employees to their work. She gritted her teeth as she began to mumble to herself. They could have just asked for extra spoons instead of carrying on like that. After half an hour later, Naruto and his companions had finished their desserts and bid their farewell to each other. Moegi insisted that Naruto should stay longer but was disappointed when Naruto turned down her offer. "Sorry, Mo-chan, but I have to go. There are still a lot of things I need to do. Tell you what, next time I promise I will spend more time with you in the core," Naruto replied back as he patted Moegi's head, giving her one of his foxy grins. "Come on, Moegi-chan, we need to go. My father will be unhappy if I arrived late at home." Hanabi coaxed her friend. It had been an experience to remember for her. She even managed to get his name, a name she was sure to remember. It was nice to meet you, Uzumaki-san. Hanabi bowed politely. Perhaps we will see each other again. Naruto gave her one of his foxy grins. Of course, Hanabi-chan, and please call me Naruto. I think after today, we could exclude the formalities. He had a great time with them today. Very well, Naruto. Hanabi paused for a while, before adding, san, at the end, slightly coloring as she did so, before pulling her friend away as they walked out of the ice cream parlor. What a weird girl. Kind of reminded me of Hinata when we were at the academy before, Naruto commented. They were sisters after all, minus the finger fidgeting thing that Hinata used to do whenever he used to talk to her. So ladies, shall we go home? Naruto turned his attention to his fellow blonde tenants as he picked up the bag of roof tiles he bought from the hardware store. They were already outside of the ice cream parlor when he stopped walking, remembering something. What's wrong, Naruto? Ino asked him, curious as to why the blondes suddenly stopped walking alongside them. Do you think the rest of the girls would also like some ice cream? Naruto asked them. Both Ino and Temari blushed, remembering the intimate way Naruto fed them ice cream, then began to picture him doing the same with the rest of Kunoichi Inn's residents. What? Naruto asked, confused as he watched his companions. They were blushing again. Girls are so weird, he whispered to himself, before shaking his head and resumed walking, making the other two girls chase after him. Underneath the moonless night, where only the street light was their only light, four figures met. Despite the darkness to conceal their identities, two of the figures sported dark shades, but at least all of them wore long coats. Each wore something as a headgear. A hood, a sports cap, a fedora and a beanie. They all nodded to each other as an acknowledgement. It's good that you guys made it, said the guy in the fedora hat, who was the tallest and oldest out of the other three. The guy in the beanie, however, shuffled his feet from side to side. He wasn't meant to come. He wasn't meant to be there. He was supposed to dissuade his friend from coming, for in doing so, concealed their fate. The guy in the hood, however, could sense Beanie's trepidation. He too had second thoughts about meeting up with them, knowing the great risk that would befall upon them, but knew he didn't have a choice. He glared at the sporty and couldn't help but feel annoyance. Why on earth would he and Fedora wear sunglasses at night? It's not like they didn't look suspicious enough to begin with. He was aware that a couple of people walking past spared them a quizzical look, making him even more uncomfortable. Sporty, on the other hand, grinned. He trusted Fedora. He was one of his leader's friends after all. He did feel sort of guilty for dragging Beanie along, but pushed that thought aside. So what's the plan? Fedora asked the other three as he tried to conceal his grin. He couldn't ask for a better henchman than the three before him. Okay, scratch that. Maybe he can do better than the three before him, but he knew that he has the three's complete loyalty. For now anyways. Sporty nudged Beanie forward, as Beanie nervously pulled out a couple of scrolls from under his coat. He nervously handed one to Fedora, who opened it and scanned the details in the scroll. This is... Fedora was too surprised to speak as the words got caught in his throat. In his hands was a detailed blueprint layout of the building they would be infiltrating. Sporty grinned. Yes, it is. How did you? Fedora asked, speechless. How could they get their hands on the blueprint? Most of the city's building structure blueprints were restricted to Hokage Tower personnel only due to security reasons. We have our ways. Sporty grinned while Hoodie observed the proceedings. It seemed I underestimated you guys. Fedora grinned evilly, as he rolled the scroll up and pocketed the scroll inside of his coat. I guess you guys are really serious about this. All three nodded, which only made Fedora's grin wider. Then get yourselves ready, for tomorrow we strike, Fedora replied back, chuckling slightly, making Sporty chuckle as well. Beanie and Hoodie, on the other hand, only exchanged silent looks at one another as trepidation once again coursed into their veins. Tomorrow they will begin the attack. Tomorrow they will follow through with the siege, and the poor unsuspecting residents don't even have the slightest clue. Their meeting, however, was interrupted by someone's shout. The four mysterious guys looked at one another, nodded and quickly dispatched before they were caught. The street light the only witness of their transaction. The woman reached the street light but was too late. The guy she was after was gone, along with his associates. What exactly are you up to, little brother? She asked no one but herself. Deciding to just let things be for now, she headed home. Phew, Naruto groaned out, as he hit his bed. Finally all the repairs has been finished and done. He almost took forever too, but at last he finished. Tsunade had been stingy with missions lately, only giving him C and D rank missions. Her excuse was that as a manager he needed to put the inn first above all others. He demanded on having higher rank missions but was told to stand down, which of course didn't sit well with him. He began to point out to her passionately that he was a top-notch shinobi and was not a normal civilian. That only ended up in a huge argument. Their argument only ceased when Shizune, who held Taunton diplomatically, stepped in and amicably made the other two come into an agreement of compromise. Naruto would start getting higher rank missions once the maintenance in the inn were done, which pleased the blonde Dynamite immensely. So Naruto worked like he never worked before, and finally he was done. He couldn't wait until he was back on dangerous missions. What type of mission was Tsunade going to send him off to? Was it to guard a diplomat? Protect a daimyo? Rescue a princess? Stop an invasion? The possibilities were endless and he was getting giddy with excitement. Living in the inn wasn't all that bad. The inn itself had an excitement all on their own, from Enko's daily ambush, to walking in on the other residents at the most inappropriate time. Naruto colored as he remembered the last debacle he was involved in. He was supposed to clean the outside onsen, hot spring. He had called out to anyone if anyone was there first and found no reply, so he gathered his cleaning materials before heading back to the onsen. How was he to know that from the time it took for him to gather all his cleaning materials then going back to the onsen, that someone would have entered it? It didn't even take him that long. It took him no more than 5 minutes. But there was indeed someone in the onsen, and she was none too pleased about it either. To make it worse, it was Haruno Sakura. The girl he has been trying to ask out for weeks but couldn't ask her properly because the girl was just too busy and he was trying to get the right timing to ask her. But it seemed he would never get the right timing after that little fiasco. Flashback. Sakura was just so tired and needed to relax. She had been thinking about having a long soak in the onsen to soothe her aching muscles before getting the rest she deserved. The training she got from Tsunade had been strenuous. For a brief moment she wondered if Naruto ever felt as exhausted as she was being trained by one of the legendary Sanins. As soon as Sakura got home she went straight to her room and gathered all her bathing materials and some change of clothes before going to the onsen, not noticing that Naruto had just left the onsen. She had settled herself in the water and enjoyed the luxuriating feel of the warm water and its wondrous feeling it was doing to her tired body when she heard the door slide open. The steam was a bit thick, enough to conceal the identity of other person who entered the stall, but Sakura didn't really care at the moment since she was too busy in a hazy stupor to care about anything else. Unbeknownst to her, she and Naruto would soon be rudely shocked and disturbed by the arrival of one frisky Mitarashi Anko. Anko was bored. She didn't feel like staying at the tower and fill up boring paperwork, so after passing her workload of paperwork and convincing Haruka to do hers, which took a lot of bribing and promising him a drink or two later, she headed for home where she spotted Naruto entering the onsen. An opportunity too good to pass as she smiled a feline smile. Anko didn't waste any time, discarding her clothes and ambushing the blonde youth whom she thought at the time was alone in the onsen. Thinking he was going to take a bath, she pounced on her blonde prey, which caused the blonde's surprise. Naruto cried out in shock, which in turn alerted Sakura of their presence. It was at this moment that a small gust of wind descended on the area, blowing off the steam that was cloaking the trio. All three froze in shock, as they stared at one another. Sakura stared at Naruto and a naked Anko in his arms. Naruto staring at Sakura, who was standing in shock sporting a wet white towel around her, and Anko who stared back at Sakura. For a moment it seemed like time stood still and all they could do was stare and gape at each other. Well, not all. After a second or two Anko quickly recovered and continued to amorously nuzzle Naruto, disregarding Sakura's presence or Naruto's pleas of protest. It was then that the scene began to flow in slow motion as Sakura began to shake in rage, Naruto sweating and Anko obliviously happy as she continued to snuggle against Naruto. Somewhere in Naruto's mind Kyuubi was waving victory flags and encouraging Naruto to take both Anko and the pink-haired vixen. The next scene involved Naruto crashing towards the nearest stone after Sakura delivered her punch, followed by stomping out of the onsen while muttering about perverts, castration and painful neutering in great detail under her breath. Anko merely shrugged at the pink-haired display, managing to jump out of harm's way in the last minute before Sakura's punch impacted on the poor blonde, but grinned at her opportunity at having the blonde all to herself. She was once again about to pounce on the unsuspecting and I should mention unconscious blonde when she received a rather painful smack on the back of her head. THWAK. Bad Anko. Kurenai reprimanded her best friend. She saw Sakura stomp out of the onsen and decided to investigate why the pink-haired Kunoichi was in such a foul mood. What she saw, however, was her naked best friend about to pounce on their knocked-out manager. She of course decided to intervene. Ouch! What the hell? What was that for? Anko cried out as she nursed her head. Damn it, Nai-chan, that hurts, you know. Don't even think about what I think you're thinking, Ko-chan, Kurenai replied back. You're so mean, Nai-chan. Anko replied as she began to pout. I was only just playing with Naru-chan. Kurenai raised an eyebrow. This is what you call playing? She gestured to the unconscious blonde. Hey, it wasn't me. It was Haruno, Anko protested. I was about to check on poor Naru-chan and see if he needed some CPR. Anko replied back. Without your clothes? Kurenai pointed out. That's beside the point. For all we know, while we're wasting our time arguing, Naru-chan's life could be quickly fading away. Anko replied back, deciding to lie her way through, which was almost believable and anyone would take seriously if she wasn't standing there with her birthday suite with very suspicious motives. Kurenai looked dubious but checked the blonde. She could clearly see Naruto's muscular chest rising and falling, indicating that he was still alive and relatively breathing. Fine. Let's take him to his room then and wait for Shizune. Deciding that Shizune should check Naruto out for any incurred injuries. Anko grinned mischievously as naughty thoughts entered her already corrupted mind, making her receive one of Kurenai's reprimanding smack behind her head. THWAK. Damn it, Nai-chan, knock it off. Anko no hentai. Kurenai replied back. She saw that naughty gleam in her best friend's eyes. Seriously, her friend has issues. She probably only heard Naruto in his room and that got her dirty mind rolling. It was funny how she knew exactly what goes on in Anko's head. But how could you resist Nai-chan? He's just so adorable, Anko whined but then thought better on it. Well, it's better if you don't anyway since he's my prey, I mean playmate. Anko, Naruto isn't a toy. Kurenai knew it was futile to talk to her best friend in Anko's current mood and sighed. Whatever, just put some clothes on and help me put him to bed. Anko grinned again. Anko, don't make me smack you again. Ah, Nai-chan is so mean and you wonder why you and Asuma never worked out. He wasn't into S&M, was he? AAANNNKKOO, Kurenai called out in anger. Kidding? Anko called out as she rushed to get dressed. Happy that she at least got Kurenai back from hitting her. End flashback. Naruto groaned. He has no idea why he garnered such an interest from Mitarashi Anko. He was glad that Kurenai was able to intervene in most of the ambush that Anko played on him or the other girls. Kyuubi was no help at all. In fact, Kyuubi even refuses to lend its chakra to him whenever Anko was about to have her way with him. Once again Naruto shivered. At this rate he's not sure if he would be able to remain pure until his next birthday. You should be glad that Vixen is very forward in her interest in you, Kit. Heaven knows you're not exactly the ideal mate. Kyuubi cued in. She's also very strong and very amorous. Think of the pups she will be able to bear. Shut up. Shut up. Why don't you ever shut up? Hey, you try and get yourself imprisoned in an asexual container and not feel frustrated. I am the great demon fox Kyuubi, damn it. I'm more than 1,000 years of age and in my prime. And according to your master Jiraiya, you are at the prime age for a human male to mate. Your kind is lucky that you don't need a reason to procreate. Provided that the Vixens accepts you. There is more to life than scoring. Who cares about numbers? I'm talking about yours and my sexual drive, Kit. Kyuubi replied back passionately. Although having a lot of Vixens will raise your status as the most virile alpha kid worthy of being my vessel. What the hell are you talking about? I'm talking about sex. So am I. At this point Naruto decided to just block out all of Kyuubi's rantings. Seriously, all Kyuubi does lately is tell him off for not returning Anko's amorous affections. Naruto sighed. Life was tough being a demon container and wondered if Gaara ever has any problems dealing with Shukaku about this sort of thing, especially towards the opposite sex. He sighed once again. Realizing that he has nothing else to do for the day, he decided to visit Tsunade and demand a mission from her since he already performed part of their deal, which was to fix the Kunoichi Inn. She has no excuse in giving him D-rank missions now. He quickly changed and showered, determined to not leave her office until she gives in to his demands. When he was finished and sure that he looked ready to take on any mission, provided it wasn't any D-rank missions, he left his room. He was about to step out and head out to the Hokage Tower when he spotted Sakura looking extremely bored sitting in the lounge room.
Curiosity got the better of Naruto and decided to make idle chit-chat to his crush. "What's wrong, Sakura-chan?"
"Oh, hey Naruto. Nothing's wrong," then sighed. "It's my first day off and I'm bored. Ino has to work today so I can't go out with her to go shopping. Tenten is training with her team. Hinata's at the Hyuga compound to visit her family while Temari's at the Hokage Tower doing some paperwork. How about Kurenai-sensei or Shizune Wanichan?" Naruto suggested. He dared not to suggest Anko. "They're both at the tower as well. Mitarashi-san is in her room and is sleeping at the moment," Sakura answered. Sakura knew Naruto purposely left out the special Junin because of her unique quirks, but to be honest, Sakura would have gladly hanged out with the special Junin. Anko was a lot of fun, but it was just too dangerous to wake her up without encountering her wrath. Only Kurenai and Shizune were the only ones who could wake her up without risking bodily harm. Naruto bit his lower lip. This was the chance he was waiting for. He could always go and demand missions later, but an opportunity to ask Sakura out was too good to miss. Who knows when he'll be able to get a chance such as this? "Well, Sakura-chan," Naruto began trying to swallow down the nervousness he felt. He could hear Kyuubi laughing at his subconscious and he cursed internally. He had been practicing for this moment, to say the right words that will win Sakura's heart, but all those practices seems to have gone to waste since he can't remember all those smooth lines he rehearsed. "What is it, Naruto?" Sakura asked, oblivious to his intent. "Would why you like to hang out with me then?" Naruto replied back as he felt his face grow warm and a picture of Kyuubi rolling down with laughter entered his mind. He can just imagine how pathetic he sounded. Sakura studied him for a while. It's true that Naruto has grown quite attractive since he's been gone. He was no longer the midget that bothered and annoyed her. She smiled, that until now he still has an infatuation on her. To be honest, looking at Naruto right now, he won't have any problems acquiring any of the women in the village, but he seems to show no interest in any of them. It made her feelings sore that even with all the women around him, he still preferred her over the rest. She couldn't help her pride swell at such attention Naruto has bestowed upon her. She smiled as she watched him nervously waited for her answer. She toyed with the idea to simply turn him down like she has always done in the past, but she couldn't help but feel entranced with his pleading blue eyes. "Yeah, sure, why not? Not like I'm doing anything anyway," Sakura replied back nonchalantly. She internally grinned as he watched his expression brighten like 1,000 suns. "Really?" he replied back excitedly before composing himself. "I mean, yeah, okay. That would be cool. Trying to be as nonchalant as possible." "Smooth kid. Real smooth." Kyuubi cackled at Naruto's outburst. "Just wait a minute and I'll get ready," Sakura replied back. A couple of minutes later, Naruto and Sakura stepped out to walk around the business district. Meanwhile, Anko was having such a great dream. She smiled so innocently and anyone who would care to look at her would think she was dreaming of teddy bears and ponies because of the sweet smile that adorned her beautiful face. Little do anyone know that a smile like Anko's would always have something disturbing no matter how sweet or innocent her smile portrayed. Somewhere in the Konoha business district, Naruto involuntarily shivered. "Naruto, what's wrong?" Sakura asked. "Nothing, Sakura-chan." Naruto replied back as he scratched the back of his head as cold shivers kept running up and down his spine. "Nothing at all." Back at the Kunoichi Inn, Anko's dream currently consists of herself and one lucky or unlucky blonde, depending on how you see it, in chains, chocolate and whipped cream when she was disturbed by a series of loud pounding on the front door. Anko tried to shut the noises away by burying her head further into the pillows, eager to ignore the noise and get back to her wonderful dream, but the pounding only grew louder. "Sakura," Anko called out, but no one responded. "Anybody? Answer the freaking door." The pounding continued with no one responding to the irate Junin's call. "Damn it!" Anko cursed as she threw her blanket off of her. She marched angrily towards the front door, eager to tell whoever it was pounding on the door to get lost or become her official target practice for the day. Anko yanked the door open. "What the hell do you want?" she asked in her sweet adorable way. Well, this is as sweet Anko could be, considering she wasn't a happy camper when woken up so rudely. Inuzuka Hana stood in front of Anko, not the least bit fazed by Anko's outburst or the glare that bestowed upon her that promises slow and agonizing death. Hey Anko-chan. Hana responded cheerfully to her fellow Junin, too cheerful for Anko's taste. What the hell do you want, Hana? Anko continued to glare at her friend, not really in the mood to add Chan in her name since she was rudely woken up. Oh. Anko-chan, don't be like that. You'll get wrinkles. Hana replied back, trying to soothe her friend while trying to hide her small bag behind her back. Anko merely snorted. I doubt it. Now tell me what you want, Hana-chan. You're so grumpy today, Anko-chan. What's wrong? Hana asked, trying to sound innocent. She didn't really wish to disturb her friend from her beauty sleep, but she was bored. Anko merely shrugged. She was now fully awake, her anger slowly disappearing. She can never stay angry for long, especially towards her friends, which was a precious few. Whatever. Just come in. Anko replied back before stepping away from the door and headed towards the lounge room. Hana grinned as she followed her friend to the lounge room. Anko gestured for her to sit as Anko herself sprawled herself on the couch. So what brings you here today? I don't remember making any plans today, and I doubt you're here to see Nai-chan. You know she's a workaholic and won't be in today, and you know that Shiz would be with Hokage-sama today, so that only leaves me so spill. Hana snorted. A bit ahead of yourself today, aren't we? She sarcastically replied. Anko merely raised an eyebrow. Okay, fine. I know you have a day off today and I was bored. Mother's taking care of the clinic today, so I have a day off, Hana replied back. Yeah, so? That doesn't explain why you're here. You know I don't like going out during the day. I'm a night owl, remember? I prefer to go out at night. Anko replied. Besides, there's only a few bars open during the early hours. Yeah, I know. I was thinking of going to the hot springs when I thought of inviting you, Hana replied back. But then I remembered you gals have your very own hot spring, and I thought, why spend money when I can just come here? You're so stingy. Anko chuckled. No, I'm being economical. Financially smart, as they say. Hana grinned. And what makes you think I will let you use the hot spring? It's strictly for residents only, you know. Hana grinned. I already have that covered. She then began to ruffle through her bag, fishing out 2 bottles of expensive sake. How's this for entrance fee? Anko chuckled. You've thought this through, haven't you? Of course. Well, I guess it couldn't be helped. Who am I to turn away such a gift? Anko replied back. Thanks, Anko-chan. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's open this baby up. Anko enthusiastically replied as she led her friend towards the onsen, outdoor hot spring. The 2 women were now in the onsen, sharing stories and enjoying their sake. Their topic was about the new manager of the inn. You're kidding. Hana replied back. Anko grinned. Nopes. As she downed her sake in one gulp. How did that happen? Hana replied back. She was sure her little brother would die of envy and nosebleeds if he ever found out where his friend was currently living in. Most of the male Konoha population, to be in fact. Well, Anko then began to narrate to her friend about the circumstance of Naruto's appointment of becoming the manager of the inn. Hana cracked up laughing. Oh my god, she was laughing so hard that she had tears on her eyes. I can just imagine the poor pup's expression when he found out he's the manager. Hana continued to laugh with Anko about Naruto. So far only a select people knows about Naruto-chan's predicament. You can just imagine how the villagers and the other prudes would react. Anko replied back. You know you can trust me, Anko-chan. Hana replied back seriously. Yeah, I know. Anko replied back before narrating to her about Naruto's first day and the many incidents that followed. You were so bad, Mitarashi Anko. Hana replied back, trying to hold her laughter down but not succeeding. Anko was just too naughty for her own good. Hey, I couldn't help it, he's so damn cute, Anko giggled. Hana continued to giggle with Anko. She felt sorry for the poor blonde but wondered how in the world he could resist Anko's advances, let alone live in an inn full of beautiful, attractive and sexy kunoichis. After a couple more minutes the topic switched to a more serious one. Have you heard from anything, Yu-chan? Hana asked. She was worried about her friend. It had been years since Azuki Yugo's fiancé Hayate Gecko passed away during the Sound and Sand invasion. Their friend has never been the same after that. She had been a neurotic workaholic and Hana fears that she's working herself to death. Anko frowned. She had tried talking some sense into their friend to relax a little but with no success. It must be hard on her. I know she and Hayate has been together since the academy, Hana replied back sadly. Yeah, I know. Anko sympathized. Being a shinobi really sucks sometimes. Hana could only nod in sentiment. They all knew that Hayate and Yugo relationship wouldn't last long because of Hayate's illness, but they never knew that he would be killed in action. He was placed by the Sandame to a teaching position to avoid the very thing that ended his life. He was chosen to become the Chunin examiner because of his superior knowledge. They never anticipated an invasion to take place. Does she still live alone in her apartment? Anko asked. As far as I know, yeah, Hana replied back sadly. There was a moment of tentative silence between them, before a loud explosion was heard, surprising the two Kunoichis. What the hell? Hana and Anko cried out in unison as they both stood up, clad with only the white towels around them. A series of crashes and loud yelps were heard, until an intruder mistakenly entered the outdoor onsen. A very bad move. Pervert. Both women exclaimed in unison as chaos ensues. Udon took off his beanie. It was just far too hot to be wearing such a thing, and don't get him started with the stupid long coat. We should really stop watching anime and other movies and actually start listening to class about espionage and not copy some ridiculous adaptation from TV and movies. Udon told himself out loud as a personal note to himself. He was making his way toward his home when he saw a suspicious-looking guy wearing a long trench coat and sports cap ran straight towards a lamp post. "Ite!" The figure cried out as he cradled his face, followed closely by expletives better off not mentioned in this story for safety reasons. "Konohamaru-kun," Udon muttered, half in disbelief as he ran towards his fallen comrade. "Konohamaru-kun, are you all right?" Udon asked tentatively. "Who's there?" Konohamaru whirled around clutching a kunai on his hand while the other was held out in front of him as a defense. Konohamaru had to admit he was taken by surprise by the attack. His enemy was good. His enemy directly targeted his face, but he won't be caught surprised twice. He immediately got on a defensive stance. His vision was still hazy from the blow, but he was prepared. Seeing the stance, Udon immediately stopped his approach. "Konohamaru-kun, it's me Udon." "Nice try, buddy, but you can't fool me," Konohamaru shouted as he whirled around frantically. Udon sighed. "Konohamaru-kun, please take off your sunglasses." Konohamaru hesitated at first. What if it's a trap? But he had to admit, that's probably why everything was shady and grayish looking. Konohamaru removed the sunglasses and immediately his surroundings looked normal. He looked at the broken sunglasses on his hand. Damn it. Those were expensive sunglasses too. Dad's going to kill me. Maybe you should have taken off the glasses when we all separated, Udon suggested. Don't be stupid, Udon. If I did that, then I would have been easily recognized. That's the whole point why we were wearing disguises to begin with, Konohamaru pointed out to his best friend. Udon merely sighed. Inazuka residence, hey, that was close. Kiba muttered to himself as he entered his room. Akamaru raised its head up and was currently lying on Kiba's bed. He took off the glasses and tossed them aside. He was about to remove the long trench coat and the fedora he was wearing when he caught sight of himself on his full-length mirror. Hey, I actually look good in this, don't you agree, Akamaru? He asked his pet. Rof. Akamaru replied back. Yeah, right, you look like some rip-off byproduct of one of those spy movies. Hey, what would you know about fashion anyway? Kiba replied back as he continued to admire himself in the mirror. Who's the sexy beast? Who's the sexy beast? You are. Kiba began cooing to his reflection while taking various poses. Rof. Akamaru muttered to himself. Oh brother, Akamaru sarcastically muttered to itself as it watched its owner admire himself for the next half an hour. To make it even worse, Kiba began singing. I'm too sexy. During the whole time he admired himself. Present time, Kiba kept watch from the nearby tree. He was perched at the highest branch that would be able to support his weight, and the tree's leaves concealed his presence almost perfectly. He had his binoculars locked onto the Kunoichi Inn. From his viewpoint, he could already see the genin trio entering the inn from 3 various locations. Konohamaru was on the rooftop. Udon was in the backyard and was currently scaling the fence while poor Inari had pulled the short end of the stick as he was stuck using the underground route. Kiba saw the boy reluctantly lifted the manhole cover and hesitantly entered. "Okay team. This is Lone Wolf. Confirm your locations. Over." Kiba spoke to his earpiece. "This is Algebra. Just approaching the target. Over." Udon replied back in his crouching position from a nearby shrub at the backyard. "This is Bluebird standing by. Over." Konohamaru reported. He was in position and was getting ready to enter the roof via the loose tile shingles that were indicated on the blueprint. "Johnny Bravo. I repeat, state your position, Johnny Bravo." Kiba demanded on the earpiece. He couldn't see where Inari was since he was assigned to go the underground route. Inari sighed. The sewers were just like how he imagined it would be. It was dark, disgusting and creepy. Luckily he wore a mask to spare his nose from the disgusting smell the place provided. He was also glad that he wore a hard hat with a flashlight attached to it so he could see where he was going. The communication was a bit fuzzy down there, no doubt that the signal for their earpiece was out of range or weak, judging from the static. "Johnny Bravo, report." He heard Kiba scream at the earpiece. Again another sigh. "This is Johnny Bravo. Approaching intended entryway. Approximately 4 to 5 meters away from the target location," Inari reported. "Good work team." Kiba praised them while at the same time knowing the worst was yet to come. "Bravo, what did I say about ending your report with over? Over." "Whatever. Just give us the damn go-ahead already," Inari snapped back. "Fine, fine. Proceed with extreme caution. Over and out," Kiba replied back. Udon stealthily approached the inn. So far so good, there seemed to be no one at the backyard but he shouldn't be too careless. Finally he approached the back entrance. He took a deep breath. This is it. He told himself. It was time for him to become a man. Inari on the other hand was having a bit of a problem. His entranceway seemed to have been blocked. Above his supposed to be entrance was the massive 7 kilograms reverse cycle washing machine. He needed to find a different entryway. He needed to get out of the stinking sewers. Up on the roof, Konohamaru was having similar problems. He couldn't find any loose tiles. It seems the inn had some repairs done recently. Damn, Konohamaru cursed. It seemed he needed to loosen a couple of the tiles. Hopefully they couldn't hear him. Kiba watched his team begin to work. It seems that they were having problems. It was a good thing he was the current lookout and would be able to give them a heads up if the residents arrive. It didn't help that he stayed up last night admiring his sexy visage. The shade the tree's leaves were providing him as well as the cool breeze was slowly lulling him to sleep. Surely a quick nap wouldn't hurt? Besides his comrades were shinobi, they would be able to take care of themselves. If they were in trouble, all they need to do was contact him via the earpiece. Deciding that it was a reasonable logic, he decided to take a quick nap, completely missing the arrival of his older sister. Somewhere in Konohagakure, Naruto was walking leisurely with Sakura. This was nice. He has finally found the courage to ask out Sakura. Well, not in the way of a date of course, but close enough. He had always wanted to spend time with his ex-teammate. She was the first girl he felt himself attracted to and wanted to get to know, but the constant trainings with Jiraiya and various missions they had to undertake not let him have any time to try and get to know his childhood crush. Sakura watched Naruto from the corner of her eyes, trying to look subtle. Naruto was walking in long strides, his hands were on the back of his head. He was walking as though he didn't have a care what was going on around him. "So what do you want to do?" Naruto asked her. Sakura shrugged. "I don't know. What do you want to do?" "How about I treat you to ramen?" Naruto smiled brilliantly at her. Sakura merely gave him a blank look. "What, don't you like ramen?" Sakura merely shook her head in amusement. Some things never change. It's not that, Naruto. "Then what is it?" Naruto asked her, clearly puzzled. "Never mind. Let me guess. Ichiraku's?" Sakura couldn't help but grin. She didn't really need to guess where Naruto would take her to eat. "Is there anywhere else?" Naruto asked rhetorically. There wasn't anywhere in Konoha he would like to eat his favorite food than Ichiraku's. It would really be great to see the old man again, not to mention Ayame-chan. "Naruto, you shouldn't really mention another girl's name and how much you want to see them when you're with another girl." Sakura sighed. "Yeah, especially not with me. We're supposed to be in our date.
Inner Sakura commented.
It's not a date. Sakura stressed to her inner self. It's not. Inner Sakura seemed to be bewildered. Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't you two in each other's company? Yeah? Are you two going to eat together? Yeah? Are you two going to be hanging out together for the rest of the day? Yeah, so? And weren't you just offended when he brought up Ayame's name? I still don't know where you're going with this. Well, genius, since you're so smart, why don't you add it all up? Inner Sakura commented, waiting for Sakura to figure out that she was indeed on an unofficial date with Naruto. I am not, Sakura protested rather too heatedly, forgetting that she was talking to her inner self and had actually spoken her protest a little too loudly. You're not what? Naruto asked, taken by surprise by Sakura's rather loud outburst. Never mind. Sakura blushed. Well, we're here, Naruto announced as he entered the diner. Back at the inn, Inari had given up trying to find any underground entryway because the map they had memorized was useless. It seems the inn had recently just had several unwritten and undocumented repairs and improvements done. So he left the sewers and instead tried to sneak into the inn by entering through one of the windows. Udon was already in the inn and was cautiously trying to find his way out of the basement, while Konohamaru had successfully dislodged some of the roof tiles and had let himself in from the attic. While all of this was going on, their lookout and self-appointed leader, Kiba, was fast asleep, completely missing the arrival of the residents, namely Kurenai, Ino, Tenten and Temari. Kurenai and Temari were discussing some current events and mission reports while Ino and Tenten were busy discussing how their day has been. I swear, if I didn't know any better I'd say Shikamaru actually enjoys filling out those missions reports, Temari complained. If you'd known Shikamaru as long as I've had, you'd know that he prefers nothing more than just the most minimal amount of work. He's just so lazy, Ino replied back. At least he's better than my teammates. I mean, Lee has enough energy for all us combined, Tenten remarked exasperatedly about her teammates' exuberance. Well, Neji was as stiff as a rock but a bit mellowed out now, though he hardly spends much time with the team anymore since he's too preoccupied training Hanabi. Kurenai merely smiled. She remembered the days of her youth as she listened to the other girls. They were so carefree, unlike her younger days. It was so much more relaxing coming home to the inn now ever since Naruto's arrival. The girls have more time to actually hang out with one another and have fun since they no longer had to worry about the repairs and concerns about the inn. Kurenai couldn't help but wince when she remembered how they tried their hands in some of the repairs that needed to be done around the inn. Instead of repairing some of the broken pipes, tiles and other amenities, they ended up creating more damage, consequently raising the initial cost of repairs which they all have to pitch in for. They just didn't have enough time nor experience to do the repairs, and she thanked the Godem for setting up Naruto to live with them. The inn seems livelier now since he had lived with them. Do you think Anko-san is still sleeping? Tenten asked tentatively. Kurenai merely shrugged. The last time someone other than Shizune or herself woke up the special Junin, the poor girls were greeted by a shower of senbon needles that would have been fatal if Anko was actually aiming to kill them. She remembered Tenten's shocked expression when she had just dodged a barrage of kunais that assailed her when at one time she tried to wake up Anko. Well, if she is, we should be hearing Naruto's terrified screams right now, Kurenai pointed out. It was unusually quiet, considering the people that should have been left in the inn were Anko, Sakura and a certain number 1 hyperactive ninja. Temari chuckled. Yeah, that's right. For the life of her, Temari couldn't understand how Naruto could withstand Anko's attempts at seduction. She would have thought that Naruto wasn't a healthy male if it wasn't for the numerous incidents that involved him with the other residents in rather awkward and compromising situations. Temari was sure he was 100% pure male since she had caught him a number of times actually appreciating some of the sights he was rewarded during those so-called incidents, if all that leering and a small drooling was any indication. I'll go see if Sakura still feels like going shopping with me. You guys are welcome to join us too if you want to, Ino invited as they entered the lounge room. Kurenai merely shook her head negatively. I would like to, but I can't. I still need to speak to Naruto about my hot water. It keeps acting up. I bet he's in the basement right now trying to fix those damn pipes, Tenten helpfully pointed out. That's probably why the inn was too quiet. Yeah, I guess you're right. I'll probably just catch up to you girls later, Kurenai replied back. Let me get changed and I'll come with you, Ino, Tamari replied back as she headed upstairs to go to her room. Me too. Tenten agreed. Well, I'll just look for Sakura while I wait for you guys. Ino happily replied back as the four of them split up, unaware of the intruders in the inn. Somewhere else in Konoha. It's great to have you back, Naruto. Ichiraku Tucci, owner of the Ichiraku Diner, greeted the blonde. I heard you were back. I'm surprised you didn't come by sooner. I was starting to get worried. Sorry, old man. I was just a little busy. Naruto replied back sheepishly. Now that he thought about it, he hasn't stopped by at Ichiraku's since his return. His duties of managing the inn and nagging Tsunade about giving him more high-ranking missions took most of his time. Tucci just laughed. Since when were you too busy to eat ramen? Could it be that you don't like ramen anymore? Tucci teased as he watched the blonde's comical reaction. Naruto had turned white as a paper as though he spoke something blasphemous to his ears. How could you say such a thing? Naruto accused as tears began to pour from his eyes. I would never betray my love for ramen, it's my one true love. Tucci knew this was true. Ramen was Naruto's favorite food, not because it was inexpensive and cheap but because it was the kindest gift he had received in his earlier childhood. Tucci couldn't help but remember the first time he had met the blonde. He was probably no older than 5 to 6 years of age. Begin flashback. He was on his way to open up the diner when he spotted Naruto on the corner of the store. He was lying in a fetal position with a newspaper covering himself to keep him warm. His heart went out to the boy when he saw how the young boy shivered. He didn't know who Naruto was back then. All he could see was a poor orphan struggling to keep himself warm. Hey kid, wake up. Tucci shook the dirty blonde gently awake, but the moment he did, the dirty blonde immediately sat up. His blue eyes laced in pure fear as he clutched the pathetic newspaper as a shield around his body. Hey, no need to be scared. I'm not going to hurt you. Tucci spoke to the scared child softly. He didn't know that the blonde before him has heard those words before. Strangers always said that to him, lulling him to a false sense of security before grabbing him and hurting him. Called him demon as they watched him cry out in pain. Tucci sighed. The boy didn't look like he was going to relax and remained suspicious of him. He took this time to study the young boy. He was short, probably 5 to 6 years of age. He was dirty and looked like he had seen better days. But the most eye-catching about the boy was his eyes. He had big blue eyes that held so much innocence, and right now it was filled with so much fear. Tucci couldn't help but feel his heart constrict. How could such a child have that look in their eyes? He couldn't help but picture his own child, his daughter Iyame. He hoped he would never see that kind of fear in his own daughter's eyes. Where are your parents? Better yet, where are you from? Tucci asked. Again he received no reply. The boy remained silent as he hugged his knees closer to himself. Just when Tucci was about to leave the poor boy alone, he heard the child's stomach distinctly growled in hunger. Tucci watched the boy clutch his stomach, trying vainly not to cry. Tucci couldn't help but feel his heart wrench yet again. Tell you what, kid, if you help me open up the shop, I'll cook you up some special ramen. How does that sound? Tucci smiled at the dirty child. Naruto looked up to him, still not sure if he could trust the man or not, but the promise of food was just too good to be passed up. Naruto gave him a wobbly nod as he stood up and helped Tucci open up shop. Tucci worked silently with the young boy. The boy didn't speak much and was a little clumsy but tried his best. Soon the diner was open and Tucci invited him to sit on the stool as he began to cook some ramen. Naruto was sure that after he helped out, the man would turn him away, but he was surprised when he didn't. He was invited to sit down and wait until he cooked up the promised food. He watched the man prepare the food, a little suspicious since the food given to him always made him painfully sick, unbeknownst to him that the reason was because it contained poisoned or rotten ingredients. The only reason he survived was because of the power of Kyuubi was protecting him, to protect itself. After all, if Naruto dies, so does the demon contained within him. Though Naruto had no idea of Kyuubi's existence at the time. Tucci tried talking to the boy as he prepared the ramen, but he remained unresponsive, so instead he decided to narrate to him about his old life as a shinobi and about his little girl. Naruto listened intently. The man was really being nice to him. He listened to his stories about his time as a shinobi, amazed at some of the stuff he had done. Finally he was presented with a bowl of steaming ramen. Here you go. Tucci smiled at the blonde child. Naruto looked at the bowl and then back to the man. His mouth watered as the scent of food reached his nose. His hunger got the best of him. He didn't care if the food would hurt him or not, he needed to eat to make the pain in his stomach go away. The moment he took his first sip of the ramen soup, his eyes lit up. He never tasted anything more delicious in his life. He began to eat with gusto. Like it, huh? Tucci couldn't help but grin at the boy as he ate the bowl of steaming ramen with such passion. Uh-huh, was Naruto's only reply, his mouth full of ramen. In no time at all he finished the whole bowl. Naruto licked his lips. Never before has he tasted something so wonderful, so good in his life. He was also amazed that the kind man would even give him such delicious food. He stared longingly at the empty bowl and back towards the man. Tucci merely smiled. Would you like seconds? I don't have money. Naruto sadly replied back. Some of the other kids has stolen his money the night before. It was his weekly allowance that was given to him by the Sandaime himself. Tucci shook his head as he waved his concern away. Don't worry about that, it's the least I could do after you helped me open up shop. Tucci then handed him another bowl of ramen. Thanks, Naruto couldn't help but reply back happily. My name's Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto introduced himself to the kind man.
The name's Ichiraku Chuki and this is my diner. Welcome to Ichiraku's Ramen Diner, Naruto. Chuki smiled at the blonde. And that, as they say, was the start of their beautiful history.
End flashback. Here you go, Naruto. One large special ramen and one seafood ramen for your lady companion. Tucci winked at Sakura while Naruto simply frowned at him. Only one? Old man, you know I never stop at just one, Naruto grumbled but began to eat anyway. Tucci had to laugh at Naruto's enthusiasm. I know, Naruto, but I think Ayame would like to serve you. She hasn't seen you since you've been training. I missed her too, old man. Naruto grinned as he slurped the ramen. Just then the said girl emerged carrying 2 more bowls of ramen. Welcome back, Naruto. Ayame greeted as she placed the 2 large bowls before him. She was caught in surprise when Naruto leaned over the counter and hugged her. It's great to see you too, Ayame-chan. Naruto greeted back before getting smacked at the back of his head by Sakura. Let her go, Naruto. At least give her a hug properly and not over the table, Sakura reprimanded. Hell yeah. Besides, it should be us he's hugging. Inner Sakura ranted. Sakura merely blushed at her inner self. Ayame, on the other hand, was also blushing because of Naruto's affectionate greeting and couldn't wait to be greeted properly without the interference of the counter table. Naruto? Are you down here? Kurenai asked tentatively as she entered the basement. It was still a bit dark due to the dim lighting, but she could sense that someone was there. Kurenai then saw a flash of movement from her peripheral vision. All at once she became on guard. Something didn't feel right. Why would Naruto be sneaking around her? Unless it wasn't Naruto. Immediately she narrowed her gaze and concentrated on the darkness. Inari tried to hide his presence as soon as he saw someone descend from the stairs. He couldn't tell who it was, but from what he could make out, the contours, shape of the person, it was definitely female. He tried to conceal his presence by dashing past not a few meters from where she was standing and seeked refuge from the boxes that were piled up. Come on out, whoever you are, and I promise I won't hurt you. Much, Kurenai mentally added. Sakura, is that you? Ino asked as she made her way towards the attic. She was on her way to Sakura's room when she heard footsteps up in the attic. At first, she thought it might be Naruto, but the blonde male would be much more noisier. After finding out that Sakura was indeed not in her room, Ino decided to check out the attic. Crap. Konohamaru muttered to himself when he heard someone began to make their way up the stairs towards the attic. He decided to hide himself behind one of the tall old bookshelves, hoping that whoever it was wouldn't look for him there. Sakura? Ino once again called out and received no reply. She stayed there for at least 2 minutes waiting for a reply or to detect any movement, but saw and received none. She was about to leave when she noticed something peculiar about the room. There was an extra beam of light that was coming from the roof. That's weird. I thought Naruto finished repairing the roof a week ago, she asked herself and decided to investigate further. There was indeed a sizable hole on the roof. As she stood directly at the bottom of the hole, she didn't know that Konohamaru was hiding nearby. Konohamaru had stopped breathing when he sensed her approach the area impeccably close to his hiding place. He held his breath, trying to make as little sound as possible even as he heard the blood pounding in his ears because of his nervousness. So far so good. Udon whispered to himself. No one had detected his presence yet, that is until he heard a loud crash from various locations in the inn. Everything seemed to be going downhill for Inari as he silently prayed to his ancestors and cursing his so-called comrades at the same time. The woman in the basement with him was currently searching for him. He had to move quickly and has to keep changing hiding places. He would use a cloaking jutsu, but he was sure that the woman in the room would be able to detect him if he used chakra, so he was forced to play hide and seek. Kurenai was sure there was someone in the room, so she decided to use her genjutsu, Megan. Kokoni Arizu no Jutsu, demonic illusion, false surroundings technique, and transformed herself in a pile of boxes. Inari, on the other hand, had no idea of what Kurenai had done and simply thought she had disappeared, but he couldn't be too reckless. He spotted a little vermin near him and decided to perform a jutsu of his own. He used Kawarimi and Henge together, making the rodent he captured to look like him and set it free while he transformed himself into a rodent. As the Henge rodent approached the unassuming pile of boxes, Kurenai transformed and grabbed the would-be intruder only to scream when she realized she was holding a rat in her hands. Inari took this time to make a mad dash up the stairs and threw a smoke bomb behind him to slow down Kurenai, creating a small explosion in the process. Ino heard Kurenai's scream and the small explosion that followed right after and jumped back slightly, colliding against the old bookshelf that Konohamaru was hiding behind. The impact forced the bookshelf to fall and Konohamaru to jump off and away from it, revealing his presence. Oh shit! Konohamaru cried out as he saw that Ino had seen him standing right in front of her. You got that right, Ino replied back with a snarl as her right hand automatically moved to her weapon's holster. You got to catch me first, Konohamaru cried out before throwing a smoke bomb before her and making a mad dash out of the attic. Hearing the commotion, Tamari and Tenten ran out of their rooms and nodded at each other. I'll help out Ino, Tamari informed the brunette. I'll go and help out Kurenai-sensei, Tenten replied back before the two girls split up. Outside the inn, Kiba was awakened by Kurenai's scream and the small explosions that emanated from the inn. Worried about his comrades, Kiba quickly made his way towards the inn. It was time to abort the mission. It wouldn't do if the boys got castrated at such an early age, depending who caught them first. He may be no match against the Kunoichis in the inn, but he wasn't looking for a confrontation, only to bail his team out. Udon, due to panic, ran to the nearest room he could find only to be surprised that it wasn't a room but an outside onsen, hot springs, containing two very surprised and semi-nude Kunoichis. Udon swallowed a very large lump in his throat, as he tried vainly to fight off the surge of blood from spurting out of his nostrils. He barely succeeded as he felt a small trickle of blood trickle down his upper lip. What the hell? Hana and Anko both cried out in unison. A series of crashes and yelps were heard in the background. They saw a young boy not much older than 14 years of age with glasses and a small trickle of blood coming out of his nose, standing there frozen in fear and a slight dazed expression on his face. Pervert! Both women exclaimed in unison. I can now die happy. Udon whispered to himself as he saw the two scantily clad women began to approach him menacingly. And now a short omake, inspired by DJ Rodriguez, an omake of what would have happened if Naruto had walked in on Hana and Anko in the hot springs. Anko and Hana were leisurely enjoying the warm water that bathed their skin, when the door to the hot springs slid open. Well, that went well, Naruto said to himself. He had been walking through the market district with Sakura when they bumped into Ino on the way. Ino immediately dragged Sakura to go shopping with her, which left Sakura to apologize to Naruto as she went with Ino, promising that they will hang out another time. So now, with nowhere else to go and nothing to do, he decided to just go home and soak at the onsen for a while, not knowing it was currently preoccupied by Anko and Hana. When he finally began to be aware of his surroundings, he found himself staring at the towel-clad women. Anko gave him a wide predatory grin as she immediately stood up. Would you like to join us, Naru-chan? I would be more than willing to scrub your back as long as you scrub mine, she purred seductively at him. Naruto's jaw dropped, while Hana watched Anko and Naruto's interaction amusedly. Naruto found himself backing away. Anko-san. What the hell are you doing, kid? Take it. Take her offer. Take it. Kyuubi egged on. I'm afraid I can't let you do that, Anko. Hana decided to step in as she too stood up, revealing her towel-clad body. Naruto sighed in relief, only to find out it was short-lived. I can't let you scrub his back without letting me join in too, Hana added mischievously as she watched Naruto turn red, then white, then red again. Anko looked at Hana and gave her a grin before turning her attention to Naruto once again. So how about it, Naru-chan? Before grasping the end of the towel and untucking it from around her chest so she can reveal herself. Naruto couldn't take it anymore. He immediately left the onsen, slamming the door shut, lest he be blamed for something he had no control of. Hana couldn't hold it in any longer as she began to laugh merrily. Oh my god, Anko. You're so right, it's so much fun to tease him. Anko merely looked at her companion in confusion. Who said I was only teasing? Anko said in her serious tone before running after her prey, I mean playmate. Naru-chan. Come back, Anko called after Naruto as she chased him all over the inn. Was Hana's only reply before sighing. Well, since I'm here, might as well join in. She then began to run after Anko and Naruto. Don't forget about me. Just when Udon thought he was done for, a brief flash of light blinded him before he was scooped up away from harm's way. You idiot. Why didn't you move? Kiba hissed. He crashed in just in the nick of time too. Udon just stood there and looked like he just accepted his fate. Kiba-senpai? Udon murmured, finally snapping from his daze at seeing two beautiful women, just covered by short wet towels. He tried to block out the image of water dripping down from their bodies. They were visions of loveliness. Goddesses. Where's Inari and Konohamaru? Kiba snarled as he half-carried and half-dragged Udon away from their pursuers. Kiba didn't really have time to recognize the two women in the onsen since his full attention was to retrieve his team and save them from grievous bodily harm. It seemed they didn't have to look very far, since all of them collided against each other in the lounge room. Both Inari, Konohamaru, Kiba along with Udon all crashed against each other and collapsed in a crumpled heap. Well, that solves my question, Kiba stated from under the pile. Good, since you will be answering some of ours, Kiba. Kurenai's menacing voice pierced his ears, followed closely by the other residents of the inn. Ha 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 ha. Kiba replied back as he began to laugh uncomfortably as he pushed himself from below the pile, making the three younger boys fall off of him. Funny you should ask that, sensei. Well, I'm waiting, Kiba. Kurenai replied back impatiently as she tapped her foot. The rest of the girls, Ino, Tenten, Tamari and Anko, were all waiting for Kiba's explanation while at the same time looking for any signal or word from Kurenai to start punishing the intruders. Inuzuka Hana on the other hand opted into staying in the onsen, outdoor hot springs. Hana reasoned Anko and the rest of the Kunoichi could handle the intruders while she dressed herself first. Kiba looked at his companions. The three boys looked really scared but dared not to show their fear, although Udon and Konohamaru were pointedly staring, or should I say leering, at the very wet and towel-clad Anko. Anko grinned predatorily and winked at the two boys, making the two blush crimson. She would enjoy punishing these guys, if only Kurenai would hurry up and give her the freaking go-ahead signal already. Kiba looked at his teammates, judging them if they still have enough strength within them. Judging that they are fine, Kiba grinned back at Kurenai. I would love to, sensei. Unfortunately, we really do have to go. Before making a few hand seals. Seeing the hand seals, Anko began to form a few hand seals of her own. Escape no jutsu. Kiba called out as he slammed his palm against the wooden floor before the area was engulfed in a blinding white flash. All the girls in the immediate area were temporarily blinded. Once their eyesight has recovered from the flash of light, their captives were no longer sitting before them. Those dirty rotten, Tamari began with both her fists clenched tightly. We need to hunt them, Tenten piped up. Don't you mean chase after them? Ino corrected. No, I meant what I said, Tenten replied back at Ino rather seriously. They couldn't have gotten away too far, Kurenai reasoned, making all the girls nod in agreement. I'm way ahead of you, Nai-chan, Anko replied back with a grin. I activated the barrier before Dogboy completed his seals. Honestly, you would think they would know better than try to escape, Anko laughed. Which means, Tamari began as she grinned evilly. They're still in the inn, both Ino and Tenten cried out in unison. Shit. Kiba cried out as he felt himself slam against the invisible barrier within the perimeter of the inn. The rest of his team shared his sentiment as they too slammed against the barrier, eliciting crude exclamations that are better left unsaid in this chapter. "What the heck was that?" Konohamaru cried out. Inari on the other hand slowly got up and began to feel the invisible wall. "It's an invisible barrier. We're screwed." Udon sighed dejectedly. Oh well, at least he saw two scantily clad women before he goes to the afterlife. Kiba inspected the barrier. Well, from the feel of this barrier, it looks like it will only last for an hour. Which means we'll only have to avoid being caught by the Kunoichis till the hour is up, he said as he examined the chakra emanating from the barrier. Well, in that case, why not make the best of it? Konohamaru piped up optimistically. What do you mean? Inari asked, already dreading the answer. We might as well try and get their underwear until the time is up, Konohamaru answered. Have you lost your friggin' mind? Inari couldn't help but yell at Konohamaru. Keep it down. Kiba hissed at the two of them. Look, we took this mission knowing the consequences. We might as well follow it through till the very end. That's what a true shinobi of the Konoha would do. Konohamaru pointed out passionately, earning him a grain of respect from a teary Kiba. Now that's what I call dedication, Kiba remarked as he wiped a tear from his eyes. No, that's what I call stupid, Inari hissed. I repeat, we're so totally screwed. Udon sighed once again. Elsewhere, so that's what happened. Naruto finished his story, ignoring Sakura's resigned look. He knew that Tsunade made him swear not to reveal his living conditions to anyone, but Ichiraku wasn't just anybody. The old man and Ayame had been people special to him for as far back as he could remember, and he knew they would never break his trust. Ayame, not having anything left to do, was sitting on Naruto's right while Sakura sat on his left side. Ayame was enamored by his stories, but this most recent one disturbed her more than anything. Tucci on the other hand couldn't help but feel amused by Naruto's latest predicament. He didn't know whether to feel proud or sorry for the blonde loudmouth. He had treated Naruto like a son he never had, and thus he couldn't help but feel proud of his accomplishments. Is that proper? Ayame found herself asking out loud. She pictured the naive and innocent Naruto being seduced by the deadly and sexy women that resided in the inn. I'm sure the Godem had valid reasons for her decision. I am sure she trusts Naruto enough to give him that responsibility. Tucci answered for Naruto and Sakura. That's not really what I mean. Ayame whispered to herself as images kept running into her mind about devious women trying to corrupt dear sweet Naruto. Naruto gave her a warm, reassuring smile. Don't worry about it, Ayame-chan. If I didn't get accepted for this duty, I would have had nowhere else to go, he admitted truthfully. Tsunade had made it perfectly clear to him that finding accommodation upon his return was almost impossible because of the demon fox he carried. You could always stay with us. I'm sure father and mother wouldn't mind, Ayame offered as she looked at her father for confirmation, who nodded in response. Sakura on the other hand couldn't help but grind her teeth together. Why was she bothered by Ayame's kind offer? Although Naruto staying with us would mean we would be eaten out of house and home due to his large appetite. Tucci couldn't resist teasing Naruto as he chuckled in amusement. Hey, I'm not that bad, Naruto protested. Really? Tucci challenged as he pointed at 5 bowls of empty ramen. I'm a growing man. I need food, Naruto protested, making Sakura and Ayame blush at his growing man protest. You certainly are. Loud too, commented an amused voice. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto, Sakura and Ayame all cried out in unison while Tucci remained indifferent. Ohio Mina-san, greeted none other than Amino Iruka. Iruka-sensei, Naruto, Sakura and Ayame once again cried out in perfect sync. Come out wherever you are. Anko sing-songed as she walked around the inn looking for the 4 would-be intruders. She did not bother to get her weapons. After all, a Junin of her stature does not need weapon to handle the 4 youths. Although having a weapon would be a lot more easier, using just her natural skills would be fun as well. Anko licked her lips in anticipation as she began to picture many ways of how to punish the 4 naughty boys. Tamari couldn't help but cringe at Anko's delighted expression. Now there's a woman who really appreciates her job, she mentally noted to herself, though she had to admit catching those perverts would elevate her mood ever so slightly. We should split up, to cover more ground. Anko suddenly stated in a serious voice. Truthfully, though, she just wants to get all culprits and handle them by herself. I was just about to suggest that, Temari remarked, not really aware of Anko's devious plan. I'll see you later, Anko replied back as she left Temari. I can't believe you let Anko sweet-talk you to doing her paperwork, Kakashi admonished Iruka as they now joined Naruto's group. Yeah, Iruka-sensei. What gives? Did she threaten you or something? Naruto replied back, trying to picture Anko as sweet person, but the only images that came to his mind were the times when she tried to seduce him by playing innocent before jumping him. The thought making him shudder in response. You're making Anko sound like a bad person. Iruka defended the Tokubetsu Junin. You mean she's not? Naruto replied back in honest confusion. Anko was just way too straightforward about her interest in him, and it scared the living crap out of him. Naruto, there's a lot more to her than she lets everyone believe. Iruka admonished his blonde companion. Look underneath, Kakashi helpfully advised. Yeah kid. Look underneath like this. Kyuubi also tried to help by putting images of naked Anko in various provocative poses in Naruto's mind. Gah! Naruto almost fell off the stool he was sitting on. Meanwhile, we need to split up. Kiba advised his subordinates as they continued to loose their would-be pursuers. We're all sitting ducks if we're all together. But if we split up, we'll be helpless. There's more of them and there's only 4 of us, Udon pointed out. We'll split into 2 then. Inari suggested. That way we still have a fighting chance. If they didn't split up, they will get caught faster because their movements were limited at the moment. Great idea, Waterboy. Konohamaru praised his rival. Udon, you're with me. Konohamaru called to his best friend. Despite the grave situation they're in, they had worked together through a lot of messy situations and together they always almost managed to get away. That leaves you two with me, Inari, Kiba remarked. On the count of 3, we'll all split up at the corridor. 1. They dodge a barrage of kunai that sailed over their heads. 2. The shurikens whizzed through them, creating minor cuts through their clothing but not breaking skin. 3. The 4 boys split up as they reached the corridor. Tenten and Ino paused their pursuit and grinned at each other. They have done their jobs well. Kurenai and the rest would be able to handle the rest. Udon and Konohamaru skidded into a stop when they spotted Inuzuka Hana out in the hallway and immediately plastered themselves behind the wall to hide their presence. Hana had given up trying to get dressed since trying to put her clothes on in all the rush only resulted into soaking them wet. With her dry clothes now wet, she had no choice but to strip her clothing once again and look for Anko so she could borrow some dry clothes. So she once again donned one of the white terry towels in the change area near the entrance of the outdoor springs and began her search. She was too preoccupied on getting dry clothes that she had missed the 2 boys sent not too far away from her. As soon as Udon and Konohamaru was sure that Hana had left the immediate area, they let out a sigh of relief. That was close. Konohamaru sighed in relief. Too close, Udon agreed. Then a thought entered Konohamaru's head and he grinned wickedly, making Udon shudder in concern. Are you thinking what I'm thinking, Udon? I don't know, Konohamaru. What are you thinking? Konohamaru's grin grew wider. Did you notice what she was wearing? It was kind of hard not to. Udon replied back trying not to drool as he remembered Hana's towel-clad state. That was twice now that he saw one of the goddesses. Did you also notice what door she walked out from? Konohamaru asked, already knowing the answer but asked anyway to make sure he and his best friend were in the same line of thought. Udon only nodded absently as he tried to conjure up the images of Anko and Hana at the bath earlier. Great. Now's our chance. Konohamaru enthusiastically replied back as he pulled Udon towards the onsen. Determined to finish the mission they started. Crap. Kiba and Inari cried out as they narrowly avoided Temari's wind attacks. Hold still. Temari commanded. This just can't get any worse, Kiba said to himself as he continued to dodge and counter Temari's attacks, while keeping an eye on Inari at the same time. I'm sorry for making you do this, Naruto, Sakura apologized as they made their way to the inn. She had forgotten her wallet and didn't want Naruto to pay for her the whole day. Nah, I don't mind, Sakura-chan. I told you, I don't mind paying for you. Besides, I'm the guy after all. Naruto replied back as he walked with her towards the inn. I know, But I don't want you thinking I'm taking advantage of you, Sakura replied back, though the real reason was she was still insisting was to disprove that she and Naruto were not on a date, a fact that inner Sakura kept pointing out to her. Got it? Konohamaru exclaimed as he put away their prize. Let's go, Udon replied back worriedly. Right behind you. Konohamaru couldn't contain his excitement, they were so close. They were cautiously sneaking out of the onsen when a puff of smoke appeared in front of them, revealing none other than a towel-clad Anko. Where do you think you're going? She asked with a hint of menace in her voice. Konohamaru and Udon were briefly distracted by Anko, but their self-preservation was still strong. They took a step back only to fall over when Kiba and Inari crashed into them. Once again they're surrounded as the other girls, Ino, Tenten, Tamari and Kurenai caught on to them. Give it up, Kiba. You're no match to us, Kurenai warned her pupil, seeing that he still had the defiant look in his eyes. I got to hand it to them though, they lasted longer than the many others that have tried to infiltrate the inn, Anko commented. Too bad they're still not good enough. You should know, Kurenai's sensei, that a shinobi of the leaf never gives up, Kiba replied back, then turned towards his comrades. Alright boys, show them what we got. All at once, the four boys began to form various hand seals. It's time to put an end to this, Kurenai shouted before joining Anko's side. Without warning, Kurenai tugged Anko's towel loose, revealing Anko's naked glory. Well, semi-naked glory at least, she was still wearing her skimpy underwear. Seeing almost naked flesh was too much for Udon and Konohamaru, and they were knocked out by massive blood loss caused by nosebleeds. Inari and Kiba were surprised by the underhanded attack and were too distracted to finish their hand seals, rendering them powerless, giving Ino and Tenten the chance to knock them out. You know, Nai-chan, not that I'm complaining mind you, but if you wanted to see me naked, all you had to do was ask, Anko purred seductively towards her friend, teasing her. Anko grinned when she saw Kurenai flush crimson. Baka. Anko-san? Tenten called to Anko softly, trying to get her attention. Do you mind putting the towel back on now? Anko couldn't help but inwardly grin again. Why, Tenten? Is my body that ugly? She asked the odango-haired Kunoichi. She then began conjuring up fake tears to let the younger girl know that she had hurt her feelings. No, Anko-san, it's not that at all. Tenten tried to console what she thought was a distressed Anko. She looked at Ino and Tamari for support. You have a beautiful body, Anko-san. Ino helped Tenten placate Anko. Isn't that right, Tamari? Yeah, Tamari seconded. Really? Anko hiccuped, inwardly happy at teasing the other Kunoichis. Before any of the girls could reply, Naruto and Sakura entered the scene. Hi everybody, what's all the fuss about? Sakura asked before her eyes bulged out when she spotted the semi-nude Anko. Naruto's jaw dropped upon seeing Anko, freezing him in place. Anko on the other hand smiled predatorily as she launched herself to her blonde prey. Naru-chan. Only to stop in mid-air by Kurenai's tree jutsu. Down, Anko. Kurenai commanded. It was at this moment that the Udon, Inari and Konohamaru regained consciousness, while Kiba remained knocked out. Ino had hit him with more force than necessary, so he's still out like a light bulb. Leader. Udon and Konohamaru cried out in unison while Inari called out, Nichan. They then began to seek refuge behind him. Save us, the trio pleaded. What are you guys doing here? Naruto asked the trio. Long story, but right now please save us, Inari replied back. He didn't know why Naruto was there, but he was glad he was. What did they do? Naruto asked the residents. They broke into the inn. Tamari answered. The other girls nodded. Is that true? Naruto asked the trio, who nodded sheepishly. Why? We wanted to make you proud, Nichan. Inari explained. We just wanted to prove to Kiba-senpai that we're men. By stealing their underwear. Udon added, earning them a glare from the residents of the inn. Let me guess, Kiba put you guys up to it? Naruto sighed, while the trio nodded once again. Ouch. What the hell hit me? Kiba has decided to return to consciousness. He immediately felt the dark aura of the girls. Let me at him, Sakura cried out while Naruto struggled to hold her. Well, Kiba, I think it's time to teach you a lesson about respecting women, Kurenai stated, as the rest of the girls advanced and surrounded him. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Help, Kiba cried out as the girls began their revenge. The trio winced as they heard Kiba's pleas of agony in the hands of the Kunoichi. Don't think you're getting out of here unscathed. Temari turned her attention to the trio, as she let the other girls handle Kiba. Please, Temari-chan, forgive them. They didn't know any better. Naruto pleaded for the trio. If you want to, I'll take their place. Leader. Both Udon and Konohamaru cried out. Nichin. Inari cried out in awe. The trio's admiration towards the blonde only grew brighter, hearing Naruto willing to sacrifice himself for them. We can't let you do that, Nichin. Inari decided as he stepped forward towards Temari with Udon and Konohamaru flanking him. We can't let you take the fall for us, Konohamaru seconded. This is our path to becoming a true man, Udon finalized as the trio faced off Temari's punishment. Temari smiled at the trio's bravery and a little awed by Naruto's kind-heartedness. Naruto was about to protest but Temari cut him off. You heard them, Naruto. Kiba's screams seemed to have toned down, as the rest of the Kunoichis joined them. As punishment for infiltrating the Kunoichi Inn and intending to steal our undergarments, we feel that a harsh punishment should be bestowed upon you three, Kurenai began. But judging from what you have shown, it seems you three are innocent, Ino continued. The trio breathed out a sigh of relief. However, you still invaded the inn knowing the consequences, Tenten added. Thus we have no choice but to teach you guys a lesson. Anko grinned, now clad with her towel. Naruto tried to defend them only to be stopped by Sakura's hand upon his shoulder. In light of everything that happened today, we have reached a decision, Kurenai stated in a grave tone. Hand over your underwear, Temari finished, finally handing down their decision. The trio looked at each other, before doing what they're told. Let this be a lesson to you guys, Kurenai replied back to them. As the trio dressed themselves. You're lucky you got off lightly. The trio shivered as they looked at Kiba's direction. Kiba was unconscious but what happened to him was enough to teach the trio a valuable lesson. Never, ever, 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 piss off a group of Kunoichis. The trio began to help Kiba up and Naruto was about to aid them when Kurenai's voice stopped him. Naruto, we need to speak to you. You can catch up to them later. The trio looked at Naruto, unsure if they should take their leave or stay with their idol. Seeing their concerned look, Naruto gave them his best grin. Don't worry guys, I'll be fine. I'll catch up with you guys later. Just get Kiba home, then gave them a thumbs up. The trio obeyed him and solemnly dragged Kiba out of the inn. Walking down the streets of Konoha has been the longest trek of their lives. The villagers pointed and laughed hysterically as they half-carried an unconscious and fully decked-out Kiba, but that wasn't the reason why the villagers were laughing or pointing. Kiba was dressed in drag complete with badly painted makeup. It was fairly obvious that he was a drag queen. Soon the trio reached the Inuzuka compound and had placed Kiba in his room unnoticed except by the canines that resided in the Inuzuka compound which looked like they were howling with laughter. Konohamaru, feeling sorry for Kiba, decided that Kiba deserved their prize since he bore the brunt of the Kunoichi's wrath. He placed the underwear he and Udon managed to swipe in the onsen and placed it in Kiba's hand upon his chest. You deserve this, senpai, Konohamaru said dramatically as the trio left their one-time would-be leader. Meanwhile back at the inn, Hana walked into the lounge room, where the rest of the residents consisting of Ino, Tenten, Temari, Sakura, Anko, Kurenai and Naruto were all seated. Kurenai was busy lecturing Naruto the importance of not revealing his living arrangements to anyone, when Hana came in. Has anyone seen my underwear? Hana asked the girls just when they heard a shrill scream coming from the Inuzuka residence. Kiba screamed in disgust when he woke up and realized he was holding his older sister's underwear in his hands. To make it worse, his mother, Sume Inuzuka, decided to walk into his room to see his son dressed in drag and in his hands were Hana's underwear. Kiba. Sume growled at her son. Kiba had no choice but to scream. Omake is not mine but the mentioned author above, so I hope you enjoy reading it. If you want to leave a review for this omake, please send it to him since it's his work. Konohamaru paced in his room, Udon and Inari watching the boy curiously. There has to be some way that Naruto Ni-chan can survive being there, but what? He mused. Inari, also puzzling over the question, didn't call Konohamaru on that. Udon coughed. Well. You saw how they were all, looking at his face. The three boys thought about that. Inari grinned. I've got it. What? The others asked. Inari grinned. This'll work for sure. An hour later, Kurenai opened the front door to the doorbell. She blinked at the trio, all having painted whiskers on their cheeks. All were grinning. Dadbeo. They chorused cheerfully. It's a bit too late for Halloween, don't you think? She told them. The three boys looked amongst each other. Suddenly Anko came up from behind Kurenai. Oh, trick-or-treaters. Anko gushed amusedly as she saw the trio. Not you too, Anko. Kurenai admonished her gullible but psychotic friend and pushed her further inside the inn before closing the door on the trio. Maybe we should have gone blonde, too. Udon sighed. Idiot. The end. Now we will see you in the next video.